Good morning and very warm welcome from a not so warm Basin Reserve from this time yesterday. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. The weather though, it's okay. High, overcast skies, no real threat of rain. The sun is doing its very best to fight its way through the high cloud, and it should get better as the day goes on. So that is the most important thing. As we eye a resumption of play in just under an hour's time, 11 a.m, it will be the New Zealand opening pair of Tom Latham, the skipper, on 7 of 28 balls, Stephen Conway 16 of 26 through 9 tricky overs. New Zealand have got through to 24 without loss. That is in reply to the West Indies total, which I think they'll be a little bit disappointed about, having reflected on it overnight, having made such a good start, 66 without loss and then 92 for 2 at lunch. Interesting at the thoughts of Jeremy Coney, the former New Zealand Test captain, who is providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now, all out for just 205. Jerry, is that fair that the West Indies might lament some weak middle order play, allowing New Zealand to claw their way into a position of ascendancy?
Yeah, a few starts, didn't they? Hope once again the best batsman on show for the West Indies. A little bit from, was it King at the start too, and Campbell. They a decent opening partnership, but New Zealand's bowling I thought was a bit loose, uncertain, and once Tickner came in, then the game seemed to change, didn't it? It became a much more even contest, and as I say, a few starts for the West Indies. I can't remember the individual scores, you've probably got them there, but you know, there was a 40 odd from Shea Hope, wasn't it, and then the rest, the odd 20, but then it just dribbled away and they forgot to actually play some shots at the end. It was very much defensive. The question is, I guess, for the West Indies, with so many totals now around the 200 or just below over the last year and a bit, do they need to consider the balance of their side? Do they need actually not 5 seamers including Graves, or do they just have 4 with Graves and 3 main seamers and have the extra batsman? It might be worth, it's quite an attacking way to play, but it's costing, I think, the West Indies. You'd hope that some of those, I mean, is Roston Chase at the moment too high at 5? And I just have a think, you know, I thought last night maybe he is. Maybe he should be 6 and someone else 7. You know, and is Imrach the man? Good keeper? Do we want more runs? And that's when you get Joshua De Silva coming into the question mark. These are just sort of broad scapes that I'm giving you, but
you think of Graves, he's probably not the most exciting on the speedball radar, but he's a very steady operator.
Absolutely.
You probably wouldn't say OJ Shields is all that accurate.
And Anderson Phillip, we don't know much about him.
We're going to see him for the first time.
Seals and Roach, obviously, they're the main 2, and then it's a question of, if you're only going with 3, let's choose one other, and he's got to be pretty solid, and then Seals is the and then Graves is the 4th, and I think that might just suit them a little bit better, especially in New Zealand conditions when they are stuck in the first day, because if they don't get wickets today, I mean, New Zealand's plan will be, you did it to us on day 4 and 5 at Hagley. I hope they're thinking of that. We didn't like that. We're going to keep you out there now for as long as we can and try to bat once, and then the game starts to look like a 4-day match, although New Zealand are down a bowler now already. What's the Tickner medical report, please?
Sounds like we're waiting for an official release as I bring up my phone. Sorry, I'm failing his role of technology officer this test here.
That's you.
I think I need you back. But by all accounts, it is a significant shoulder injury, dislocation. It sounds like he's going to return and just be around the camp today. He's that type of guy. He's got quite a good personality. You heard Michael Ray in his booming deep voice last night talk about him. We've heard from Conway. They really feel from lion-hearted and It's taken a while to get back in. It is sort of a black cloud over an otherwise pretty good day for New Zealand. Job done, right? You win a toss, you send a side in, you want to bowl them out.
Yeah, interesting, wasn't it? Wasn't Duffy and Folks this time. They looked off the pace, I thought, yesterday. A lot of short pitch bowling from New Zealand. Just looking, we've just done the pitch report, and there's probably the first 4 metres at the southern end of the ground. So, in other words, yesterday bowling from the Vance stand end, there are no marks, no ball marks whatsoever. Whereas you come to this end, and there's a lot more. So New Zealand just really concentrated on that. And I have to say, when you think back to it, the West Indies generally, rather ironically, when you think back to the older West Indian sides, don't handle the short ball quite so well. They look uncomfortable against
even Shea Hope, right? Got 50, 100, nearly made 50. That's twice, 3 times he's been out to the short ball.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And so they need to address that. It's not something you put away. Other sides will, you know how quickly now it gets around the world. Other sides will see that, and they'll start to get those tactics as well all the time. So if you show a weakness somewhere, you have to address it and get over that. And we can talk later on about what things do you have to address. But the short ball is a problem for them at the moment.
And a lot of players caught on that crease line too.
Absolutely, that's what I mean.
LBWs
and Marks, absolutely. Nicking off because they're back.
Yeah.
One inside edge into the stumps because Chase was back. So, yeah, it's an interesting one, and New Zealand have tried it out, and it's worked for them.
So the state of play in New Zealand, 24 without loss, Latham and Conway. That's a big tick. That's an awful little period of play.
Yeah, not nice. But that's the opener's lot. It's one of those things about the opening that you didn't ever want to be an opener. The other thing is that you're facing a new ball, and the other thing that's on a new pitch, and the other thing, it's a fresh bowler. It's probably an angry first bowlers because they shouldn't really have been out in the park. So they have to get going again. So I think the man in close to Conway because of the one-handed business. I think you've got to have a man in close, either on the offside or the leg side. Definitely catching in there. You can't control it if you've only got one hand on your bat. And so there are things I think they could tweak in terms of the position of the fieldsman, their use of the 9 pawns that they have. So we'll see whether they do that. They didn't post one yesterday. New Zealand didn't either. I'm surprised they don't have a man in close. If you're going to bowl those short balls, I would have thought you'd have someone in there, either side, mainly leg side, of course. But yeah, let's see how it goes today. New Zealand, as I say, is a long-term view of the match. New Zealand will want to bat today. See if they're good enough. See if they can get in. See if they can preserve their wickets long enough. Not be too loose. I'm thinking of, obviously, Ravindra comes to the top of my mind. And get in, value their wicket, get big runs, and bat once.
Do you think this will be the speech from Jacob Duffy and Zach Folks? Please get us off our feet for a day and a half, because they're gone.
Yep. They put it in a stint.
They looked a bit jaded at times.
They'll want over a day.
Yeah, so
certainly.
So it's simple. It's as bat as long as possible.
You just fill your boots out there and get in and go through the process. It's the opposite of England, isn't it? You don't go out playing wild strokes early on. Get yourself in, then the shots start happening. I'm not saying don't have intent. Do that, but select the right ball to hit.
Yeah, and actually really embrace that element of time, because you're down a bowler.
And take pleasure in it. Yeah. Take pleasure in it, Daniel. Get out there for the first hour up. Good. Well played. Well played, Dev. Yeah, not too bad yourself, Tom. And they're both on 25, something like that.
As far as the West Indies are concerned, a lot of responsibility, pressure if you want to slice it that way, on Kemar Roach and Seals. beyond that, OJ,
Well, there are question marks.
big question marks. We don't know about Anderson Phillip. We heard Devon Conway, 15 minutes ago when he joined us, describe, I'll do some scouting this morning. So they've obviously got a video package for him. So it's a learning curve for him. But the ball's still reasonably new. I don't want to use the C word, crucial. But they're opening 45 minutes with those two. Looms pretty large as far as the West Indies.
Roach got it to swing yesterday, didn't he? And so we'll just wait and see how it goes. It is the wind has changed, folks, from one direction, the north-west, was it yesterday? Northeast, northwest. But it's now the south. And normally that usually associated with a bit of swing at the basin. But it's actually, I think, a bit strong and blustery at the moment. And I also think it's a little bit cold, if anything.
Yeah, the flags are quite violently moving down to our right-hand side.
Normally you like to have, I mean, unless you bowl very slowly, like I did, you've got time to swing. In fact, it's the wind. It's wind assisted. And so, but the quicker bowlers might not kind of get that. What you want above the pitch is very still air, and then you can get some swing. And I'm not sure whether they're going to get that quite this morning. We'll wait and see. Wait and see. Seals brings the ball back into the left-handers. Roach takes it away from the left-handers. So they've got both covered, but they'll need to put in big stints today, I think, just as New Zealand had to in the last days of the last test.
Just Michael Ray, a few thoughts on Michael Ray. I've really enjoyed listening to him talk about, I never thought this opportunity would arrive. Asked him yesterday at the end of the day's play, when did you feel comfortable? I never feel comfortable, even when he's playing at first class cricket. You know, he thinks there's so many good players going around. Freshly honest. What did you make of his 18 overs 3 for 67?
Started a bit loose. Was hit fairly on. Boy, is this what Test cricket's about? 10 runs off the first over, 4 and a 6. But he slowly settled, I think, into that a bit better. He seems to me to be a bowler who hits the pitch. You know, that just slightly short of a length. He feels comfortable bowling that. He seems to be a bowler that brings the ball back into right-handers. That's his natural kind of line. And so he's got to be, you know, whether he can get the ball full enough to bring LBWs into play, or whether he's more of a nick-off type bowler. That's what struck me yesterday. Bowls a decent kind of pace, around about 140. And so I thought he had, for a first effort, to get 3 wickets. It was a good start. He'll be very pleased with those wickets, and he got a nick-off, didn't he? He got an LBW. I can't remember what the other one might have been, a nick-off too, I think. I don't know. But you'll tell me.
Caught behind.
Yeah.
First caught behind LBW.
Yeah.
You take that, isn't it?
Too right you would. Too right you would. So that's a good start. Only look at it as a start. Feel a bit more comfortable around the troops. Feel a bit more comfortable in the atmosphere of the game. Be nice if we could get a 20.
Tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, something like that. Well, very good start by you, Jeremy Coney. Very good start from you. I'm being nice because we'll turn around and hear some bad news from footy. Footy needs you. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business. Visit prospa.co.nz today. As I mentioned, the Sun is starting to win that battle against the thick high cloud. We'll give you a more detailed weather report a little bit later. Just recapping what happened yesterday. New Zealand won the toss and decided to bowl. No surprise there. Not since 2011 has a Test captain at the Basin Reserve decided, I will bat first. The West Indies made a number of changes to their top order, some forced upon them. Chandapal ruled out on the eve of the game after sustaining an injury at training. Brandon King replaced him, batting in the opening position alongside John Campbell, while Kaveem Hodge was also selected ahead of Athanase, who was dropped. Anderson Phillip in for Johan Lane. New Zealand made a lot of changes. Mitchell in for Young, Hay in for Blundell, of course, due to Blundell's injury. Race will drop. Phillips back in now. He's fit. Tickner in for Smith and Ray in for Henry. It was hard work for the New Zealanders. Wasn't till the 17th over they got the breakthrough, but one turned into two. That old tired line is King and Hodge gone for 33 and no score respectively. 92 for 2 at lunch. In the middle session, just two more wickets fell. That was Campbell didn't add to his score at lunch, gone for 44, and finally Hope gone for a breezy 48. Caught a third slip off the bowling of Tickner, who had 3 at that stage. The final session at 175 for 4, while the West Indies over 21 overs, so I think lost 6 wickets and added just 30 runs, all out for 205. Chase 29, Grave 13, Imlark 16, Roach without scoring, Phillip run out for 5, and Shields last to go, caught at third slip without scoring. Seals was not out. The wicket takers for New Zealand, Duffy took 1 for 33, Ray 3 for 67, Tickner 4 for 32, Phillips 1 for 19. At stumps, thanks to Latham 7, Conway 16, New Zealand 24 without loss through 9 overs. All right, let's head to the markets and the TAB. To be more specific, you can bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. Please bet responsibly. It is R18. Here is Mr. Responsibility. Good morning, Brad Lewis.
Good morning, Daniel. How are you doing?
We're good.
Good. All right, New Zealand dollar 5 head-to-head. West Indies paying 14s, the draw out to 19s. That is an unlikely result as we sit on day 2 with New Zealand no wicket down. The top run scorer for New Zealand, so Devon Conway currently at the crease is 460. Tom Latham is $5, but the favourite, there's no surprise here, it's Kane Williamson at 425. And Daniel, I'm hearing some rumours that apparently he's a man under pressure. I don't know where those rumours have come from, but he's paying $4.25. Just a few people coming through on the text line saying today's a big day for Kane Williamson to step up and show us what he's got, apparently.
What? Oh, come on. The only thing he's under pressure for is to continue to play Test cricket beyond the series.
Yes. Yeah, and that's an internal thing, right? So
yes,
exactly.
Well, you've got him.
Exactly. And I quite like Daniel Glenn Phillips at $9 if you're looking for your smoky in the New Zealand innings. And as for the West Indies bowlers, Jaden Seals $3.05, Kemar Roach is $3.50, Anderson Phillip $5.60, and Justin Graves, the double centurion from the first test, $6.50 to be the top wicket taker. And next batter out for New Zealand, well, we hope neither of them get out from a New Zealand standpoint, but Tom Latham $1.96, Devon Conway $1.78. As always, please bet responsibly. It is R18, Daniel.
Thanks very much, Brad. Interesting on multiple fronts. Bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. R18. Please bet responsibly. We are live for the Basin Reserve, the summer of cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to the team at Prosper. New Zealand batters hoping to prosper today. What sort of conditions await them? Well, let's find out with our Waterforce weather report. Waterforce are your local water management partner. Yesterday it was a lovely day, plenty of sunshine, fresh northwesterly. Now the first thing, the wind has switched around. It is coming from the south, but similar sort of range of wind. As I've just seen Jeremy McHardy's now giving the umpire a good talking to down there. It's like Grant Elliott's next to him. Again, check out our social media. A little hint for you. The southerly is about 20k, the odd gust around 30, if not a little bit higher. That is very manageable. Not as humid as yesterday. It was quite a sticky day yesterday, 73% humidity right now, but the forecast itself, as we currently sit at about 16 degrees, hitting for a high of 19. Mainly fine apart from some cloud and the odd shower in the morning. No sign of the odd shower, although we are getting very late in the morning now, aren't we? The southerlies will persist but will ease in the evening. So the forecast for today, not as warm. That southerly always does bring a colder element to it, but importantly, it doesn't look like we're going to get any interruption. If you are one of those people who believe a long-range forecast to Wellington, I'm a sceptic. Tomorrow, mainly fine, chance of a shower in the morning, strong southerlies developing in the morning, an expected high of just 16 degrees, the coolest day of the test match. Saturday, 5 fine. Southerlies turning easterly in the evening, and Sunday, if required, fine. Northerlies developing in the afternoon. So that looks fine to me as far as the longer range forecast for this test match at the Basin Reserve. Waterforce Weather Report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. It is 20 past 10 as we count down to the first ball on day number 2. Before the players arrive in the middle, we'll hear from Devon Conway, you'll hear from Ian Smith, Garth Galloway, Jeremy Coney with the pitch report. Stay with us though. And then immediately after this break though, Tom Bartlett, we welcome back to the commentary box after having a well-earned day off at kids' graduation. He's just, I've never seen a happier man. This is at graduation, not being at work today. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Tom Bartlett with you after this.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation. The Kiwi summer is kicking off and we want to make sure you are turf ready. With warmer days starting to ramp up, now's the time to make sure your surface can handle the heat. PGG Wrights and Turf has the right products and advice to keep turf strong through dry spells, high traffic and heavy use. Whether it's heat, wear or stress, our team knows how to keep your turf looking and playing its best. Stay ahead this summer. Call 0800 PGW Turf today or visit pggwrightsandturf.com to find the right products for your turf.
You do not want to miss this. Get into your local night and day this December to try their range of delicious donuts. Here's something sweet. Donuts are $3 every day in December, including chocolate, golden bicky, cookies and cream and more. From just $3 every day in December. With over 50 stores nationwide, your local night and day is never far away.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
What's bigger than a weekend with your besties singing along with all the best box? Big Barrel. Big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals. Because that's what friends are for, right? Don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
Yesterday, the West Indies batted 75 overs to 205. And in around 30
flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet power bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet power banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Holy! My ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble Partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
One of the main entry gates there in a little huddle having a little chat about things, and we've got players going through some warm-up that you'd expect far out from the start of play.
Paul from Waterforce here. At Waterforce, we take on New Zealand's toughest water challenges, from managing industrial wastewater to optimising complex distribution systems. We deliver smart, sustainable solutions that keep your operations running smoothly. Because the right water solution isn't just important, it's how we help build a better future for New Zealand industries and a clearer tomorrow.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and
and be wise with water.
CAB safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. No one not to get your bet on.
After 1 hour, they probably thought, boy, we've done the right thing here.
R18, bet responsibly. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today.
Just a nice little part
Standard credit criteria apply.
make sure that when they
business
came to the
happen
ground this
with
morning,
fast
they are
access to
all
funds.
intact and bet
Visit
they are. So
prosper.co.nz.
today, to me,
Welcome
I've
back
been
to the
Base
Summer of
Reserve
Cricket on
many,
Sport
many
Nation.
occasions,
You're
and I
listening
love
to
it
live
every time I come
ball-by-ball
here.
commentary. This is the
looks
Black
like a good
Caps
batting
against the
day.
West Indies, the Test Series
From
on
up here,
Sport
I haven't
Nation.
been down close. I understand
Welcome
we're
back
gonna
to
hear
the
from our
Basin
colleagues,
Reserve in
Jeremy and
Wellington.
Garth
We are
very
building up to the
shortly.
start
They've been down
of
the
day number 2 in the second Test match, New Zealand and the West Indies. Yesterday, the West Indies batted 75 overs, dismissed for 205, and in around 33 minutes' time, New Zealand will resume 24 without loss in reply. Big first day, lots of wickets, the drama around Blair Tickner, who we have spotted at the ground this morning. He does have that left arm in a sling, so we won't be seeing him naturally today, and neither will New Zealand be hoping they'll see half of their team, because if the top 6 or 7 batters do the job, I'm sure Rob Walter and the coaching staff hope none of those guys will be required. So yeah, we're building up to the start of day number 2. New Zealand 24 without loss. In terms of the weather, quite a lot of overcast conditions, quite a lot of thick cloud, but there is some blue poking through. The wind direction has changed from yesterday. The northerly has turned southerly, which means the temperature not quite as warm, but it's still pretty nice out there. And the West Indies fielders going through some slip catching. The New Zealand team just down in front of the Arrowvance stand to the left, to one of the main entry gates. They're in a little huddle having a little chat about things, and we've got players going through some warm-ups as you'd expect this far out from the start of play on day number 2. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Ian Smith is alongside me. Morning, Smithy. An interesting first day that New Zealand probably walk away thinking, well, you know, we wanted to roll the Windies for a score. We did that. Now we've got an opportunity here to go big and go really big and set themselves up for the Test match.
Yes, Tom, good morning to you. Good morning to the listeners. You summed it up absolutely perfectly. That was the script yesterday, and it came to fruition. Tom Latham winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, as would have Roston Chase, who said at the toss that he would have bowled. So New Zealand got it their way. It didn't look like it after 1 hour. In fact, after 1 hour, they probably thought, boy, we've done the right thing here, and we've got to start getting it in the right areas. They got their act together through Blair Tickner. He turned the course of the morning session, and then, of course, they dominated most of the afternoon session. So well done, New Zealand. Extremely good day of Test cricket, polished off by just a nice little partnership towards the end of the day to make sure that when they came to the ground this morning, they are all intact, and that they are. So today, to me, I've been to the Basin Reserve on many, many occasions, and I love it every time I come here. This looks like a good batting day. The surface from up here, I haven't been down close. I understand we're going to hear from our colleagues Jeremy and Garth very shortly. They've been down with a microscope and had a little look at the pitch, and they've determined some things, I understand, so we're going to hear from them. But in all honesty, it looks like a really good day for batting. You've got a platform to start with. You're not chasing very many, 205. I would expect New Zealand will be thinking, yes, as you said, we'll bat all day. We won't involve the bowlers. They can put their feet up, and the batters do their job on days 2 and half of day 3, and see where we're at that point. That's the long term. Of course, the short term is ball by ball.
Obviously, Tom Latham, Smithy, and Rachin Ravindra coming off big hundreds. Latham's at the crease. Ravindra slated to come in at number 4. An opportunity for Kane Williamson today to come out and try and score some runs.
Yes, in the top 3, we've got 2 players that really need to deliver a big score. Devon Conway, who's still far from, to me anyway, settled in the side in terms of his return. Would be nice to think that in 12 months' time we have a roaring top order going to Australia, because we'll need it, and that would be, consisting of Latham, obviously, Conway and Williamson to take on the Australians, and that's long term, of course. The small picture is right here and now, but you're right, this is an opportunity for Kane Williamson and for Devon Conway to get in and to score really, really big. There are a few little things with the new ball last night which you would expect, but once they get through the first half an hour to an hour today, and a day it can do that largely unscathed, there's a lot of profit to be made with the bat out there, and it just looks to me as if it's a big batting day.
Well, I heard, Smithy, about what happened to Blair Tickner yesterday. Well, my concern, obviously, as a fan, was for Blair Tickner. My concern also was for the unintended consequence of that, which meant that the bowling of Zach Folkes and Jacob Duffy would again come in for extra. They're going to have to go again. How important is it, New Zealand, to bat today to give those two guys, those warriors, a rest?
Well, it is. It's hugely important. You know, you'd like to think that they didn't even come to the ground. They could put their feet up at home and just lie on the bed and just rest and recuperate, but that's not the nature of the game, of course. They were here this morning going through their paces, but very gingerly and very slowly as well, so that's good. Honestly, they're just young kids, and you expect that they turn up for work, which it is, every day with a smile on their face and a zest to get into it, but boy, that took a toll down in Christchurch, as we all saw. Yesterday they didn't look at the peak of their powers, put it that way, particularly folks who had a decent breeze to operate with over his right shoulder that would have suited him, moving the ball into the right-handers away from the left-handers, but he just didn't quite get it right. It wasn't quite as fluent as we saw at times in Christchurch, so they might need a bit more time, and that's the benefit of batting for a long time. Without Blair Tickner, who was the linchpin yesterday, the spark that provided the breakthrough, and was aggressive throughout the day, and it's only because he's so aggressive that he's injured now, because a lot of bowlers wouldn't have bothered diving in the way that he did yesterday, and ended up with a shoulder in terrible state. So they won't see him for this test match. It might even be the end of Blair Tickner for quite some time this summer. We certainly hope not, with all the trials and tribulations he's been through and the limited opportunities that he gets. But yes, you're right. Big picture is when they come to bowl again, they are a bowler down, a new ball bowler down, a bounce bowler down, and that will please the West Indies in a weird sort of a way.
Thoughts there of former Black Caps wicketkeeper Ian Smith providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now, coming up to 28 minutes away from 11 o'clock. First ball of day 2 due to be delivered at 11 o'clock. Just recapping the game situation, New Zealand will resume 24 without loss in response to the West Indies 205 all out. The Windies surted into bat by New Zealand captain Tom Latham yesterday, and while it looked good at the start, 205 definitely represents a win for New Zealand. Talked a bit about some of the conditions, and we will hear from Garth and Jerry shortly about the conditions. What does the breeze changing do here? The northerly becomes a southerly today. Your years of playing at the bases, how much harder will that be for the West Indian pace attack potentially today to have to handle?
Right now, not so bad, but the basin reserve can bite visitors, and it bites it with the strength of the breeze, and southerlies can get really strong here, and then it becomes such a challenge for people that aren't used to it. Even when the wind behind you, it becomes difficult because it can throw you off your run up, it can throw the balance off that you've got, it can throw a lot of things out of kilter, and then of course bowling into it, if it's gusty, it can be so off-putting. I've seen situations here where very experienced bowlers have basically thrown their hands up in the air and almost given up. Tough if it gets up.
And at the moment, that breeze is not wild by any stretch, and it's not expected to be, but any southerly, any Wellingtonian will tell you, any southerly can cause an issue depending on how it's kind of blowing and what direction it's coming from at a certain time of the day.
Absolutely. Today's an Oriental Bay day. In other words, if the wind's coming from the south, that's where you go to the beach at Oriental Bay down in the harbour, because it's protected from the southerly. Yesterday was more a Lyell Bay day, where over by the airport, the beach is protected from the northerly. So, you know, you wake up in the morning if you're a beach goer and you look at which direction the flag is, and then you make up your mind which beach you're going to go to. But theoretically, at this point, shouldn't be a massive issue for the West Indies. I mean, if it's like it is now and they're having problems, wait till later. And you know at some stage over the 5 days, here it will be a challenge.
Yes, it certainly will be, but as we say, at the moment, not an issue for in terms of getting ready for the start of day number 2, but that southerly breeze certainly undoubtedly will throw up a few questions for the West Indians attacks. They try and defend these 205 runs they have in the bank, New Zealand, with Tom Latham and Devon Conway at the crease. You touched on Devon Conway, I just want to talk about him a little bit more. He's kind of looked quite good, Smithy, in the second innings at times, and I think it might have been you and I talking in Christchurch about the need for him him to get a score, and then just let it go when he got to sort of mid-30s in Christchurch. He'll fancy, I suppose, the fact this is a familiar ground to him. Played a lot of cricket here, scored a lot of runs on the Basin Reserve, but he does need a score, doesn't he? He needs a score, not a 37.
Yeah, it's not pure Devon Conway at the moment, and I think we're talking more about his defence really than when he plays his cover drives and his aggressive shots. He looks in pretty good shape and pretty good nick. It's just when he looks to defend around the area where the ball bounces a wee bit and his hands come into play, he looks a bit nervous about that and a bit ginger about his grip on the bat, and sometimes you see one of his hands coming off, he loses shape and control. So it's the defending side of it for me which is the worry, because against really, really good bowling attacks you do a lot more defending than you do attacking. And again, I go forward to Australia, and that's going to be the yardstick for this side. It's been a while since we have been invited to play 4 test matches. Let's hope they all happen. And the fact of the matter is that it's going to be challenged by whatever Australia attack they come up with. You look at that attack that they've got going now. No one would have thought they would be winning 2-0 without Hazelwood and Lyon and Cummings. To be honest, no one thought that would happen, and they have. So forget about the fact that they've got 4 main bowlers. They've got a hatful of them if England are finding out. So look, that's what when I look at Devon Conway, I think you've got to be under serious pressure in 12 months' time, and a lot of it will be defending and leaving, and bounce will be a big factor in Australia. So I'd like to see him get that more under control, where he's happier with it, and people looking on are convinced that he's in control of his defence as much as anything else.
He's on 16. He's very short innings at this stage, 16 from 26, so small sample size, but promising signs at the back end of day 1 from Devon Conway. And as we've said, he will resume around 20 minutes' time with Tom Latham, New Zealand captain, 7 from 28. He was coming off a big 100 in Christchurch, the New Zealand captain. Another man coming off a big 100, Ratchin Ravindra. Another guy, Smithy, who knows all about the Basin Reserve. Ratchin in his young career scored a lot of runs out here too. He wouldn't mind a little go here this morning.
He'd be prepared to wait for his mate Conway to get plenty, and for Kane Williamson to get a few as well. But when he gets the opportunity, yes, of course he loves the Basin Reserve. This is the ground that he used to come to when he was being educated out in the hut. This was the time that he thought, one day I could be out there, one day I could be playing Test cricket. Well, he is, and he's a fantastic player. A Ravindra 100 is a delight to the eye, not just the score sheet, but it's an absolute delight to the eye. And so we look at him as a player who's going to entertain us in the years going forward, going to bring people into grounds, and no much more so than right here at the Basin Reserve, where they love him already, and he could really entertain, particularly if they're a couple down for 180 when he comes in.
Well, we shall see. It's 23 minutes away from 11 o'clock. It's time now to head to the PGG Rights and Turf Pitch Report. PGG Rights and Turf, New Zealand's turf industry experts. A short time ago, Garth, Galloway and Jeremy Coney went out into the centre of the Basin Reserve to check out the pitch at the start here of day number 2.
The PGG Rights and Turf Pitch Report.
He's got it right. Welcome to day today.
Welcome to day 2 at the Basin Reserve, the West Indies versus New Zealand. Jeremy and I are separated by a border here.
Cross-border hostility about to begin.
Exactly. Well, let's talk about the pitch, Jerry. We've been out. We're out here having a look at it. Length is the issue that I think has grabbed our attention this morning.
Well, particularly the ball marks, isn't it? The ball marks that are resident at the moment on the pitch where they've landed yesterday. If you look at the southern end, there are hardly any in the first 4 metres, I would say, towards the batsman. In other words, quite short, and that's when they're running from the RA bandstand with the wind behind them yesterday. They said it's not seeing very much, it's not giving them, I'm going to go short, right? So very little ball marks up at that end. If we come to look it down quickly to the northern end of the ground, bowling from
the southern end, they pitched it up a little bit more into the wind. So that's quite obvious, but there are an awful lot around the middle, aren't there? They attacked with the short ball, and it actually worked for them.
Jerry, yesterday we had a sunny day, the wind was coming over my left shoulder.
From the north.
Today, southwest.
Opposite direction.
Meaning?
Usually at the Basin Reserve, that means a little bit of swing, but I think it's just it's just too strong for swing, and I don't think the temperature is such at the moment. If it changes, fine, they might get a bit of swing. Sort of my pace, very, very slow. You can go and get it.
I'm getting nostalgic. Autumn leaves from Jeremy Coney. I think if you bowled here today, the ball might come right back at you. Our special thanks to His Royal Blackness, Corey Black, who's allowed Jeremy into this position here. You're very lucky.
I am. I'm honoured to be this side, especially further away from Garth.
That's the PGG Rights and Turf pitch report.
Well, it's here Garth Galloway and Jeremy Coney with the PGG Rights and Turf pitch report. PGG Rights and Turf, New Zealand's turf industry experts. We're building up to the start of day number 2, the second test match. New Zealand and the West Indies coming to you from the glorious Basin Reserve in Wellington. The game nicely set up from a New Zealand perspective. The West Indies bowled out yesterday for 205, and in around 20 minutes New Zealand will resume 24 without loss in reply. Tom Latham on 7, Devon Conway on 16, and a potential day for batting for New Zealand to try and set themselves up in this test match. If you're wondering what's going on with the injury to Blair Tickner, I can tell you I can see Blair Tickner. He's out on the ground in a sling, and we understand there will be a update regarding his participation in this test match and going forward from New Zealand cricket in the next 20 minutes or so. So Garth Galloway will have that for you shortly. We will take a short break here on Sport Nation. It's 19 minutes away from 11 o'clock.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from the Shallow Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bag. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Bags. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T&Cs and standard credit criteria apply.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to Night and Day, of course. And here's why. Every Tuesday in December, you can get halibut chicken for just $4. Enjoy a tender, boneless chicken thigh fillet coated to crispy perfection. Head to nightandday.co.nz to find your local. With over 50 stores nationwide, your Tuesday $4 halibut chicken is never far away.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and restrict on your betting. Set deposit limits, block out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on.
I think we're going to get through the day.
R18, bet responsibly. Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. At Waterforce, we take on New Zealand's toughest water challenges, from managing industrial wastewater to optimising complex distribution systems. We deliver smart, sustainable solutions that keep your operations running smoothly, because the right water solution isn't just important, it's how we help build a better future for New Zealand industries and a clearer tomorrow.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
What's bigger than a weekend with your besties singing along with all the best bops? Big Barrel. Big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals. Because that's what friends are for, right? Don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Auckland Co-op Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Auckland Co-op Taxis, are your dependable ride and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
Safe and reliable.
Playing all forms of the game. Where do you assess your form?
Or visit yourride.nz.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Yeah, certainly. I think. And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. That sou'wester that you've heard about is just picking up a little bit in Wellington. I think we're going to get through the day. Just to remind you that the West Indies made 205, 24 without loss New Zealand when they resume in 15 minutes time. Tom Latham on 7 and Devon Conway on 16. Let's now take an interview where Daniel McHardy caught up with Devon Conway, and then we'll have news of Blair Tickner.
Day number 2 of the second test between New Zealand and the West Indies. Very good of Black Caps opener Devon Conway to join us. He's one of the overnight batsmen. How tricky was that little 9-over spell? Opener's nightmare.
Yeah, certainly. I knew at some point yesterday when they were 8 or 9 down, I was like, we're going to have a crack at this tonight. I think as openers, you've just got to mentally get yourself up for it. I think that's what we do. We have to enjoy that time. Even though it's not a great time to bat, but we know that the rewards are if you get through the night, you can get a feel for the wicket, what it's doing, and then come back and start again the next day.
The rewards getting through that new ball partnership, they have so much experience, and probably less so the further they go down the line.
Yeah, certainly. I think, they're two frontline bowlers, Roach and Seals. They're obviously the guys that bring control to their attack. And then I don't know much about Phillip, so I'll be doing a little bit of scouting on him this morning, getting some footage of what he's done in the past. And then obviously we've got a feel for what Shields does too. We know he brings a little bit of pace, but through that, there might be scoring opportunities, so we'll have to just assess and see how we go.
You're back playing all forms of the game. Where do you assess your form?
Yeah, pretty happy with things alright. I think the last couple of months I've been batting quite nicely. I've just enjoyed the opportunity to be involved in all the formats so far. I just try and look at it, how can I contribute day in and day out, and always look to improve. So that's one of my little mantras that I try and keep myself to.
You feel you're close to your best?
I never know, to be honest. I feel like there's always room to grow. I'm enjoying what I'm doing at the moment with the bat, but I think, as long as I've got that growth mindset, it keeps me enjoying it, keeps me engaged, and I obviously would like to be doing a job for the team, most importantly.
Let's talk about the state of the game. I guess job done yesterday. It was a bit of a slow first hour, I thought, but to bowl any side out after you win the toss, you take that.
Yeah, certainly. I think credit to the way the West Indies boys batted early yesterday morning, put our bowlers under pressure, and arguably they probably won that first session. So for us, it was nice to bounce back, particularly the way the bowlers came in after lunch, provided that control, got a couple of breakthroughs, and to keep them to just over 200 was a fantastic effort to sort of claw the game back into our favour after yesterday's session.
You've played here a lot. How's that surface playing? We thought it might have been a little bit drier, browner than normal on a day one.
Yeah, I think we noticed, fielding at point majority of yesterday, I sort of noticed that there was a bit of tennis ball bounce yesterday, so it didn't sort of zip through as much as we used to in the past. But I think, as the day goes on today, day 2, it might quicken up a little bit more. There was still assistance with that new ball, but a nip. So yeah, for us, it's just about getting through that hard ball, that new ball, and then trying to get it nice and soft so we can capitalize back late as the innings goes on.
Yeah, the real downer yesterday was Blair Tickner. We know the passion, the pride turns up with him. He was on a bit of a heater, wasn't he? I guess the whole camp's gutted for him.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he brings so much passion to the group. Even the way he tried to field that ball down at fine leg yesterday, obviously we're very gutted for him to have the shoulder injury. And obviously what he was doing with the ball, he was the guy that sort of brought it back for us yesterday after the start we had. And hopefully he can be back up and running and be part of the group again.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work though. The bowlers have been put through a lot. Does Devon Conway's 3 for 36 in 2016 and 17 get mentioned to the skipper? Are you still bowling those medium pies?
Oh, hopefully not. I haven't bowled a ball since I've moved to New Zealand, so hopefully that stays the same. But what we went through in the first test with the bowlers that we lost, I'm sure that we're able to sort of bounce back and maintain something here in the second.
We'll go get prepared. Thanks again for making some time for us.
Thanks a lot, Dad. Thank you.
The summer of cricket with Prosper Fast Business Funding. That is Daniel McHardy talking to Devon Conway, and nice to hear Devon Conway with no aspirations at all of having a bowl in this match or any other one by the sounds of it. I can now provide you with an update which has been issued by New Zealand Cricket and is able to be read now. Black Caps pace bowler Blair Tickner will not bowl or field and is unlikely to bat for the remainder of the second test in Wellington after dislocating his shoulder while diving to stop a boundary on day 1. Tickner, who was taken to hospital for treatment last night, will join the squad at the ground today as he awaits further specialist assessment to determine his return to play. So bad news for Blair Tickner. No surprises there, having watched him being removed from the ground yesterday. He is here. We've seen him down with his teammates, his left shoulder in a sling, and it's a disappointing way for him to end this test match after such a splendid performance yesterday. 24 without loss. New Zealand play due to start here in 9 minutes time. Back soon.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series, live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
And now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson, thanks to Tavendale and Partners, expertly navigating the primary sector's legal landscape.
In rural news, farmer confidence has slipped back from the near-record highs we saw through most of 2025. Rabobank's final confidence survey of the year shows sentiment still positive overall, but easing, with the net reading dropping from above 40% in recent quarters to 28%. 40% of farmers still expect the broader ag economy to improve over the next year, but that's down from 51%. Those expecting things to worsen have more than doubled from 5% to 12%. The rest expect conditions to hold steady. Rabobank New Zealand CEO Todd Charteris says the fall needs to be kept in perspective. Confidence remains strong, and positivity is still the dominant sentiment across the sector.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson, thanks to Tavendale and Partners, delivering exceptional legal expertise grounded in a genuine understanding of the primary sector.
At Woodford, we understand the stress of working farms on your farm. Our measuring and monitoring.
What's bigger than a weekend with your mates? Blasting the best rock bangers. Big barrel, big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals, because that's what friends are for, right? So don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
play's going to be interrupted by
Holy,
weather today.
my ride's going to be how much? Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Auckland Co-op taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
Safe and reliable.
Beautiful green stripes here in the outfield of
Or yourride.nz.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Aramis Intuition 100ml EDP $149.99, save $47. And save $9 on Head & Shoulders shampoo or conditioner, 660ml range now $10.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, block out days and choose the markets you can access. Not to get the bet on.
18, bet responsibly. When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Rights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGRightsandTurf.com.
Yes, they certainly.
At Waterforce, we understand the stress of water compliance on your farm. Our metering, measuring and monitoring products paired with expert knowledge take the hassle out of meeting regulations. Let us handle compliance while you focus on the farming. Track water usage precisely with our advanced systems, telemetry, backflow prevention testing and drinking water quality. At Waterforce, we do it all.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Was it Latham?
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Your business funded faster. Sunshine at the moment in Wellington, and no real suggestion that the play's going to be interrupted by weather today. It's cooler than yesterday, a forecast high of 19 degrees. Umpire Corey Black is out there standing like a sentry, just protecting the pitch area. Some of the TV commentators about to leave the field. We have, of course, red badge security out in the middle, protecting the outfield, the boundary area, and the Basin Reserve is a picture. Beautiful green stripes here in the outfield. The Bahutakawa flowering away on the eastern edge of the boundary, and in fact around lots of parts of Wellington, also over by the CS Dempster and JR. There's the JR Reid gates. Jeremy Coney's got his head in the sand as I've got my pens wrong. Anyway, Jerry, nice to have you here. We've done our pitch report and managed to survive that. I think the viewers of that will learn very little today. But looking at the pitch, I thought one of the things that occurred to me is it's a very good indicator of the length that New Zealand bowled yesterday. And from the northern end, particularly, it's quite noticeably shorter with the wind at their backs. Does it tell you that we can expect to see the same from the West Indies, but reversed with this southerly breeze? Which one? Do you want the breeze or do you want the breeze? Okay, all right. Yes, they certainly, the bowlers for New Zealand yesterday bent their backs and went short when they bowled with the wind behind them. And you'll find that as soon as they swapped around, they had to pitch the ball closer to the batsman. Interestingly, I think, Garth, 7 batsmen of the 10, not counting the run out by the way, but 7 batsmen fell at the northern end. In other words, if they pitched the ball up, they had a much better chance of claiming a wicket. There were LBWs, all of them from the northern end. They were nicking off either to the slip cordon or the keeper. There was a catch dropped at this end by, I think, was it Latham? Kept fairly low and didn't go through, so there was a drop as well. And then there was a bowled by, I think, by Phillips. So he was bowling from, of course, the southern end of the ground. So 7
wickets fell yesterday at this advanced stand end, only 2 at the other end. Short ball, yes, well that's what they bowled most of, and that was to Hope, who got in a tangle in it with himself and was caught, I think, by Williamson running in from sort of a third slip, a couple of paces, and then there was a bowled as well off the inside edge, which was Chase. But apart from that, no wickets. And I'm not saying that the short ball wasn't an effective weapon. I think it was, and I think the West Indies have got to deal with that short ball, and I think they will be noticed all around the world now that they feel a level of discomfort with it.
Yeah, so in terms of length with the West Indies then, we saw Tom Latham actually played a couple of shots yesterday where he seemed to be a little bit surprised by the bounce. They went off the shoulder of the bat and we saw an opportunity missed. Corden bowled a very difficult chance running forward and diving forward, but there were a couple of times where he squared a bit and was a little bit surprised by bounce.
I agree. He was almost getting the shoulder of the bat and lost control of the shot. As you say, Graves, was it Seals, I think, went racing up and dived and nearly got his hand underneath the ball, almost at Latham's feet. And then also some at the southern end where he was able to, get it just in between gully and maybe fourth slip in that area there. So he had lost control of the shot, he had lost control of the ball. And so anything with a bit of bounce, I think, is with a chance for the West Indies. They've got to do it early. And the other thing is Conway. Conway is a bit of a concern, isn't he? I think you'd have to start saying, and not so much in his shot making, more in his defence and pushing out with one hand and not getting the foot out beside it. Surely you would have a man in close, either on the offside or the leg side, depending on which part of the stumps you're attacking. He looks more comfortable, as I say, when he's attacking than he does defending, which is a little bit odd. And I just would be very concerned about the bounce in Australia. I'm thinking about just ahead a little. How will he go over there? They'll be merciless against him if he's going to play like that. They'll have noticed it already.
Absolutely. And there are 3 slips in place. Hope is in the gully, Campbell at point. So Chase is at first slip, Graves second, and Hodge is at third. And in fact, we're going to see Hope coming into a 4th slip. So it's going to be Roach bowling around the wicket. First delivery of the morning is just into the hip of Latham and drops down to...
The bowlers really know either which way it's going to seam. They try to get the seam canted at a certain angle, see if they can get it to land on that and move the way that it's pointing. But often it's not the case, and nowadays, in the last 2, 3, 4 years perhaps, they've got this new ball that they call the wobble ball nowadays, which the seam is moving from one side to another as it goes between, say, 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
Latham faces the last ball of the over, and again it's left by him. So Latham's judgment good there, is it just again climbing just outside the off stump, and an effort from Roach you could hear in the delivery. So the first over has been bowled and made in 24 without loss it is. Latham is on 7, Conway is on 6, and just cooler conditions in Wellington, so those in the RA Vance stand here, always great to see. People are very positional, aren't they, in terms of the RA Vance stand. They've come back again today. Many of the people who were here yesterday, they sit in exactly the same place as yesterday. It's a
territorial,
simple recipe, possessive.
This is my space. Do not invade.
I think it's the best place to watch cricket from in New Zealand, the RA Vance stand. If you're a purist and you like to be behind the bowler, there's space to do that. Nicely elevated.
Not so much in a southerly
today. Yeah, well, there's certainly a change in clothing. People have rugged up a little bit down there. But they're purists, and a little bit of a subtlety's not going to put them off. Great people coming here and just devoting a few days just to sit and watch cricket, enjoy the sound of ball on bat. As here we see the first delivery from Seals is just drifting into the pads of Conway, and it's a nice opportunity for him to get underway today, turning the ball square of the wicket and fielded down there on the boundary by Shields.
Yeah, Conway's quite happy with the ball there, isn't he? Around about leg stump. And he can tuck that away quite nicely as he did there. There is a bat pad in there just in front of square. There's a leg slip as well, or a leg gully catching, virtually alongside the wicket keeper, and there's a fine leg, or a wide fine leg.
Here's Seals bowling again down the leg side, an appeal for caught behind from first, second and third slip, but perhaps more importantly not from the wicket-keeper, who had the best view of all, and no appeal from bowler Seals either, bowling around the wicket. So Roach is fielding at mid-on. Always unusual to see a fast bowler up in the circle. Of course, we saw it with Tim Southey as well during his career, particularly when he was captaining New Zealand. But generally they like to drop away and field down at third man or backward square leg or fine leg. Here is Seals bowling around the wicket, turned into the onside, where just off the pads of Conway. And the West Indies have also, I see, they've got a fielder at leg slip. So two slips. Hope is at gully. Looks like Chase and Graves are first and second slip, and there's that fielder now in its short leg for Conway. So just looking for an edge, an inside edge onto those pads. Here he is bowling. This is a good delivery which comes back. Conway left it and left it well again on length, but that seemed back quite a long way.
Yeah, at the moment Seals is getting swing. He's bringing it back into the left-handers, and that's just short of a length, and that's why Conway could let that go. It's over the top of the stumps, but a good leave on length. He's trusting that, but that's the first ball he's been able to get outside the eye line, starting it outside the eye line of Conway, which is the area that he sometimes has trouble defending from that offside.
Bowls again. This is well played by Conway, just cramping him up a little bit, but he keeps his bat straight. That's often the area where we see Conway falling over a little bit and losing his composure. He goes back and manages to stand tall, and importantly the full face of the bat coming down, the ball ending up straight down the pitch. 26 without loss. A good crowd in again today, Jerry. The loyal Wellington fans.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think they'd congregate more at the southern end, I think, to get some more respite.
Here's Conway onto the back foot, and he will pick up his first boundary of the day. Again, as Jeremy Coney's described, a bit of in swing to the left-hander, and he just waits and plays it beautifully past the gully area for 4. 30 without loss. Latham is 7.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Kemar Roach has moved from mid-wicket to the top of his bowling mark at the southern end of the ground. He bowls to Latham, turns square of the wicket to King.
A couple of thoughts. I think Seals should really be over the wicket, Garth. He's swinging it back in from round the wicket to Conway, and once again Conway looking much more happy attacking the ball rather than defending it. And secondly, if he bowled over the wicket, it brings the stumps into play. You can get bowled, you can get LBW. Harder to get that from bowling around the wicket, unless it's very full.
So back to 3 slips and a gully for Roach, bowling to Latham, who's onto the back foot, and he will pick up his first boundary of the morning and of his innings. Tom Latham just clipping that ball square of the wicket, not too dissimilar to the way that Conway played in the last over, just again given a little bit of width, and the West Indies already falling into the trap of bowling too short to the New Zealand openers.
And both getting the treatment, both for boundaries, both behind square, both left-handers. So you really have to pitch the ball up. As I mentioned, 7 wickets to fall at the northern end of the game yesterday, of the ground yesterday, and only 2 from the southern end. So keep the ball up. That's where you get your LBWs. That's where you get your nicks and bowls.
Coffee's arrived. Thank you very much. As this is driven to square of the wicket, and it's Campbell, who's walking in, but really does end up almost in a catching position at Gully. It's hit quite sharply to him, but nicely fielded. Coffee's arrived. See if it's hot enough for me today, Jerry. It feels good. I've had a couple of extra hot ones which have been extra warm, and today this is feeling very promising.
I must say thank you for the blueberries too. That's excellent. I do like the blueberries.
Oh, well, I thought I should... I'm trying to curry favour with Smithy and you. I've given you both gifts this morning as Roach bowls and Latham is leaving outside the off stump.
Talking of curries,
34 without... Well, Smith had
a very hot curry last night.
I know.
He actually revelled in it, didn't he? Actually, while he was ordering it, almost salivating.
He was talking about just how hot he likes to have curry, and it made me feel, actually, in terms of the curry at the Galloway,
to perspire.
No, I felt inadequate because the curry that I prepared for him was nothing like that. It was it had subtlety about it and flavour with the white pepper and coriander seeds. And that's not a Grant Elliott reference to a ball. Here's this one outside the off stump, let go by Latham. But he just seems to like intense heat. No sign of him this morning for your walk?
No, he was... I did text him to say we're down here. I thought you were going to join us, but no, you were at the gym, weren't you?
I was at the gym.
With the women?
About 7 in a very confined space. I felt sorry for them.
So did I.
Yeah, sweating profusely on the bike. They were all doing all sorts of stretches and calisthenics. All workers, employees of New Zealand Rugby. So there you are, New Zealand Rugby. Be proud of your employees. As this ball is fielded nicely by Campbell in the gully region, just to hit square. 34 without loss, so a couple of runs coming off the over. Latham is 11, Conway 22.
Yes.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Celebrating New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival with major partners Spates and Smirnoff bring you an epic mix of beats, vibes and non-stop entertainment. Book today and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Summer of cricket with the Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. It is just a loss of run-up from Seals, 34 without loss. The scoreboard with Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman TV deals and expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. 2 slips and a gully for Seals to Conway. Leg gully as well and a short leg. This ball is turned by Conway to the left of Roach at wide mid-on. No addition to the score.
Better length.
Much better.
Just a hint of Conway wanting to drop the bottom hand on his bat. He always hangs on with the top hand, but he drops the bottom hand. So, of course, you lose control of the bat and the bat face itself, so that you're not hitting exactly where you'd like to, and you haven't got balance either as you push at the ball. And that's the worry about him looking forward to Australia. With the bounce that you get, you can edge that to anywhere, really.
Here's Seals bowling and played, and that's the area of discomfort, and Conway plays it well. He gets bat and pad together. The ball coming off the inside edge a little bit to that man at Hodge, but it bounced firmly to him, well in front of him. No suggestion that it was aerial. But Conway's defensive work just looks a little bit better today.
I agree. He's just hanging on to the bat as well. Haven't seen him really let it go yet as he pushes towards it. He's obviously concerned about his hands, because he's broken the fingers quite often. We know why that is. Milk in schools wasn't in operation.
Not in South Africa, as this ball is pushed outside the off stump. So Seals still just struggling with the left-handers a little bit to get line and length sorted out.
He has an option, doesn't he? The first option he could have is that he bats out of his crease a little. Now, whether he wants to do that or not, that's his own choice, of course. He's presumably, because he doesn't like doing that too much with the new ball and the bounce and so on. But you would get closer to the ball. You would also perhaps rule out, because of the bounce, some ways of dismissal, like LBW.
Yep. Seals' next delivery is wide outside the off stump, no shot.
So batting out of your crease, you might be able to get closer to the ball. If the bowler still drops his length a little bit, then you, as I say, the extra bounce, perhaps umpires won't give you out quite so much. So there's a bonus there. The other option, of course, is that I don't know whether you remember Jacques Cullis, the way how wide his feet were when he was in his stance.
Absolutely.
You were almost in a natural forward defensive position. You didn't have to move the front foot so far to get out and play a forward defence. That's another option for him.
Conway with the options is onto the back foot, and he plays a pull shot, and he's got it well. It's going to be picked up by Shields on the boundary at a deep backward square leg. He just trips as he picks the ball up, and it means that they can amble back for two. Conway in control of that shot. He's 24-36 without loss.
And if Conway could play the forward defence solidly and send a good strong message to the bowler, Seals in this case, he'll get more of those short balls. And he looks quite comfortable at the moment. He's getting it on top of the ball. It's not going in the air, in other words, low to high with the bat. So whatever he chooses to do, he's going to have to somehow work out that length where he feels awkward and uncomfortable.
West Indies, this is a better delivery from Seals, a better length and good line, and Conway comes forward and plays the ball back down the pitch. Again, to me, just looking a little bit more comfortable, playing the ball a bit later, and that looks like good news for Devon Conway. Lovely sunny conditions here. We've said it's a bit cooler with the southerly, and it is, but it's still very pleasant. The Basin Reserve looks splendid. Beautiful green grass and a lovely playing surface, and of course those splashes of colour from the trees and the embankment area. It's a beautiful place to be.
It is, isn't it? Loads of Pahutakawas away to the eastern side of the ground, and circle that sort of side round past the Wakefield Memorial.
I think Wellington must be the Pahutakawa capital of New Zealand. I was walking around, I saw them, they're all over the place in the middle of town. A beautiful tree as Latham plays the first ball from Roach's over to Shields at mid-off. Bustling Basin Reserve as well around us.
Don Neely, of course, he used to love the Pahutakawas.
Smithy mentioned that yesterday. Yeah. Well, I can see why. They become part of the attachment to being here, don't they?
Yeah, the aesthetic.
They're just beautiful. And you look at those less mature grounds around New Zealand, and there's a few of them as Roaches around the wicket. This has gone through. Bowled, hit the top of off stump. Gee whiz, you can hear the West Indies applauding. Latham has been bowled by a beautiful delivery from Roach. Absolute perfection from the West Indies fast bowler who started in Christchurch. He starts the New Zealand dismissals with a ball which has come back between bat and pad and taken the top of off stump. Glorious.
Yeah, Latham went at the length and it was a little bit short for that, and so the bat has already committed itself down the original line before it seams. And as it's a wobble ball, so as I say, oscillating as it comes down the pitch. This time it's come back in towards the left-handed Latham, and he hasn't covered it, and so he goes, leaving as he pushes out, of course, you create a gap between your bat and your pad, and it's come through and hit the stump. So a good wicket, and it's really good work from Roach. And so that means Williamson. So New Zealand will lose their first.
Just watching it, I was watching the ball coming through, and for a moment I thought it was taken in the air. Jimlock dropped the ball. It went up high, and he parried it up. But clipping the top of off and taking off, lovely delivery from Roach, just perfect positioning. And Latham's defences just found wanting a little bit, pushing at it, and through the gap. That's also the sort of perfect delivery for Conway as well. That's the area that they're looking for. Now that, of course, brings Kane Williamson to the crease, and we'll be very interested to see how his innings builds if he's able to. I thought early there was just a little bit more vulnerability about this splendid player earlier in his innings, and I thought at times it just looked like he was struggling to pick up the ball in Christchurch.
Yeah, lovely length from Roach, wasn't it? And Latham just misreading it slightly. If it was going to hold its line and not seam at all, he might have just pushed that for a couple of runs, and that's what he wasn't overplaying the big drive, but it was enough just to create the gap.
And it's as we said at the start, these are the moments of opportunity for the West Indies. The pitch will get better and better. The ball obviously will get older, and they have to get it into the right areas. So he's going to bowl over the wicket outside the off stump for Williamson, who just swivels and lets the ball pass through. Devon Conway's just talking to the umpire and having a wave to his teammates. Ian Smith has surfaced, and no doubt we'll be looking forward to catching up with Curry Talk. Discussion about that. Jerry's already mentioned it, Smithy. We've got Daniel McHardy on, who'll no doubt undertake a close exploration of last night's events.
Goodness, an exploration.
Well, if we're going to talk about what
as you wanted,
oh, it was beautiful.
It's like as you like.
There are a number of certainties when you come to Wellington, and firecracker chicken from Monsoon Poon.
There's Williamson missing outside the off stump. Already some uncertainty
is one of them. Also, possibly a Thursday night beer at the Cambridge on the way home is possibly one as well.
That's today.
But certainly firecracker chicken from the Monsoon Poon is a Wellington certainty.
Well, you were determined because it didn't work out easily, did it, really? The actual ordering of this
No, the actual ordering didn't work out easily, but the ramifications of the hot chicken did.
I think I know what you mean. Here's Roach bowling, and this is played down through the gully area for 4 runs again. Williamson a little bit uncertain, but he's off the mark. Well, they said there was a listener who wrote in yesterday, Zach, who said that he thought that we should be, with all the interest in food, we should talk about bringing in some comparisons and so on. And he said there's a delivery that's run through him like a Galloway curry, and I thought that was good, Smithy. But I feel, as I was saying to Jerry, having seen you being so excited about sheer heat, I do feel that the curry I prepared for you was totally inadequate, and I'm going to do something even more special next year if I'm back. Yes, and that's still to be determined. Yes, Roach, 44-1 it is. He bowls into. This is a good shot by Williamson, turning the ball square into the onside. Chase for Anderson Phillip, who is at long leg, and 2 more runs taken. So Williamson underway, he's 6. Conway is 24, 42 for 1, and after this break, Daniel McHardy.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 42 for the loss of 1 New Zealand. The man out, Tom Latham, bowled Roach for 11. Williamson quickly on to 6. Conway on strike on 24, not out. Reply to the West Indies 205. Starting the day 24 without loss. 5 overs in. An early breakthrough. Seals looking to back up. Kemar Roach from around the wicket. Advanced end. Full swinging into the pads of Conway, who with great sort of excitement flicks a half volley away down to the long leg boundary for 4. 46 for the loss of 1. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Well, I can see what Seals is trying to do. He's trying to get into the body of Devon Conway, and I think that's a really good plan of attack, except it demands accuracy. As soon as you get too much into the body, in other words, around about pads or just outside the line of the pads, the leg stump line of the pads, he's going to pick you off. But the other side of it, when you get him to defend around his body, that's when he's very, very uncomfortable. So I can see the plan.
Seals in again from around the wicket, on off stump, Conway defends. There we go, guess what? Hand comes off the bat.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see a replay of that, because it didn't look as if it did a heck of a lot off the pitch. This is the delivery from... the delivery I was watching at the back, though, was the one that got rid of Latham, and I was just thinking to myself, if the West Indies had another Kemar Roach somewhere up their sleeve, because he is a fine bowler, and what he does do is he works out conditions very, very quickly compared to some of his underlings at this point.
Big responsibility on Seal's shoulders as he goes wider of the off stump, no stroke. He bowled with the nor'wester yesterday, Smithy, and immediately they swung him around. Southerly at his back, straight on the money was Kemar.
Well, he gets pick of everything, and so he should. He's the best bowler. So you go to him first and say, which end, what kind of field would you like to start with? And because he's been around so long, you don't doubt his theory. And of course, he comes up with the better number of good deliveries because he's the better bowler. It's as simple as that. They just need to develop a foil for him, someone that's going to absolutely keep things in check at the other end.
Seals moves past umpire, rifle squaring up as Conway, he defends, no run.
And every now and then come up with a delivery of his own. The plan, to me, Conway's not a hard guy to bowl to. He used to be a hard guy to bowl to, but he's not now. You get into his body and you get in round about the glove area, and he is so uncomfortable. As soon as you go wide of off stump, he just loves it. Most left-handers do. He plays those shots through the covers or through gully and that with ease. But it's that line, that awkward line, and it is awkward for a lot of players too. In at the body, but straight at the body, not leg side of the body.
Here's a great charge put down at leg slipper, was another half volley leg glance. It's travelled low and to the right, outstretched dive. It was in and then it was out. That's Shea Hope, I think.
Case in point, pretty straight in to the body. The line was there. He fiddles round with it and gets put down. A catch that should have been taken. And it was put down by Brandon King. Brandon King, he'd be very disappointed with that because it was in tight, was into the pads, as we said. He won't take it on the pad, Devon Conway. He'll deflect that kind of line. And they had a player there for it. The plan was there. Just the execution was not quite right. Life.
Yeah, life for Devon Conway. Expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. 3 slips in the gully. The gully is, of course, Hope. He's the regulation gully. Over the wicket, bowling to Williamson. Very wide of off stump. The end of the over 47 for 1.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. 42-47. My apologies, I look at the nearly scoreboard and the old scoreboard. The top left-hand corner, 47 for 1. As Conway defends the first ball of the Kemar Roach over. How difficult are those catches in that position, Jerry?
Well, you don't see it immediately because it's coming out of pads and quite often being picked off, say, the stumps itself, and you're standing relatively fine. So there's always just that sort of couple of milliseconds that where is it? But you know that you're standing deep enough, I think, to see the catch.
Roach from around the wicket, Government House here, no stroke from Conway.
a little bit shorter than perhaps the slips, because you're on the offside and you can actually watch the edge and get it to come from there, right from the edge itself. So you see it as soon as it takes the edge. But therefore you've got to actually, I think, stay quite low for longer. And it's an area that I don't think we practice the catching very much at all.
Very hard to practice it, isn't it? Because it's so easy to practice offside slip catching. Because you just throw the ball outside there and it's pretty false actually.
Another one into the cordon. Very late defensive stroke from Conway to point.
The thing about practicing slip catching is it is very predictable. You're out there to practice slip catching. You know the ball's going to come. Well, one of the essences of fielding in those areas is expecting the ball to come to you and getting it through your head that it could be this ball, it could be that ball. It's very much a concentration position, and it's a very hard one to practice, because if you look at the way they practice slip catching, it's all governed towards the offside, because you can't throw the ball at the nicker's body, and that's what you have to do.
And again, coming forward, pushing up towards mid-office Conway.
So it's not an easy art. It's a weird one, actually. It's a bit of an anomaly in terms of practice, but somehow they must come up with a theory. If you want to, and it's not an often used fielding position, that's the other thing. Sometimes it's a specific one batsman on the side. And if you get him out, you might not use it again in the innings.
Because we've seen it for Williamson over the years. That's more the tuck off the hip. This is more of a leg glance, and that's not solely off the edge, sort of the outside part of the back, so it goes a bit quicker.
Well, Chandapal, 2 or 3 in the first test match.
Roach, and again, a very odd-looking defensive prod, I'll call it, outside off by Conway, survives.
I think what Smithy's saying really is you should never be surprised. You should never be surprised when the catch comes, because you've seen it and rehearsed it over and over and over, and you've watched how he plays. You know that he flicks it that way. You've seen a couple go by this morning. You've got an idea of how he plays and where it's coming from. So you're always down low. You've got to stay down. That one beat him with a bit of pace, I think.
Roach bustling in again, goes fuller on the bounce to Hope in the gully. Going off the outside part of the batters. The end of the over. Expert commentary, getting a lot of expertise from Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney. With Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. New Zealander 47 for the loss of 1. He did move well, King, though, didn't he? Looked like he saw it.
I think he'll be disappointed.
Just a bit late?
It was a bit late on it. I don't think, if I asked Brandon King how often he's fielded in that position, I would say his answer would be, not very often, sir. And he wouldn't call me sir either. He'd just say, not very often, man. But Jerry, let's getting back to this point about expecting the ball. Wicket keepers expect the ball every single delivery. You have to. You have to expect that it's coming to you every single delivery. Second slip?
Totally. You love it when it goes through to the keeper, because that gives you a sense of time, how quickly you're going to have to react, and you can hear it going into the gloves. It's very close to you.
Seals, Van stand end over the wicket, short wide. That's poor ball to Williamson, no stroke.
Yeah.
Are you looking
I'm
at
not
the
saying
ball?
he's a clunky keeper and it was noisy. I'm just saying you do hear it because you're close, and you can watch it as it goes through. Yeah, that's good. I've got now an idea how and then I'm going to adjust my depth according to are you a defensive batsman? So is it more likely to be a defensive shot that the catch is going to come from? Or is it going to be an attacking batsman? And there are those around, and even in the top order, who like to play big drives. You give yourself just a half pace.
Seals, that's better full, late movement away. Williamson discipline.
Question for you, Jerry. And this is a weird one for a lot of people sitting on the bank or driving down the road. What were you watching? The ball or the edge of the bat? Because a lot of people say you watch the edge of the bat in the slip cordon and watch the ball come off that. Other people say watch the ball because that's what you've got to catch. What did you watch?
Yeah, I watched, as I got older, I found that my reflexes just slowed just slightly. And so what I would do is I'd watch the edge of the bat, and I didn't like those polyarmor bats. for that reason.
So you're squaring Williamson up, well bowled, bit of bat, bit of pad.
Especially on a sunny day because it gave you reflections.
Okay, put yourself in Brandon King's position. What are you watching there?
Well,
you're
watching the area that you think the catch is going to come from.
Right.
And that's when you stay down and you just watch it all the time. And that's all you can do. You still hear, you're about the same distance away as the keeper, as Imlach is. You've seen how it goes through. You've seen, as I say, a couple of shots go through. You're taking in information all the time. You're not just having a rest there.
So he was back of a length, playing from high to low as Williamson.
That's why you get tired, Daniel, because that level of very quick concentration that you need just for that split second. And in cricket, you call it operating the switch. Turn on, turn off. And if you do not turn off, you're exhausted at lunch. You go to sleep. I fell asleep the first time I was in a test match. I fell asleep at lunchtime. Didn't know how to turn off. Concentrating at the wrong time.
How did that go down?
Well, it went down very well for me, not so perhaps for the rest of the slips, I don't know.
Seals again, moving away from the right hand, a bounce but left alone.
It's a really interesting subject, actually. We'll probably take a break at the end of this over, but it's a really interesting thing to talk about fielding behind the wicket, and often you'll be there all day. I mean, keepers obviously are. Second slip, if you've got a bowler who's dominating, or it's a line and length type pitch, Jeremy probably will field at second slip 90% of the day. Now, a classic example of what he's talking about here was at the Gabba Test match where Richard Hadley got his wickets, okay? And I'll come back to it after this riveting line and length delivery from Seals.
Let's see if you can see the future. Well bowled, Smithy. Well bowled, right on off stump. Defending is Williamson. The end of the over will carry on this conversation, 47-4-1.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. 24 without losses turned into 47 for the loss of 1. Williamson on 6. Conway on strike on 29. He drives, punches back past the bowler to the onside between Williamson and the mid-on. It will go almost to the boundary. They'll collect 3, taking New Zealand to 50. 50 for the loss of 1 in the 18th over.
Really nice shot that from Conway. Didn't overhit it. Punched it into the pitch surface and it bounced and went down the ground. It was nice. So getting back to my story about Jeremy in particular, is that late on the 4th day at the Gabba, we were still in the box seat because Australia was still behind us. But a partnership formed between Greg Matthews and Alan Border.
Both
have got hundreds. And for the first time in the test match, we couldn't get success. I mean, things had gone our way pretty much, but they went through a period and we went through a period of absolutely no result, and it looked, for all intents and purposes.
Roach has Williamson on the front foot, driving uppishly but into a big gap through the covers, out to the fence for 54 for the loss of 1. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals.
Gorgeous shot, absolutely wonderful shot from Kane Williamson. Princely cover drive, love it, absolutely love it. Wide half volley, thank you very much. So Roach just maybe getting a little bit tired. That's 2 deliveries in a row. He's been punished, doesn't happen very often. So Jerry had to make a decision. New ball was due. Richard Hadley looked a bit spent. It was a long day long sort of period without success. Jeremy had to make a decision. Do we take the new ball tonight, or do we absolutely wait tomorrow morning with fresh legs, right? And just bide our time.
Roach wide of the crease, left alone by Williamson outside of off.
He said, I will take the new ball, because quite rightfully thought, I can have 2 cracks with it. I can have a go tonight and it'll still be relatively new when we turn up tomorrow. And it might just change the pay. He gave Richard Hadley the new ball. Greg Matthews nicked it. He caught it at second slip. And I think, I've got a feeling Tony Greig or someone said he has got good hands in the commentary. But my point is, concentration is something you have to have all day. You have to have all day, and concentration levels, if they can possibly do that, they spike with a new ball.
Roach on off stump, defending once more as Williamson.
And that, to me, was the final turning point in the test match, because Matthews nicked it, Jeremy caught it, and his theory, but what it meant was concentrating all day, and that when you take the new ball, you're saying to your slip cordon, you're saying to your keeper and I've taken this new ball for a reason. And we have to be spot on. We have to be absolutely at the top of our game concentration-wise at that point. And that was a moment for me. Took the new ball, got Matthews, broke the partnership, won the test by lunch the next day.
Roach goes past the outside edge of Williamson.
A classic example of staying in the game all day from a captaincy point of view. So I'm not, buttering him up here, because we've been around for 100 years, the pair of us, and we've thought about this and talked about this often. But just getting back to that point of concentrating all day, switching on, switching off, having fun when things aren't happening, but making sure right now, as Kemar Roach gets to the top of his mark and turns around, now I'm back in my zone.
From the government house in, moves past umpire Pellicar. Gets one into the hip of Williamson, who's frustrated, he's missed out. The end of the over, 54 for the loss of one. More expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now with Tom Bartlett, but Ian Smith and Jeremy Coney after this.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 54 for 1 New Zealand. They have lost Tom Latham this morning. They've added 30 runs in the 42 minutes of play. And Jaden Seals is going to continue from the Vance stand end. He's bowling to the left-handed Devon Conway. 2 slips in a gully and a leg gully in place for Conway, who's already been dropped there. Taps this one just forward of point and will take a single. 55 for 1.
And you might have heard a groan in the background. That was from Seals, because he wanted to have a crack at Devon Conway, even though Kane Williamson's new to the crease. They've got this plan there at Devon Conway, and they've executed it once and the catch went down, but they want to go at his body because he doesn't like it there. He likes, if anything, to stay leg side of the ball and hit through the offside. He's not comfortable around about the hip to right shoulder area, because he finds it awkward at the moment. His hands are not as fluent as they used to be when he was making his name and the player that we all loved and got to know.
Seals Williamson outside off stump, no shot off.
And so to do that, to implement that plan, you need to be able to bowl a concerted number of deliveries at that area. And so when he gets a single off the first ball, it's frustrating. Morning, Grant.
Yeah, morning, Smithy. Morning, all the listeners out there. I thought that the groan from that we heard was Jeremy Coney leaving and seeing me this morning. I thought that's what the groan was. Morning, Tom.
Morning, Grant.
But yeah, there's a definite plan here. I was having a look at it earlier.
Seals over the wicket to Williamson, wide of off stump, no shot off it again by Williamson.
One of the things I did say to Ian Bishop was I said I felt that the short leg was actually too square. I didn't feel like the ball was going to go there, given that Seals was coming around the wicket. So I would have actually pushed the short leg back onto fine, backward square in front, and then, but Bish said no, just a little bit longer, and then they got the opportunity. So it's a definite plan, and like you say, there's a perceived weakness there to Devon Conway, where he just looks uncomfortable, doesn't he? Cramped up, and a lot of players have started bowling around the wicket to Conway.
Seals into Williamson. This one's on the hip. He's turned it fine. It's flying towards the boundary. There is a wide fine leg. Won't catch up with it though. It's 4 more to Kane Williamson. He's up to 14. New Zealand 59 for 1.
Poor delivery. you haven't got a field set for that. You can't afford to bowl Kane Williamson anywhere too close to his body, because he is proficient deflecting on the onside, and that's free. He's got no short leg, no leg gully. There's no threat to him there apart from a really fine one that the keeper gets. Other than that, that's just a poor delivery. 3 slips of gully and a backward point. There's only one area you bowl.
Third big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals of the innings for Kane Williamson. 14 from 19. To be proactive at the start of this innings. New Zealand 59 for 1. Seals into him again, and he's driving fluently through cover. Lovely shot. It was full from Seals, and Williamson just leant on it, played the cover drive, and he heads out to the boundary for 4. He's 18 at 63 for 1 New Zealand.
Well, this delivery was probably on around about 5.5, 6 stump, and you don't normally see Kane Williamson with such a flourish with his hands away from his body, and we've seen that a couple of times this innings. It's normally really tight. We talk about playing in the box, hands nice and close to your body, but he was prepared to go outside the body, reach the length. It was a poor length from Seals, over pitched, but a wonderful shot. Anything through the covers just looks glorious from Williamson.
4 boundaries in the innings for New Zealand right-hander. He's up to 18 from 20, 63 for 1 as Seals is into him again. This one goes past the outside edge. Good-looking delivery, and they were interested there, the West Indies, as Williamson survives. End of the over. That's 63 for 1, a profitable one for New Zealand, with Williamson collecting a couple of boundaries. All our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier.
Well, that was it for me. The last delivery it's the blueprint for Kane Williamson. That's nigh on perfect without getting the ultimate result, which is the edge. But you need a bowler who can bowl 4 to 5 of those to Kane Williamson, because you have to lift your standards of accuracy to one of the world's great players, and you have to match him. And here is the ultimate commentary curse, gentlemen and people listening. If you're in the Wellington area, I would get in my car and come to the Basin Reserve, because this is a Kane Williamson big day.
Oh dear. Oh, there you go. At 11:47, Ian Smith made the call. You have time. And if you're listening, you're in the area, it's a great day for cricket. What about a Conway century? Is it a Conway day? He's on strike, as OJ Shields is about to deliver the first ball of his spell, but he pulled out.
I'll tell you whose day it's not at the moment, and this might be a commentator's curse, is Seals. I feel like he's just bowled way too many into the wind here. I think his skipper's gone maybe 2 or 3 too many. I actually thought he was going to swap him around early and give him a go from Kimo Roach's end. But unfortunately, you bowl that first spell, if you bowl too many overs, it just takes all the juice out of the legs for the last couple of sessions.
Here's Shields. He's bowling to Conway, full and Yorker length, and he digs it out, plays it into the offside no-run score.
You should probably have about 20 overs, maybe 24, 23 max as a seam bowler in the day. But those 6 or 7 that you're bowling into the wind probably cost you about 12. I haven't seen many players bowl 6 or 7 consistently and come back and have better spells. So it'll be interesting to see how he recovers from that, or whether his captain actually gives him a bit of a break.
Well, it's Shields at the moment, operating from the Adelaide Road end, bowling to the left-handed Conway, short of a length. He's up on his toes and defending onto the onside. And won't score. 63 for 1. Conway 33, Williamson 18.
Smithy, was the short leg, was it a normal fielding position when you played? Because I always feel at the Basin Reserve, early on in a batter's innings, maybe the first 10, 15 balls when they're getting used to the bounce, is a perfect time to try and get that square leg in and put him under the lid.
Yeah, it was a bowler by bowler thing. A lot of captains wanted it. The odd bowler didn't. And if a ball was deviating at all, I'm with you. You just got to have it, because you expose that inside edge all the time.
Shields into Conway. He's trying to play a flourishing drive, plays it onto his left leg and trickles out onto the onside.
Some pitches you just don't bother. You just don't. And some parts of the world you just don't. You hardly see it. But I'm a big fan of it, particularly in surfaces like the Basin Reserve, where traditionally, and this is slightly untypical. I mean, look how brown it looks now, and we're only in the second morning. Normally, the ball, if you bowl straight enough, we're always going back in time, Jerry and I, but Chatfield needed a short leg because he hit the seam so often and just deviated enough.
Shields in again to Conway. This one's angling across the left-hander and he's sort of fiddling with it outside off stump.
Really got over this from Shields, to be honest. And he needs a good over, and the West Indies need him to be very, very good here. But he is asking questions of Devon Conway with full-length deliveries, and then he draws him into a really wide defensive shot, which was technically a mistake from Conway. There's only one result there, and the best one for him was that he played and missed. So, yeah, getting back to that, yeah, short leg, underused, I think.
Shields hustles in again, pulls a full toss to Conway, who's looking to drive the ball down the ground, doesn't get any timing on it, plays it to mid-on, and there is no runs scored again. Missed out there, Devon Conway.
Yeah, the previous delivery, just before that full toss, Devon Conway must have missed it by about 6 inches. It seemed away from him. It was too short. And that's the key for the West Indies this morning. As Kemar Roach got his length nice and full to Latham, and that's where they have to live. It's where New Zealand struggled to live on day one. They were also slightly too short. When they got their length fuller, hitting the top of the stumps, they looked dangerous.
Shields in again to Conway. This one wider of off stump, and he offers no shot, and it's through to Mike. End of the over at 63 for 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
63 for 1 New Zealand in reply to the West Indies 205 all out. We are early on day 2 at the Basin Reserve. Wicket to full, Tom Latham bowled for 11 by Kemar Roach. At the crease, Kane Williamson 18, Devon Conway 33. New Zealand looking to build and bat long, bat themselves into a commanding position. Change in the bowling for the West Indies. Anderson Phillip coming in from the Vance stand end. I think right arm fast outside. First delivery, a bit of a loosener, and it's cut by Williamson through cover and out to the boundary for 4. He's in a boundary hitting mood this morning, Kane Williamson, with that big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 67 for 1.
Yeah, that was a freebie, wasn't it, to be honest? I haven't seen Anderson Phillip bowl. I've watched him this morning in warm-ups. He's got a really aggressive run up to the crease, actually. He genuinely sprints at the crease. He's quick in terms of that. But the result at the other end on that occasion wasn't the desired one. 2 slips and a gully a point, and they've blocked the cover, or tried to, for Williamson, who looks pretty good today in that area. So now a job here for Anderson Phillip. He's been brought into this side. He's a change from the first test match to get it right.
He's got 2 slips and a gully to Williamson. This one, back of a length, defended from the crease by Kane Williamson back to the bowler.
It's always a delivery like that, Smithy, is always something where you just see the body language of the fielders just go down. And as a captain, it's awful. You've had 2 bowlers toiling, bowling well, and Shields obviously bowled a decent over in the last one. And a delivery like that just lets all the pressure down, release the pressure with the batters, and it's one of those ones where is it focus, is it nerves? But ultimately it's the responsibility of the next bowler, whoever that is, to come on and still build that pressure.
Phillip bowls. This is down the leg side from Williamson. He couldn't get anything on it.
We used to play with Mark Gillespie, and we used to have a big chat in the change room about how we were going to go out there and how we were going to change our line and our length, and we're going to go at them. The first delivery would be a warm-up one and a half volley that would get crunched through cover, and everyone's shoulders would just drop.
I'm going to ask you a question after this delivery, and I'm going to ask, this is something what I brought up in the first test match in Christchurch, and so I'm going to ask you, because you went with us down there, to your opinion of it.
Williamson waits for Anderson Phillip. It's another one wide of off stump. No shot off it this time.
Just a bit full to cut that one. You came into the ground yesterday and looked around the New Zealand side, who would you say was captain? Was it easy to spot the captain? Was he busy enough for you, aggressive?
No.
Yesterday?
No, I didn't think so.
You didn't think so?
No.
Well, if you didn't think that Latham was the obvious captain, what are you thinking about the West Indies captain?
Yeah, struggled to see who they are, whether they're talking to the bowler, plans. Yeah, it's just business as usual, isn't it? Keep going, bowl it in the same area and wait for something to happen.
Williamson waits again for Phillip defending. Another good length delivery from West Indian bowler.
I do think that Brendan McCullum did it really well. He made sure that when he was standing at mid-off, that all eyes were on him, because he was moving you, and it might be subtly. Sometimes it was just to see if you were awake, which was in my case, and generally I wasn't, and someone would shout at me and say, eyes on the captain, but he would move people subtly, and he'd be changing positions, so the batter would have to look around. And then the batter gets out of his bubble, he gets out of his zone, he has to change his game plan in his head and go, oh, what are they doing now? They've just sent square leg back. Why are they doing that?
Anderson Phillip, last delivery of his over. Played just forward of point by Williamson, and that ends the over. 67 for 1 New Zealand.
It's the art of captaincy, I find, is unsettling the batter, making the batter think all the time, but in conjunction with your bowler, communication with your bowler. So you'd be able to see who the captain is by the way he's conducting the field, and also speaking to the bowler just before his spell.
Well, here's a case in point. Roston Chase is the captain we're talking about. He stands at first slip, his hands go in his pocket. He doesn't obviously like the temperatures in Christchurch and Wellington. Just keeps the hands warm. I run with that. As a slip catcher, you can do that. But as a captain, at the end of the first over, Anderson Phillip bowls. He's put him in the side. No communication at all. No, I like the second half of the over. It was better than the first.
Shields starts a new over, wide of off stump, and having to dive to his left as Imlach taking the ball almost at second slip.
These two bowlers here need help. Shields' second test match, Phillip been around 5 minutes basically himself. He's got an average of around 90, I think, with the ball. Needs help. And they need encouragement. And the person they look up to is the captain, surely. It's the captain. Kemo Roach certainly is the bowling leader, but the captain is the one. Now, I'm not a West Indian. I don't know about their psyche, whether they don't need encouragement to the same extent that I used to need it or you used to need it.
Shields over the wicket, short to Conway Ducks.
I just don't see it. I'm sorry, we're into the second day of the second test. We had 5 days in Christchurch. I just don't see it.
I tell you what I did need. I didn't need the motivation or encouragement, but what I did need is the captain going, how are you going to get him out? Because that's your strategy. He needs to know, and you need to know, and be on the same page as to the line, the length, the strategy, where the fielders are, what you might do as a change mid-over. Are you going to bowl, 3 overs of outswing and then try the one that trails in? And that communication is key, but I'm with you. It just looks like business as usual, or we'll wait for something to happen.
Shields into Conway, defending. Diving stop. In fact, on the first, just on that point of the captain, saw when Kemo Roach was bowling that Justin Graves ran down to have a chat. So at a point, I might have thought this morning, I know who the captain is. He's just run from second slip, not from first slip, and he's not the captain.
And I think to Smithy's point as well is, if you're a new player in Test cricket, you want to feel like you belong, and you don't. Like, let's be honest, you don't walk into the Test arena and go, I belong, I own this arena. It takes a while. And having the support of your captain and senior players is really crucial.
Shields is into Conway. He's looking to drive. Ball passes the outside edge of the bat into the gloves of Imlach. Nervous moment for Devon Conway. 33 from 60 deliveries. 68 for 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Grant Elliott and Ian Smith providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Coming to the end of the first hour of play on day number 2. New Zealand have added 34 runs. They've lost the wicket of 44 runs. Lost the wicket of Tom Latham. Devon Conway and Kane Williamson at the wicket as Shields is into Conway, wide of off stump, and was wasn't tempted to play any extravagant cut shots on that occasion, Conway. Score remains 68 for 1. Why did you feel it was a Kane Williamson day today, Smithy?
I just do. You come to the ground, you've seen a guy bat a long period of time, and I didn't think he looked too bad at times in Christchurch either. He just didn't get the result. And when you look at his average, and you look at this ground in particular, and you look at the bloke, you think it's going to be soon. And I think soon is today. There you go.
Shields is into Conway, angling across the left-hander, offers no shot. 8833 is the text machine. That's 2 down. Thanks, Smithy. Cheers, Chris. Chris is not happy with you, Smithy.
Chris, he hasn't out yet. Just bide your time, will you? Show a bit of patience, Chris. It's me. Be a believer.
Yeah, keep the messages coming. 8833. Plenty of chat about the slip fielders. I know that you and Jerry were talking about those, Smithy. Positioning of slip fielders and readiness for the ball as Shields in. Similar length, similar line to Conway. Offers no shot. And that's at the end of the over. And that's the end of the first hour. Drinks at the Basin Reserve. 44 runs and 1 wicket. So far in the session, New Zealand at Drinks, 68 for 1.
Time for a drink. It's the Drinks Break on Sport Nation Cricket. When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com. Sport Nation.
TAB safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. A celebration of New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events featuring headline acts, Example, Sachi and more. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Sport Nation.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Well, the Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Put on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled. Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
There's Roaches around the wicket. This has gone through. Bowled, hit the top of off stump.
Gee whiz, you can hear the West Indies applauding. Latham has been bowled by a beautiful delivery from Roach. Absolute perfection. Here's a great chance put down at leg slipper. Was another half volley leg glance. It's travelled low and to the right, outstretched dive. It was in and then it was out. That's Shea Hope, I think. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funded faster. Some highlights from the opening hour on day number 2. New Zealand started 24 without loss. after 9 overs last night, niggly 9 overs. Conway was 16, Latham was 7. Latham bowled by beauty by Kemar Roach, going through the defences, hitting the top of the bails and sending all our senses wild as the ball flicked up high. The keeper tried to catch that. It was a bit discombobulating. But Latham had to go. It was 36 for the loss of 1. New Zealand have not applied, the West Indies have not applied enough pressure on Kane Williamson early in his innings. You've got to get that right. He's 22 of 27 with 5 big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deal. And with Devon Conway fighting hard, 33 to his name at 68 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. If you're tuning into our coverage, the sun is winning the fight against the high cloud. We arrived at the ground and it was thick grey cloud above. There were some showers in the forecast this morning. They didn't eventuate, but now it's quite nice, although that's southerly, quite fresh, Grant, isn't it? Oh, but cold.
Well, we've got the window open, and I said yesterday, oh no, we can't, there's a southerly coming, we surely can't have the window open. It feels like...
How would you know if the breeze is getting up?
Well, I mean, this is why we're the best commentary team in the country, is because we're prepared to tackle the elements while we're 100 metres up in the air.
Anderson, Phillip, drop chance, caught him bowled, was hit very powerfully back to the bowler, who's done really well to react and get his fingertips to it. And that is the second sharp chance put down by the West Indies today. Firstly at leg slip, Conway, and now, Kane Williamson, who profits to the tune of 4 runs, just to add injury to insult, or is it insult to injury? Because it looks like that's a stinging blow.
Oh, there's no chance you're catching that. I mean, that is an absolute fluke if you're catching that. Kane Williamson has hit that right in the middle of the Grey Nichols.
It's great reactions, actually.
Good reactions, but I mean, as a captain, you're not going up to him and going, "Come on, mate, focus."
Wow.
There's a great shot from Williamson. That's when you know he's actually in form. And I don't want to curse him more than Smithy has.
Phillip, 2 straight, turned into the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on for a run as New Zealand advanced by a single, 73 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. Dave in Queenstown would agree with you. Hi, team. We might have to change Ian's name from Smithy to Mockers. Ye of little faith. Commentator's curse is not a thing, is it? It's not a thing.
What's that one? I just saw.
Oh, you saw your name, haven't you? Have you seen your name?
From an old cricketer. Could Elliott please stop calling batsmen that other hideous name you cook fish and chips in? Bob. What batter? Bob, when you're commentating men and women's game now, you probably have to go batter.
Round the wicket to Conway, who defends from the crease line, leisurely up to mid-off. There's no run.
Can't be sexist.
What was an edict from ICC?
Yeah,
I use batsmen and batters during men's games.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's...
But then what about the 12th man? What about the chairman of the board?
Third man.
Third man. Sorry, you 12thers.
Third people.
Third.
Yeah, Thank you. Slippery slope.
It's just, it's tough, Bob. That's what we're saying. It's a tough job.
He sees... you see where Bob's coming from, though. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I can't.
Is that what you're telling me? Here's Phillip. Full into the pads of Conway. Steers him very finely. Should get a couple. No, he's going to get more because, these outfitters quite quick. New Zealand moving along quite quickly. This partnership is up to 41 of 56 balls. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier, as New Zealand now 77 for 1.
They really are trying to pepper the leg side of Devon Conway, and they're getting it wrong. Yes, you have to cramp him up on middle and off, not outside leg stump. The West Indies have been a little bit wayward. Conway's getting away from them, and Kane Williamson as well. Kane Williamson has raced to 27 off just 29 balls as that southerly hits.
Is getting up, isn't it, Grant? As Conway. That's a much better line from Phillip, angling in towards that off stump, playing late under his eyes, diverting the ball into the gully region with Hope Fields.
It feels like aircon, doesn't it? It feels like we're in constant AC on our face. It's beautiful. And just for those of you that don't know where we're situated at the Basin Reserve, we've probably got the best seats in the house. because I'm doing broadcast with TV, and it's not as good as this.
Well, you stare at a screen too, TV, don't you?
We are above the bowler here. We're probably about...
We're in the roof of the van stand, so everyone knows the shape of the van stand. We are wedged right in the roof. It's an incredible spot. Phillip, again, very tight to off stump. Starting to get into his work. That is the end of the over. 77 for the loss of 1. Conway's 37. Williamson 27. Latham the man out for 11. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. I talked to Devon Conway prior to today's play. That's really nice of New Zealand cricket to put up an overnight batsman. We talked about the importance of getting through Roach and Shields, because the rest of the attack's pretty young, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's probably parity in the two attacks, isn't there? In terms of what we've got and what they've got. A very inexperienced attack. I think we worked out it was in the squad, it was 133 wickets between them, the New Zealand bowlers. It was the lowest wicket tally since 1936.
OJ Shields starts a new over from the Government House end. He has a slippery bouncer. 138. He really hurried up Devon Conway in his previous over. This time it's to Kane Williamson.
I've got that wrong. I've got Jeremy Coney in my ear because he said 1936. It was since 2013 against England in Dunedin. So that was pre-Bolton Southie.
You saying Coney was there watching in 1936?
I'm not going to get baited into any social media edits anymore. He may
some
have
creative clipping from footy. Is that what you're suggesting? You're walking back. I thought it was two very interesting, acceptable perspectives. Here is OJ Shields hardling into the hip of Williamson, tucking him up, pushing to mid on no run.
Well, Jeremy Coney would have loved Kemar Roach's celebration. He just stood still and then went back to his mark. No celebration.
I think my favourite Kemar Roach celebration is when he got Tom Latham out in the second innings. Inside edge court, well by him luck. He was celebrating it, and he was like sort of running past Tommy Latham, and he realised Latham's out for 100, so sort of put out the awkward hand to give him a pat on the back as he went past, and it was like...
The unlucky one.
I do like that. No, I think he was very genuine about it. He was so keen to see the back of him. Williamson will get runs just backward of square, popping onto the front foot.
Lovely guy. I spoke to him this morning. I said, "Oh, you're going back to Surrey?" He's like, "Oh, man, love to go back to Surrey." Just loves it there in the county cricket, county scene. He's played a lot of cricket, very experienced. Wasn't sure if he was going back or not, but he's been around for over a decade, hasn't he, Kemar Roach? He burst onto the scene bowling 150 clicks.
Well, he's upwards of 90 tests now.
And then realised probably, listen, this 150k an hour on my body is probably not really.
Well, I think anyone who bowls 150k would like to continue to bowl 150k, but imagine that sensation, Grant. How good would that be? Here's Shields, the quickest of the West Indian bowlers, wide of off stump, left alone on length by Conway. Remains 78 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals.
Yeah, I would like to bowl 150, but if I could choose to be any cricketer in the world, who would I have chosen to be?
Jacques Callis.
Yeah, he's
Grant
a good
David
one.
Elliott.
I loved Jacques Callis. Not Grant David. No,
was he a poor man's at Callis?
I got trauma from thinking about bowling. Sir Gary Sobers would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. There's a drive uppish through cover point into a gap. 4 more. Don't give Conway width. 82 for the loss of 1. He hasn't operated around the wicket at all, Shields to him. We've talked about Seals and Roach have tried that, and Conway in all international matches played in 2025. Conway lost his wicket 10 times, the ball pitching on off stump from around the wicket. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. He'll score in bulk if you bowl wide of off stump. Really gave that a lash. Last ball of the over, 82 for 1. defends on middle stump and sees the ball at that angle from right arm over, go into the point region. He'll steal a single to end the over. New Zealand are 83 for the loss of 1.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. 24 without loss at the start of the day's play. An hour and 14 minutes into day 2 New Zealand, scoring at a good rate. 83 for the loss of 1. We're going to see Anderson Phillip. Right arm around the wicket into the thigh pad of Conway. Deviates down towards fine leg. A single. 84 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Richard has a theory. Guys, sadly this bowling attack is very, very average. Quality of Kane, like he is playing in a first 11 game. Hardly Test cricket of old. Tell you what, I think a lot of first 11 cricketers will utterly pack themselves if Kemar Roach turns up.
Yeah, well, I think Richard,
Jaden Seals.
Richard, you need to watch the delivery that Kemar Roach just dismissed Tom Latham on. It was an absolute corker. That would have got most left-handers out in the world.
I would agree with Richard with regard to Anderson Phillip and OJ Shields based on what we've seen in the short space of time. They need to be better. He goes wider of off-stump, no stroke from Williamson, but we're talking about a sample size of 2.2 overs for Phillip based today, and I do enjoy the juice. OJ Shields, he's the juice is loose. He's erratic.
OJ,
he is very loose, effectively wild. We're stealing another baseball term.
The juice. He reminds me of Tino Best, the way he runs in. Remember Tino Best?
Yeah.
He's still bowling 140 Ks at over 40s. You don't want to meet him at a T10 tournament in Thailand, do you?
All right, so you did some scouting and you had to turn down that invitation into the pads of Williamson, who plays it to forward square leg.
I haven't turned it down, but I don't know what the listeners think. I did get another message and I haven't answered my agent. He said, are you in or not?
Okay, 8833. Should Elliott go on a T10 junket?
Well, it's a T10 tournament, cricket
to
tournament,
Thailand.
5 days, 6 matches to Thailand.
8833, yay or nay? What are they paying you?
I can't. I shouldn't really say that, but it's
no, it probably would
it's
be
decent.
inappropriate. Could you write it down?
It's decent.
Just write it down here.
Why then?
I'll give my reaction. Look, tucking Williamson up, turns up to mid-on. Good run. He saw on his heels. Who was at mid-on? He's just got his back turned to us. That's Kemar Roach. The pro just had a moment off there. Yeah, I'd go to Thailand. Can I go as you?
I might need an assistant.
Might need to lose about 20k.
Throwdown specialist.
Yeah.
There's a good chance you won't bat in a T10 or bowl.
Dino straight in. Say, get over there, Elliott. Well, you always keep telling us on the Saturday session you never retired. 2 slips in a gully as Phillip bowling to Conway. Gets a thick inside edge. He's trying to punch off the back footer. Went straight down. Bounces back on the pitch to the bowler. No run.
Do you know what's interesting, Daniel? I listened to Shai Hope this morning. Is Shai or Shai?
Shai. Let's go with Shai. As he's been called throughout his career.
Shai Hope.
We've definitely tried to rename him.
I call him Shai sometimes. But Shai Hope, I listened to him and he said he reckoned the pitch was a little bit variable in bounce. He reckons variable in bounce and too paced, quite slow. Which surprises me because looking at the pitch from up here, I didn't get any of that yesterday.
To look too short again, and that's comfortable for Conway, even though it's in that sort of uncomfortable line for him. The end of the over, 85 for the loss of 1 New Zealand.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Rights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGRightsandTurf.com.
85 for the loss of 125 overs gone. I'm just feeling a little bit despondent and downcast and depressed. That's what they're paying for a T10 tournament in Thailand. The game's gone. The game's gone mad. Back here, Test cricket, the most important form of the game, the summer of cricket. With Prosper, fast business funding, here's the juice again. He's from over the wicket, banging it hard. Williamson turns the ball to mid-wicket, sets off. Would have been tight if it was direct hits. He missed. Williamson takes the New Zealand total to 86 for the loss of 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. All right, lots of people, Grant, have already messaged in about this cricket tournament. Yay to the Jav Junket. Live stream it, please, and take Coney with you.
He wouldn't want to travel with me.
Why not? You guys get along well. It's Garth he doesn't want to spend any more time with. 50 partnership is up of 71 balls. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. OJ Shields around the wicket now to Conway. And not for the first time, in fact, the third time in this innings. He pulls out at the last, runs through, so a dead ball. Yes, if he takes me with him, you've got to get your name in there.
Jim from Temuka said that there's a war going on between Thailand and Laos. Oh, well, Garth Galloway's confirmed that. Well, as my legal counsel, would you...
Garth's right up to speed with... Yeah, he's still saying go.
Said yes, thumbs up. I don't know if that's because he doesn't want me in the commentary team anymore.
Crikey, Alex Chapman's even touting for he wants you to take him. Here's a drive attempt from Conway, trying to hit it through extra cover, drags it straight back to the bowler. And I do like this one from Jerry from the Naki. What could possibly go wrong with the hairy javelin in Thailand? I can tell you, someone has been to Thailand a lot.
I wonder what the wickets would be like in Thailand.
Sticky, warm, humid. 86 for the loss of 1. OJ Shields wide of off stump. At least he's pitched that one up. Love to see a pitch map. 86 for 1 remains.
It is very interesting to see bowlers, how they try and attack Devon Conway now. Everyone goes around the wicket, but OJ, the juice, started going over and running it across Conway, which he played and missed it probably about 3 and missed him by 6 inches. And generally that excites you as a bowler. But like I was saying to Kemar Roach this morning, I said, why do you go around the wicket? And he said exactly what we said. It brings in 2 more modes of dismissal, LBW and bowled.
And he has that lovely shape away from the left-handers too, right? Here we go. It's OJ Shields. Government House ends onto the front foot is Conway. Challenging the inside edge. Better line, better length. For his, at times, wildness, Shields has done a good job as far as curbing the scoring rate in his 4.4 overs. He's only gone for 10. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier.
He's obviously he's the one bowling with the wind. It's the bowler that has to partner with Shields bowling into the wind. That's the one that has to be quite miserly. Attack from the southern end, the Don Neely scoreboard end or government house end, as Daniel McHardy calls it.
Left alone outside of off stump. Ball lifting. Good bounce. We've got Joey, who's a regular, call it a Sport Nation, the Saturday session, just winding me up. So go, Grant, and you can take Mo Salary, as he calls him, Mo Salah. He's doing nothing at the moment. Very good. And I do like this one. Big ups to the guy in the crowd with the solar-powered radio. Genius. In fact, I should say that without a comma. Big ups to the guy in the crowd with solar-powered radio. Genius. So that's us, I guess, not the solar-powered radio.
Well, you know that I do TV to get away from you guys. That's why I do it.
Here's a good lead from Conway. It's not far away from the off stump, the end of the over. We can continue to dig this hole. We'll take a short break. 86 for the loss of 1.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. 86 for 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. New Zealand started the day 24 without loss. Tom Latham dismissed. But since then, Kane Williamson and Devon Conway have added 50 for the second wicket. Williamson 30, Conway 42. And it's going to be Phillip continuing to Williamson, who tries to leave a delivery, and then the leave isn't very effective. It catches the bat and dribbles through the slip cord and past the second slip, and they get through for 1 run. Fortuitous for Kane Williamson. Didn't intend to play the shot on that occasion. He's 31, 87 for 1. He's hit 6 boundaries in that, Kane Williamson. On our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. Glorious day in Wellington. Southerly breeze blowing, but it's blown away some of the heavy overcast cloud that was hovering this morning. And now sun is beaming down onto the basin embankment. A good spread of people. Here's Phillip round the wicket, bowls to Conway, short, pulled through mid-wicket. Hasn't timed it brilliantly, but he's timed it well enough to hit another big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 91 for 1. Conway 46 now. As I say, good afternoon, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Tom. It's going quite well, isn't it? 91 for 1 New Zealand. It's been quite a partnership between Williamson and Conway. They both played their shots, and they're now, I mean, if we look at the West Indies scoring at 2.7 yesterday, now at the moment nearly 3.5 for New Zealand. They're picking up quite nicely. They were 2.7 as well just last night in that short period they had to come out and bat. That's understandable, but here they've quickened up quite nicely today. The pitch seems to have also quickened up, I think. If you don't get your length right nowadays and you don't get in a line right, you're going to be punished.
Phillip round the wicket again to Conway. Looks to repeat the dose from previous. There's a half-hearted appeal as the ball slides underneath the inside edge of Conway's bat through to Imlach. But they will not review. They're having a little chat in the slips, but I think that's more about perhaps temperature in Wellington as opposed to a review. 91 for 1. Kane Williamson quite proactive too, Jeremy. 31 from 37, 6 boundaries.
Yep, he's done well. It's a strike rate 83. I mean, not that you mentioned strike rates in test matches very much, but that indicates he's going quite nicely. Whether he's got some short deliveries that he's put away well and effectively.
Phillip round the wicket to Conway. This one's off the back foot, plays it just in front of point. There is a man all the way out on the boundary. Conway wants a second. He was very deep, and as a result they scamper home for 2. Good running between Conway and Williamson. Conway to 48, and on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, New Zealand 93 for 1.
Yeah, good pace to the stroke as well, not over hitting it, and that's what allowed very quickly the decision to be made that they'd get through for 2, and the communication as you run past each other on the first run, twosies or 2 or whatever it is, look for 2, and that's the community. So you keep pushing for the run, and you're looking for 2 at the time when you touch and turn. Those little things, touching and turning, so that you're back up into the second run quickly. All those the skills that you require, it makes a heck of a difference.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just a little delay. And Phillip now will start again. He's bowling from the Vance stand in. Round the wicket to Conway outside the off stump. This time Conway happy to leave through to Imlach. It's an interesting, wasn't it, the West Indies who have struggled to make runs basically for a year or so at least. There's been quite a lot of talk about getting to 200 or around about the 200, and I think it's probably 11 or 12 times at least. You do wonder about the balance of their side a wee bit, and is it Anderson Phillip? It's the first time we've seen him. He's got now nearly 4 overs for 21.
Coming round the wicket again. This one that's on the pads, a bit awkward for Conway. Again, dropping that bottom hand off the bat as it sort of angles back towards him at the end of the over. 93 for 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals.
And I was just thinking to myself, do they need 5 seamers? So they've got Anderson Phillip, they've got OJ Shields, they've got Jaden Seals, they've got no Lane this time, Kemar Roach, and they've got also Graves. So that's the 5. Now, whether they need 5 and have the batting lessened a little by one player, or do you actually drop one of those seamers down? You'd keep your Graves in because he's the all-rounder who bats. But one of the seamers goes out and you bring in another batsman, so you lengthen the batting just by one. And I'm just looking, say, at someone like Chase, who at the moment is batting 5. He's really batting like a 6 at the moment, to me.
Start of a new over. First delivery's played on the inside edge by Kane Williamson. Came forward to a ball that was angling back towards him. Not convincing as it squirted down to fine leg. They go through for a single. Kane Williamson 32, 94 for 1. Start of this, the 28th over of the innings.
Yep, just a little nip backer. In other words, it's coming back from outside him and is off stump, coming back towards the stumps, and he's got an inside edge there. So not the full face of the bat, it was slightly closed, the face of the bat.
Shields round the wicket to the left-handed Conway, wide of off stump, no shot offered. Through to 94 for 1. The Chanderpaul injury, obviously, Jeremy changed their personnel at the top of the order, but in effect, if they wanted in this test match, for example, to bring in an extra batter, then Chanderpaul could have stayed where he was if he wasn't injured, and then everyone else could have moved up. He still would have had the 4 seamers on offer to them.
I mean, those are possibilities, aren't there? I mean, there'll be probably another batsman that they haven't played.
Conway driving this time, won't score, just forward a point.
So it's just a thought that do they need a next, to make some runs a little bit more? Because if New Zealand are able to bat comfortably through the day, and that's yet to be proved, but if it does happen, then the 200 may not, it won't be enough, will it? And so then you're starting to look as if it might be a 4 and a bit day fixture, and perhaps New Zealand only bat once. I don't know. We'll see.
Shields round the wicket again to Conway, wide of off stump.
Long way to go yet. And, if New Zealand make mistakes, it could, we'll see how it all sort of pans out today. But this is a surface that will only get better, I think. That's very typical of the Basin Reserve as well, and day 1 and 2, and day 3 is probably its best for batting, especially if there's sun, as we've had in the first 2 days.
Around the Basin Reserve if the traffic as Shields comes round the wicket again to Conway. This one catches the outside edge, flies past Gully. There is a third man in place. They've turned for the second run. They'll get home on the throw. Just a little bit laboured, a little bit slow down at third man, the fielder moving across to his left, and the applause is for a half century to New Zealand opener Devon Conway. He's 50 not out. It's 96 for 1.
Yeah, he's been pretty aggressive today, 8 boundaries. He's, as I mentioned, I think he's he looks much more comfortable playing his shots on the attacking side of his game than he does on the defensive side. The defensive side's looked a bit more robust also this morning.
Shields is into him again. This one's wide of off stump. Offers no shot. Through to Imlach, and that ends the over. 96 for 1 New Zealand on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
The Kiwi summer is kicking off, and we want to make sure you are turf ready.
With warmer days starting to ramp up, now's the time to make sure your surface can handle the heat. PGG Wrights and Turf has the right products and advice to keep turf strong through dry spells, high traffic and heavy use. Whether it's heat, wear or stress, our team knows how to keep your turf looking and playing its best.
Stay ahead this summer. Call 0800 PGW Turf today or visit pggwrightsandturf.com to find the right products for your turf.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Your business funded faster. New Zealand 96 for 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Devon Conway 50 not out from 88 deliveries. He's hit 8 boundaries. Kane Williamson a sprightly 32 from 38 so far today. 6 boundaries in his 74-minute stay. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Tom Latham bowled by Kemar Roach for 11. New Zealand starting the day 24 without loss. So they've added 72 runs for the loss of their captain. Devon Conway, half-century registered in the previous over. Welcome runs for the New Zealand left-hander, who's looked good, as Jeremy Coney has alluded to, when he's playing his shots. A little more vulnerable defensively at the non-striker's end, as Anderson Phillip continues from the Vance stand end, bowling to Kane Williamson, and Williamson's playing and missing to a length ball outside the off stump through to Imlach, who has to take it down by his ankles. Flies through. Anderson Phillip, of course, didn't play in the previous game, and he's now bowled 4.1 overs, no wicket for 21, operating in tandem with Shields, who did play in Christchurch. O.J. Shields made his debut at Hagley Oval, into his work so far today. Southerly breeze just providing a few challenges for the West Indian bowling attack. Here is the right-handed Phillip, and Williamson will score. Goes back and guides the ball just behind point. Takes a comfortable single to take his score to 33. And New Zealand on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, 97 for 1. Partnership now 61 between Conway and Williamson. Bright sunny conditions at the basin. Southerly breeze is not that heavy, it's not that windy, but it exists, and a good crowd in on a Thursday at lunchtime. Plenty of people on the bank, and move around to the right of where we're broadcasting from to the museum stand. It's well populated as well, as Anderson Phillip is into Conway. Defends this time. 8833 is the text machine. Make sure you send us your views. Keep in contact with us throughout the day. Plenty of correspondence. Steve's at the basin. Hi gang, what's going on what's the news on Tickner? So yes, Tickner, the idea is he will play no further part in the test. Update from New Zealand Cricket. We saw Blair Tickner at the ground this morning, arm in a sling, so the only bat if absolutely required. We won't be seeing him bowl. He could be in for a lengthy stint out of the game, as Phillips into Conway at wide of off stump, offers no shot. Question for you, Jerry, on the text machine from Russell. Modern slip fielders rest elbows on their knees till the last moment. Russell detests this. He likes to sit low, hands out ready. The first movement comes from your feet. They feel the position of trajectory and hands move accordingly. Your views, Jerry, on that one? The modern slip fielders resting their elbows on their knees until the last moment. Jerry's just pondering. Phillips coming around the wicket. He's got 2 slips. He's into Conway. Conway goes back, punches, and will score 1 run to the backward point on the boundary. 98 for 1.
Well,
Russell on the text machine.
Russell, yeah. Well, it's a good question. Things change, of course, throughout the game. It wasn't the way that we sort of viewed it. we tended to get quite low, and you'll notice a lot of them, it's the hands on the knees. I have a couple of concerns about that.
Philip, last delivery of the over. He bowls a short one to Williamson, who ducks under. It's taken high by Imlach, and that's the end of the over, 98 for 1.
I do think that if you put your hands on your knees as a slip fielder, it's much more comfortable, of course, to do that. Some of them will then remove those from the knees. My worry about them on the knees is, for a start, as there's some slight weight goes from, because of the push, as you're leaning over and you're pushing onto the knees, is that your weight goes into your heel, and you're really, as a slip fielder, you should be ready to make a very quick athletic movement at some point. So like a boxer who stays up on their toes, you're on the balls of your feet. It's like a dancer dancing around, but you're on the balls of your feet ready to make movements, and so your balance can change very quickly. So to put your hands on your knees, you also do a very important thing, is you separate your hands.
Justin Graves into the attack from the Government House end. First delivery is defended by Devon Conway, and there's no rush.
So you therefore, by separating your hands and putting one hand on each knee, you've broken up what I would call the unit, which is hands together, looking to take most of your catches with both hands rather than one. So that's really where the first mistake, I think, is actually doing that. Yes, it's more comfortable, but you're not there. You might as well take a couch out to sit on. It's not about comfort.
Justin Graves in again to Conway, who's forward. Bowler does his own fielding.
So you're breaking the unit up by putting both hands on the knees. You're therefore putting more weight through into your heels when you're really wanting to make an athletic movement quite quickly as a slip fieldsman. So that's the first thing I would say. The next thing I think you want to say is that your eyes really and your head want to get in line with the ball as much as you can. As soon as you go wider of your eyes in the compass, outside the compass of your eyes, your rate lowers.
Wide of off stump, next delivery from Graves.
And by that, I mean your success rate. The chances of you dropping that catch increase quite greatly, I think. And so that's to do with depth. But in New Zealand conditions, I think most of the catches tend to be down lower catches, rather than, say, Australia. Australia, you can stand a bit wider, and you can actually move to the catch by moving your feet across the tape, because the ball carries a lot further. Here in New Zealand, you're down lower.
Graves into Conway. This time defending, wants a single, but very quickly sends Williamson back.
We saw a catch to Tom Latham yesterday, and it wouldn't have reached perhaps the first slip, but he dived across, but it was a bit low for him, and I think you've got to be very low. It's much easier to come up for a catch than it is to go down for one. Now, if you'll notice Chase, for example, he will put his hands on his knees, and then he will just take them off at the last moment, and they remain about knee height.
Graves into Conway, defending.
Did you see that, Tom?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, where were the hands?
Well,
just above the knees, actually, weren't they?
Yeah, not as...
So for him to go down is very much harder. It's much easier to be down there and then to come up. Sometimes, of course, the difficulty is if you see the cut coming, then it's going to be probably a top edge. You start to move up. You start to anticipate where that catch is going to go to.
Last ball of Justin Graves' first over, and it's defended again by Conway up to mid-off, and they won't score. End of the over. 98 for 1 New Zealand on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Conway 51, Williamson 33.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. We head to 15 minutes away till lunch here on the second day of the second test here in Wellington. Lovely sunny conditions, a bit cooler with us Huddley as Phillip bowls and Williamson turns the ball down to fine leg for 4. Just drifting down into the pads, and Phillip apologises to his keeper and teammates, knows that he got that line wrong. Williamson cashing in, he's 37. And nice simple shot played. The New Zealand 100 up there, 102 for 1. The West Indies scoring 205. So they're well on their way to chasing this first innings total down and starting to build a lead into the afternoon. Field just a little bit more spread now for Anderson Phillip. 2 slips. And a gully is a good delivery from Phillips, a bit shorter, and you just see there Williamson playing a crisp drive off the back foot, just indicating that things looking a little bit better for him as well. We had a nice, hello Smithy, we had a nice intervention in the commentary box. Peter Hay, Mitch's dad, coming up here, and John Hay. It was nice to see them. Obviously a very proud moment for uncle and father. Peter talking about the fact that there are 3 Burnside West players. Burnside West, of course, a club in Christchurch, as Anderson Phillip bowls, and it's played just squaring up Williamson a little bit. He looks a bit unhappy with the way he's played that. It ends up with Coney, who picks up the ball, throws it to Roach. But Tom Latham and Mitch Hay and Will O'Rourke.
So who is opening the bowling or bowling quick for Burnside West these days?
Well, O'Rourke, I suppose.
He's not playing.
No.
Well, he's injured, so he's not playing. So
he'd be away a bit, I would say.
So would Latham, and so would Hay, I think.
Yes, but the point I'm trying to make, while you two jibber jabber alongside me, is a very valid one.
102 for 1. I agree. Here's next ball is short outside the off stump, and you know the answer. It's a wide. Gee, Phillips really lost his way.
So the point I'm trying to make is I'm trying to find out who's opening the bowling or bowling quick-ish for Burnside West these days, because obviously with Blair Tickner out injured, that player will be in the New Zealand side now, because that's the way it is. I mean, you just go straight to Canterbury people first cab off the rank. Who's Canterbury?
Tends to be that.
Am I right or wrong?
Another Canterbury conspiracy. That's right.
5 in this team.
Same in the commentary box. 103 for 1.
Well, we just need to know who's coming in to the side from Burnside West.
Here's Phillip bowling and played by Williamson into the offside. Good line in there.
Garth from Christchurch. He'll know.
I've got no idea.
There we are.
Well, there you go.
Look forward to seeing them in Tauranga, though.
Research is poor.
Poor.
Yeah, they'll be there. It's pretty unlucky if they're not. How could you play for Burnside West and not have played for New Zealand?
103 for 1. Just these little niggles that appear every now and then as Phillip is bowling. Well, that's a good delivery. As Bolden Williamson is out. Just before lunch, his stumps have been disturbed by a beautiful ball. Williamson again squaring up a little bit. Those areas of uncertainty exposed. Williamson out for 37, 103 for 2.
Where does it pitch? It's pitched kind of maybe middle and leg, but he's squared around a great deal, looking to play that defensively, and it's gone on the outside edge of the bat as he's squared right around, so you could see the back shoulder coming around, and he's facing back down the wicket, and it's hit the off stump pretty hard. So Kane Williamson kind of not not so much foot movement either at all. It's just remaining very much on the crease and then squaring up to play a ball coming from that leg stump across him, and he hasn't covered that. That's the second time he's been out just before lunch. He was out just before lunch in Christchurch as well in the second innings when he nicked behind. Interesting. Williamson's got his own little battles at the moment, I think.
I agree. He played and missed a few times again today. We talked about just areas of uncertainty in Christchurch as well. Just seems to be squaring up a little bit from time to time. Rushan Ravindra has come to the crease. Very respectable average of 45. Well, a couple of texts here saying that Jackson Latham, Tom's brother, is opening the bowling for Burnside West, so he must have a great chance.
You're in.
Bags packed.
Just taking all the mud off the boots at the moment, getting the whitening out, measuring himself up.
What number would you like, Jackson?
Thank you.
103 for 2 it is. Gosh, it's cynical. I'm sorry to our South Island listeners, our Canterbury listeners, for my curmudgeons from Hawke's Bay and Marlborough, Wellington. It's going to be Phillip. It was a lovely delivery to see the end of Williamson. It really was, and a thrill for Anderson Phillip coming into this match, and beautiful delivery to see New Zealand's premium batter being dismissed. Here's Ravindra playing nicely into the onside, where it's fielded by Seals at mid-on, thrown into the keeper. The end of the over will take a break. 103 for 2. Ravindra yet to score. Conway 51.
My ride share just cancelled on me.
Should have called Wellington Combined Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Wellington Combined Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
Safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business funding faster. Well, Tom Latham, it's not his, Jackson's not his brother. It's been confirmed. So, but the name's right. It fits. As we see another over being bowled by Graves from the Government House end, and it has Conway just looking outside off stump and letting the ball pass.
It's every man's dream. Right arm over to pitch, middle, and hit the top of off from a bowling point of view.
Beautiful.
Anderson Phillip did exactly that. I mean, that's a delivery you cherish to anyone, but when you get rid of one of the world's very best players in that fashion, take a bow. That was a terrific piece of bowling. And you're right about Kane Williamson. We're seeing a lot more of his right shoulder, I think, at the moment than we used to. In days gone by, he may well have been defending that much more with his body around, side on.
And pushing the ball into the cover area. You know, it's more like a defensive push. Oh, here's Conway getting a full ball and going late towards an inside edge into his pads. Another bit of uncertainty. 10 minutes until lunch, so the West Indies desperate to try and make another breakthrough.
Wouldn't mind having a crack at Ravindra, would they, to be honest? Just in that little 10-minute period, because you know he's going to try and make a statement before lunch. And that'll be a flourishing drive of some point, or an aggressive shot, just to make sure that he feels as if he's in. That's the way he does it.
Here he is bowling outside the off stump, no shot. Well, here's a text has come in saying that is entirely Smithy's fault. Well played, Smithy. They think you brought about another dismissal.
Yes, I did. I said it was a Williamson day.
Yeah. Which Kiwi band is Smithy's favourite? The Mockers?
Yes. Look, I'm a Mockers fanish, I guess, to be honest. Much more Peter, Paul, Mary, the Seekers kind of a bloke.
Judith Durham. Carnival is over. There we are, Smithy. I can imagine you listening to that while you eat your fried chicken. Here's a ball driven down to mid-off. Calming music for hot and spicy food.
Well, if Braces is allowed Cliff Richard these days, give me the Seekers.
You can have absolutely anyone. I for some reason, my feed on Instagram is now starting to feed into Cliff Richard. I'm getting these terrible live performances coming through. God, it's awful. I don't know what to do with them. How do I change that? Help me, get off Instagram, Coney says. Now, how are you, Jerry? Here's a ball that's been just played into the offside. Nice delivery again. So Smithy, I've been changing Jeremy.
Better explain, please. We're not talking adult nappies here, are we? You'd better explain, please.
No, but for all the stick I get, I'm the person he chooses to change his medical dressings on his back. So he's been carved up by a surgeon, and some quite deep...
Is this really pre-lunch conversation that you're bringing up?
No, it's not really.
Is it really?
No, quite a deep trench on his back. As I'm going to
sake, it gets
worse.
worse.
This ball is pushed into the offside. Couple of runs for Ravindra. It's a really nice shot. In fact, it's going to be 3 as he just stretches across and leans on the ball.
It would have been nice for Ravindra had he played it.
It was Conway, 106 for 2.
Florence Nightingale.
I'm still deeply... Well, he called me a doctor. Gave me a lot of advice at the end of the over, 106 for 2. Anyway, I've changed his dressing on his face and his back, and I think Jerry was grateful. There was a lot of instructions.
Definitely. I was a bit concerned when he said, could you put your... I said, hello, doctor. And he said, would you just put your hands on the desk there, sir? Yes, doctor. And just open your legs slightly, please. Lower your trousers. No, it's my back. I want you to do my back, doctor.
None of that is true, but I have to say, a lovely message from Grant Elliott this morning. My shoulders.
Right, okay.
A lot of intimacy. We're getting on well up here. It's very nice indeed.
Some of us better than others.
Yeah. Well, that's the last change you're getting for this test. Okay. You can have Smithy doing it for you. Here's Phillip bowling outside the off stump and played into the offside by Conway. Just one more run to the New Zealand total, and now the West Indies will be pleased. They've got Ravindra on strike. 107 for 2. Conway 55.
5 minutes. Oh, there's someone having a bit of a go at me speculating about a 4-day game. Yeah, well, that's all it is. It's just speculation. It's just a thought. That's all. Not saying it's going to occur.
Here's Walter saying, I've just put $20 on Williamson to make 100, and 2 minutes later he's out. The better's curse. Here's Ravindra and Phillip, who was desperate to get in, then just turned around, looked up and saw that Ravindra wasn't quite ready. 2 slips and a gully as Anderson Phillip bowls, and Ravindra is going hard at that ball. Gee, he won't change. Outside the off stump, a bit of width, and he's hit it over slips for 4. Classic Ravindra starting shot, 111 for 4.
Goodness me, it is. It's wide and it's bouncing, and it's a big thrash outside the off stump from Phillip. There's certainly an element of good luck in that about it. If you don't preserve, and value your wicket, there are going to be times you get away with it, as he has there. There are going to also be times when you don't.
Just 4 minutes from lunch outside the off stump, and this time he lets the ball outside the off stump go. It has to be a concern, doesn't it? We talked at the start of the day. Really need to see Ravindra coming in and building an innings with real discipline at the top.
Well, against better sides and against bouncier pitches, and I'm thinking again as I sort of project forward to Australia, I keep doing that because I think if we can do well there, you're going to have to sort of address these issues if you're wanting to get runs, and runs are the key element in Australia. You must get runs. Look at what England have done.
Good delivery from Phillip, just cramps up Ravindra, just pitching on off and coming back into the left-hander.
The other thing is it's not so easy over there. The bowlers are slightly tighter. Even if even if the top ones aren't bowling, even the ones they bring in to replace those people, they don't give you much, and they hammer away just short of a length, so you can't drive just outside off stump. They sometimes have an angle with it as well if you're a left armour, and it's very much different from what we've got here.
West Indies just making a change to the field, with King being put back just on mid-wicket, about 15 metres off the boundary. This is outside the off stump. Ravindra leaves again. One ball remaining in the over.
I think he also backs himself, I think, Ravindra, to be able to say, I think I'm better than that, I can get it over him. And it's a very aggressive way to think. Some days you'll get away with that. Do you want that to play with that level of risk, is the question in a test match. T20, yeah, I'll give that a crack. Test match? Don't think so.
Phillip to Ravindra, and he's forced to defend this time. They run a single as it's picked up by Seals at wide mid-on, having to move about 10 metres to his left. We'll take a break and then come back for the last over before lunch.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, block out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on.
R18, bet responsibly. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 112 for 2, the scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals, and our expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Last over before lunch is going to be bowled by Graves, and it will be Russian Ravindra in a sleeveless jersey taking strike. It's outside the off stump, good line, just tempting Ravindra. He doesn't play. It's a good lead from him. He's on 5. Conway 55, and still a little bit in this pitch. We're still seeing the ball seaming a wee bit, carrying on with the arm. What are your thoughts about the West Indies bowling this morning, team?
Well, I've got visions going through my head at the moment, which are not cricket related, and I'm just trying to get them out. They're like demons. I think they've been mixed. It's been a mixed bag, to be perfectly honest. Some good stuff. One or two
is played into the offside.
One or two cracking deliveries. They've gone past the bat on the odd occasion, I think, but they've probably gone for too many boundaries. In all honesty, and they just haven't, I think, seized the opportunity when they've had it. And it's an honest sort of a morning, but it hasn't been overly demanding on New Zealand, I'll put it that way.
Graves bowls outside the off stump, and just synonymous with what you're saying there, Smithy. Another ball that the batter is able to let go.
I think Roach, his first spell, I think bowling to Latham and bowling to Conway, bowled mainly to Latham, didn't he? Got the ball on the angle and then moved it away slightly. Wasn't easy to get it away. You'd expect that from Roach, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Seals coming from the Vance stand end, coming back into Conway. Just got it, couldn't quite get the length and the line right.
Graves is going to go around the wicket to Ravindra. Chase is at first slip, Hodge at second, and Hope in the gully where he's been for much of the series as Graves bowls and is pushed into the offside. And it's fielded 1-1-2 for 2. 2 balls remaining in the morning session. New Zealand starting at 24 without loss, with Latham on 7 and Conway on 16. So they've added 88 runs. They've lost 2 wickets. Latham was bowled by Roach for 11. Williamson bowled by Phillip for 37. Both lovely deliveries, clipping the top of off stumps on both occasions as the next ball has Ravinda driving. Lovely, confident shot hit down to Roach at mid-off. So the bowling figures for the West Indies, Roach 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29. Seals 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 32. OJ Shield 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. Anderson Phillip 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 34. And Justin Graves is bowling the last ball before lunch. There is 1 ball remaining and he has none for 5 from 2 overs and 5 balls. Make that 3 as he has a defensive shot pushed back to the bowler. And the first session here of day 2 at the Basin Reserve, and the test match between New Zealand and the West Indies comes to an end. 2 wickets have fallen, as I've said. Latham for 11 and Williamson 37. Coney goes to lunch after battling away 55 not out, and Ravindra 5 not out. The wicket takers Roach and Phillip, and New Zealand now are trailing the West Indies by, let's just have a look, they made 205, New Zealand 112 for 2, trailing by 93 runs. So you would have to say then, Jerry, Ian Smith, that New Zealand, as we head to lunch, very much on top in this match.
Well, it's still poised, isn't it? And New Zealand, they've faced only 25 overs in this session. They had 9 last night, so it's not a quick over rate at all. They've scored at 3.5 runs an over. They've got 88 runs and they've lost 2 wickets. Both bowled, one from an inside edge, sort of in between bat and pad, so from going inside the bat, one going outside the bat, one getting onto the front foot as in Latham, and minimal footwork from Williamson and squaring him up again and going outside the bat and hitting the off stump as well. So some good deliveries to remove both those top order players. I think they'll be reasonably happy with those things. It's the in-between deliveries, isn't it? And it's the boundaries that we've talked about that have been struck by Conway, who's looked a little bit better today, I think, in terms of his defence. Still the odd one that he's letting the bottom hand go on the bat, but not as many as we've seen before. And he's also, once he gets into his attacking shots, he looks a much more accomplished player, I think.
There you are, those thoughts from Jeremy Coney. We've had Ian Smith here as well, providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. We'll take a break with New Zealand going to lunch at 112 for 2. 112 for 2. And we'll be back then with the Daniel McHardy lunch after this break.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled! This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Wellington Combined Taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
We're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
The Grand Tour Racing Festival is here. A celebration of New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events featuring headline acts, example, Sachi and more. Gather your crew, grab your tickets and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Sport Nation.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson, thanks to Bailey's, New Zealand's #1 rural real estate brand.
In rural news, Headwaters farmers supplying the premium Lumina lamb program are set for a major lift in returns, with a forecast $23.50 premium per lamb for the 2024-2025 season. Headwaters and Lumina CEO Steve Brown says the jump reflects a strong season, with 250,000 lambs supplied to the new market launches into Saudi Arabia and Malaysia, both delivering premium pricing. Alliance Group Sales General Manager James McWilliams says Lumina is operating at the highest level internationally and has secured a top place in terms of global food markets. The long-term strategy aims to return up to $50 per lamb to farmers as premium markets continue to expand.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson, thanks to Bailey's, New Zealand's #1 rural and lifestyle real estate brand.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Wellington Combined Taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
Safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
You do not want to miss this. Get into your local night and day this December to try their range of delicious donuts. Here's something sweet. Donuts are $3 every day in December, including chocolate, golden bicky, cookies and cream and more. From just $3 every day in December. With over 50 stores nationwide, your local night and day is never far away.
We've got it when you want it at your night and day store. Night and day.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet power bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet power banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on.
R18, bet responsibly. Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket.
heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner, and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket, built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. We're on the lunch break on day number 2 of the second test between New Zealand and the West Indies. And if you're just tuning into our coverage, New Zealand has extended their overnight score by 88 runs in the opening session. They have lost 2 wickets, though, that of Latham and Williamson, going from 24 without loss through to 112 for the loss of 2 wickets. Conway at lunch 55 not out, and Rachin Ravindra 5 not out. 25 overs bowled in that opening session. Both wickets falling by way of bowled. Roach getting rid of Latham for 11 and Williamson for 37. The wickets falling at 36 and 103. You would say maybe just New Zealand session. West Indies hoping they can make inroads in the second and third session, but looks like it's going to be a very good batting surface. Plenty of sun out. It's a southerly. That's not the drying breeze here, so that sun will help bake that pitch. While the fans have flooded onto the Basin Reserve, it is always a great sight when people wander out, have a look at the surface itself, and there's lots of games going around. I can see that the Teagle Chicken's actually having a bat. It's not a bad leg glance. Well played. Well played. Must be difficult in that suit. Gee, be roasting. Absolutely roasting. We're in the lunch break here on Sport Nation. A little bit later we have a live TAB odds update with Brad Lewis. But time to head into our archives, and we thought it was fitting after spending some time in Christchurch last week and catching up with Jana Wadsworth during one of the lunch breaks. Of course, her late father Ken Wadsworth, what a great character, and raising some wonderful funds last week in Christchurch. And Ken Wadsworth famously hit the winning runs the first time New Zealand beat Australia in a test match back in Christchurch 1974, spanking it to the covers. A fan grabbed the ball, tried to run away with it, and I think it was the Australian opener Ian Redpath ran after them and got the ball back. Such was the occasion. Even the visitors knew how important it was to New Zealand cricket, as New Zealand won by 5 wickets in Christchurch. It was a low scoring match. It was an exciting match. 223, Australia batting first. New Zealand made 255, a small first innings lead, and after Australia posted 259, the New Zealand side was set a target of 228. They got there 5 down in large, and I mean in large, thanks to the wonderful efforts of Glenn Turner, who finished 110 not out in the second innings, backing up the 101 he made in the first innings. Yes, hundreds in both innings of a test match. Absolutely famous effort from Glenn Turner. We had a chance to catch up with him when that great side had a reunion at Hagley Oval, as we listen back to Glenn Turner talking about his own heroics and the heroics of the 1974 side who beat Australia for the very first time in Test cricket.
This is Brett Illing. Download the Sport Nation app right now to catch all the action as the White Ferns take on Zimbabwe and South Africa this summer.
Absolute treat to speak to one of New Zealand's finest, Mr. Glenn Turner, who's been reminiscing for the last few hours. Glenn, this is probably uncomfortable for you. You've never struck me as a man who likes blowing one's own trumpet.
No, well, you don't like a fuss, and I was a doer rather than a celebrator, I suppose it's fair to say. And you didn't, of course, in my day, you didn't want to be known as a skite either. Yeah. So, the humility side of it was always taught to you, really, in your upbringing. And I remember my mother was very much like that, and I think she was nearly 90. When I said to her, Mum, if someone praises you, just say thank you and the problem will go away.
So you've passed that to Kane Williamson, haven't you? Just a little bit.
Yes, yeah, although I'm a bit surprised that he's doing the
fist pump now.
The fist pump, but it looks as though it's an obligation. rather than, what he really wants to do, I'm sure. Yeah.
If he was batting with a mirror, I don't think he'd be touching gloves. I know not everyone's with us anymore, but still special to be in a room with five of your colleagues from that trailblazing side in 74.
Yes, and it's always good to meet guys that you played with or against, going back a bit. In fact, Brian McHardy turned up this morning in a place that I was at, just out of nowhere, It was a shop, it wasn't someone's house. So, it's good to do that, and that's why I've come up.
For a mere mortal like myself, to think about scoring 100 in both innings of a test is truly extraordinary, but yet to do it in New Zealand's first ever victory over Australia, how much pride has that given you over the years? Or were you, Glenn Turner, just moved on to the next thing once it was done?
Yeah, I suppose, you can reflect on things and purr a little maybe. When you, at the time, you're so focused on what you're doing. I believe that, I suppose everyone's got different personalities, but, if you hit the first couple of balls for 4 and you get excited about it, you might try and tackle the third one and it's not on, and you get out. So, for me, the pleasure was when you were taking your pads off if you'd had a good day, and then you could purr a little. But as for on the field of play, I didn't do that, and because I wanted to play as well as I could. But as I say, everyone's got different personalities, but certainly that's the way I focused in the game, and it worked well for me, I think.
You're a measured individual. You said it tonight. You didn't get too high. You didn't get too low. Those are words I hear around the modern day sporting community a lot. As people get there, sort of understand the emotional side of sport. You need to be calm. But in the fire against an Australian side, a combative group, how difficult was that in 74?
Well, I'd played so much. I'd played 252 first-class games. I did look it up before this particular test match. And I think in all I played 570-2 games, I think, and then about 170 limited overs and all this sort of stuff. So
your muscle memory was there. You'd done so much of it.
Well, that was one of the arts of batting, really, and doing anything, I think. As you practice something often enough, all you need to do really then is free your memory up to take over. And that means you get rid of negative outside influences that may be around you to achieve that. And it really is just the next ball. And you could have one cue, I found, like early in an innings, because I'm naturally right-handed, I would concentrate on gripping tightly with my top hand, which is my left hand, because early in an innings, until I got my wrists and everything loose and I was starting to judge the ball better, my bottom hand might come in too much, and yet that causes you to play across it a little. And then as an innings went on and you started to try and dominate a bit more, I'd say to myself, wait. You just wait that fraction of a second longer to give yourself an opportunity to judge the delivery that's coming down or to react correctly to it. Because you can't think about it. I mean, if you think, now, if it's up to me, I've got to put my left foot forward, my shoulder towards the ball, get my head balanced right, eyes level, and the ball's in the keeper's glove and it's halfway back to the bowler. So it's very much a single cue and then just let it happen. And that comes through practice and playing often. And it suited me. In county cricket, you're playing virtually day in and day out. You'd play 20-odd days in a row, and then you might have 2 or 3 off, and then you're back into it again. And that suited me. And it tests your temperament. I mean, there are times when you think to yourself, well, it's just a little ball that you're trying to hit around the paddock and try and do it better than others. But it's not so much better than others, just as well as you can do it. But I know there's more to that. That's simplifying it, because you're with a group of guys. And the big thing that I got out of playing county cricket was that not just meeting and playing against people from different cultures, but living day in and day out with those people. And, Van Bernholder, he opened their bowling for the West Indies a little bit, and he opened for Worcester many years. He travelled away with me, and we roomed together. And then after that, another overseas player, Yunus Ahmed. I looked around our dressing room. You had D'Oliveira, you had Ron Headley, who was the son of the Black Bradman, they called him, George Headley, from Jamaica. And yet Ronnie, I think, was brought up in Birmingham, because y'all all right, our kid, he's a good one. And, he talked like a Brummie, and for me it was the first experience I had of a local English accent coming from a black face. And then there was another Indian off spinner who was for a while, he played a few games for us, that was there. So we had this variety of cultures in our team, and you're virtually living with them 7 days a week, and that for me educated me to more broadly. And so that when you come back to a place like New Zealand, which is changing and getting more cultures and so on in, it gets rid of stupid prejudice. You just treat people as you find them, and just give respect and hope you get respect back, and that's that.
You listening to you there, you have an amazing catalogue of experience and knowledge of how to play. You use that in both innings to score hundreds, and this is what I love about the sport. In a lot of ways, it's a collection of individuals trying to do something as a team. For a number of years leading up to 74, New Zealand had been knocking on the door. And you had good, pushed Australia just months earlier. Good results against the West Indies. How important was it to get over the line, and how difficult is it to make the others around you believe? You obviously had the internal flame and the belief, but those others in the dressing room might not have.
I mean, as far as playing for the team is concerned, if you've got integrity, you'll do it automatically. And I'd noticed over the years that those that are very vocal about king and country and team, quite often it doesn't measure up necessarily. But, if you've got anything about you, that should be natural. As far as trying to give confidence to others, I remember when I was coach, I did that a little bit, especially in Australia, because we seemed to think that they were better than us, sort of thing, and I said, well, these guys aren't that good.
You went around the room, didn't you, before that Australian Series 85-86, spoke to everyone individually and highlighted what they were very, very good at.
Yeah, well, actually, John Reid, who's passed now, he made mention of that. I didn't realise that, every now and then you think, I might have helped a bit there. Well, that's nice. I'll take that.
Typically humble turns. The morning of the fifth day, 50-odd needed. I think 4 down. You and Hastings had provided the most substantial partnership of the game that had given you this wonderful opportunity. You go out there with a bit of a nervous wreck in Jeremy Coney, who gets bounced out by Chappell. Like, seriously, should have been dropped, never played Test cricket again after that. No one should get bounced out by Greg Chappell. What are your memories of the last 50-odd runs to finally secure that win?
Well, the main thing is that we didn't lose wickets. There's plenty of time left in the game. So it's a matter of occupying the crease, and the runs would come. Just not getting carried away with, we're close, or thinking about other things. It really is one ball at a time. And it sounds cold, and why don't you do yourself a favour and enjoy the moment more? Sorry. I'd sooner enjoy the result and the moment afterwards.
I remember, I'm not sure if it was the first innings or the second innings 100, the fans come streaming out, and you react by by walking them off the pitch. Were you? Is that how much of a bubble you're in? That I need the fans not to run on the playing surface.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't want them to damage that. So you're thinking of, that was the right thing to do, I thought. But now, of course, they don't allow people to run out and so on. You know, they stopped that. I remember an occasion in Auckland, the left-handed opening batsman that I opened with there, the name's just gone out of my head. But he got 100. And after he got the 100, they swamped him. And he got a bit roughed up,
Rodney Redmond.
Against
Pakistan.
Yeah, that's right. And, people belting you on the shoulder and that have nothing to do. Rugby players, when they have success, they beat each other up. But we're not used to that. Anyway, so I said to Rodney, look, just the next couple of overs, just settle yourself down and look to defend and get yourself back together again in case it had upset him, you see. But at the end of the game, when he was asked what I said to him, he said, he just told me just to not play too many shots. And I thought, come on. It made it seem as though I wanted to slow him down, or I don't know.
That downward turn, trying to put me in his shell.
Trying to get him to change the way that he had been playing. But, anyway, because that shows you how upset or taken he was with the moment as well, a combination of those factors.
And then you run for the hills when Ken Wadsworth thumps it through the covers as the fans come running on once more at the end of the game. There's a lovely little anecdote about every man and his child wanted to be at that game, claims they're at the game, including some who left cars running outside.
Yeah, actually there's a guy I play golf with now, and I've only known him for about 5 years, and he said he was at the game. And he's one of these guys who, he's a real, loves to see New Zealand do well, and is very parochial in those senses, and being at events like that, he's really chuffed about. And so, he's one guy I've come across in that category.
Yeah. But so the story goes, is someone drove their car up to Lancaster Park.
I know, and left it running. Jerry Coney brought that out tonight, actually. When he was talking. Well, that shows it really mattered, because it seems people like to experience a significant moment. I was there stuff, I was there on that day when this happened. And that's great, Whatever makes you tick and whatever gives you pleasure, get on with it.
Glenn, I'll wrap this up. And you've been so generous with your time, and I know it's been a very long night, and you've got friends out there to go speak to. It's been too long since New Zealand's tasted success against Australia on New Zealand soil. If you were in that New Zealand changing room tomorrow, what advice, if any, would you give them?
Well, it's a new game. It's a new day. Just believe in yourself. I think they showed in the last test, or should I say the Australian showed, that, if without Green's 170 odd, there wasn't so much in it. I think tactically I didn't like the way they bowled to get the last wicket.
Yeah, on day 2, yes.
I thought that was a mistake. So tactically that was wrong. I'd like to think if I was coach that wouldn't have happened in the first place. But of course, these sort of things are starting to happen more now because of the 20 over stuff and that, bowling different licorice all sorts.
It was a very modern approach. And to their credit, they've admitted they got it wrong.
Okay, well, don't get it wrong again. Everything you can simplify it, and you need to focus on what really makes a difference. If you're not careful, you put in front of people a dozen things, and that's not the way it needs to be. And when you're at a certain level, you shouldn't need that anyway.
There's a diving catch inside the ring. What a catch!
You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
Timeless thoughts from a timeless player in Glenn Turner, one of the very best to ever do it for New Zealand in the Test match arena. Nearly 3,000 runs averaged in the mid-40s, 700s, including 2 in that very famous Test, both innings, 1974. If you like gaudy numbers, he played 455 first-class matches, scored 34,346 runs. I hope you were paying attention. I feel like I could get more runs having just listened to Glenn Turner again, 103 first-class hundreds. Speaking of numbers, let's head to the TAB for the very latest numbers for this Test match. We're on the lunch break. Bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. R18, please bet responsibly. Here's Brad Lewis.
Thank you, Daniel. West Indies at 15s, head-to-head. New Zealand $1.03. The draw is 19s. So there's not a lot of value there in the markets. As we head down to the New Zealand top run scorer, Devon Conway currently at the crease. He's made 50 odd. He's $1.60. Raja Ravindra also at the crease, $5.50. Daryl Mitchell next in, $6.50. And my smoky of the day was Glenn Phillips, paying $10. Mitch Hay is actually, Daniel, is slotted to come in at number 6 on the New Zealand scorecard. So we'll see if that's how it plays out. Their obsession with batting a keeper above a better batsman, and Glenn Phillips continues. He's paying 11s. And we heard a text in earlier saying they just put $10 on Kane Williams to score 100, and then he got out. Well, if you want to jinx Devon Conway or Raja Ravindra, Devon Conway $2.10 to get 100, $1.70 if you don't think he will, and for Raja Ravindra $4.60 if you think he's going to get 100, $1.18 if you don't think he will. And New Zealand to score 420 runs in their first innings, $1.87. That is the latest from the TAB. It is R18 as always. Daniel, please bet responsibly.
Hold there, Brad. Fascinating text has come through on 8833. Now, I thought the man who left his car running outside Lancaster Park as Glenn Turner, Ken Wadsworth, or to watch Glenn Turner get 100 and see us beat the Australians, and the man who tried to steal the ball afterwards into the crowd were different people. Shane has texted him, Brad, was the same man that left the car running that grabbed the winning ball and tried to take off with it just to get caught. I should know. It was my father.
Oh.
Right, Shane.
Wow.
Write that number down. Let's write that number down. Keep your messages rolling through to us. Thank you so much, Shane. Fascinating little insights. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. At lunch, New Zealand are 112 for the loss of 2 wickets in reply to the West Indies total of 205 all out. Let's give you the very latest forecast, the Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. The current conditions are very pleasant. Plenty of blue sky, wispy cloud down towards the south where it's a bit thicker, but no threat of rain. We're sitting at about 18 degrees, heading to a high of only 19 today because there is a cool southerly breeze, about 20 k's, so a moderate southeaster. The odd gust pushing up to about 30 k, but no threat of rain because the forecast is mainly fine apart from some high cloud throughout the day. And even if you want to look out further down the road, it's looking good. Tomorrow will be the coldest day of the test. We understand about 16 degrees expected high, but it should be mainly fine with a few clouds about. Some isolated showers are developing in the morning, but should clear at the very latest early afternoon according to the Met Service. And Saturday's fine, southerlies turning easterlies, and Sunday the best day if we make it that far. Of course, it is 93 runs the deficit for New Zealand. Conway is 55 not out. Rajan Ravindra is 5, 112 for the loss of 2 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. We're on the lunch break. We will take a short break. But the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper, will continue. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Now it's time to find out what's going on in the rural sector with Andy Thompson. Hawkeye by Ravensdown. Order nutrients for specific paddocks anytime, anywhere.
In rural news, Fonterra's first quarter update for 2026 shows the co-op has made a steady start to the year, posting a total group profit after tax of $278 million, up $15 million on the same time last year. Profit from continuing operations came in at $158 million. CEO Miles Hurrell says the business is performing in line with expectations, and the full-year earnings forecast for continuing operations remains at 45 to 65 cents per share. The Farmgate milk price forecast was recently narrowed to $9 to $10 per kilogram of milk solids, with a midpoint of $9.50. Hurrell says Fonterra is pushing ahead with the strategy following farmer approval for the $4.22 billion divestment of Mainland Group to Lactalis.
And that was your rural news with Andy Thompson. Hawkeye by Ravensdown. Find out how our precision spreading technology can help reduce your on-farm costs.
Hey, are you looking for a new home to bet on your favorite sports like basketball, NRL, or the UFC? Sign up to Betcha today and we'll double your first deposit up to $100 in bonus cash. Download the Betcha app. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Ugh, my rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Wellington Combined Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Wellington Combined Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
Safe and reliable. So book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, fast recovery, lasting relief.
Celebrating New Zealand's top thoroughbred racing events, the Grand Tour Racing Festival, with major partners Spates and Smirnoff, bring you an epic mix of beats, vibes, and non-stop entertainment. Book today and make it grand at thegrandtour.nz.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
The Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Put on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a Test hat-trick.
From over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled. Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The Test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
As Roach is around the wicket, this has gone through. Bowled, hit the top of off stump. Gee whiz, you can hear the West Indies applauding. Latham has been bowled by a beautiful delivery from Roach. Absolute perfection. Right arm fast outside. First delivery, a bit of a loosener, and it's cut by Williamson. Through cover and out to the boundary for 4. He's in a boundary hitting mood this morning, Kane Williamson, with that big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 67 for 1. I'm around the base reserve if the traffic as Shields comes round the wicket again to Conway. This one catches the outside edge, flies past Gully. There is a third man in place. They've turned for the second run. They'll get home on the throw. Just a little bit laboured, a little bit slow down at third man, the fielder moving across to his left, and the applause is for a half century to New Zealand opener Devon Conway. He's 50 not out. It's 96 for 1. As Phillip is bowling. Well, this is a good delivery. As Bolden Williamson is out. Just before lunch, his stumps have been disturbed by a beautiful ball. Williamson again squaring up a little bit. Those areas of uncertainty exposed. Williamson out for 37, 103 for 2. Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. New Zealand went on to score another 9 runs in that session to end 112 for 2. Their lunchtime score with Devon Conway not out 55, Richard Ravindra not out 5. Well, New Zealand started the morning 24 without loss.
losing Latham, and as you heard just moments ago, Williamson for 37, the 2 wickets to fall. But Devon Conway at the moment has been the mainstay of the New Zealand innings. It's an opportunity to go on here at the start of this second session. 55 from 104 deliveries, 8 fours. Been batting for close to 3 hours. Rachin Ravindra, new to the crease, 5. Just one boundary, flashing at a ball outside the off stump, getting a thick outside edge flying down to the boundary over the top of the slips for 4. We saw in the Christchurch Test match just how good Rachin Ravindra can be. And he comes to his beloved Basin Reserve with an opportunity to bat with his long-time Wellington teammate, Devon Conway. Big opportunity for those two when play begins in the next few minutes. Beautiful day in Wellington this afternoon. Started the day with a bit of high overcast cloud with the southerly blowing a bit more of the grey stuff in. But as I look across the basin from our vantage point at the Vance stand, it's blue sky. And while there's a little bit of breeze, pretty good conditions to bat. Big opportunity for New Zealand. Good crowd in the embankment. Plenty of spaces if you're in the area, but good crowd in, enjoying the sunshine. Also enjoying that first session. Grant Elliott, who's alongside me. And Grant, what an opportunity this is, a platform that New Zealand have got at 112 for 2. What we saw in the Christchurch Test match, a little bit of good starts, then a clump of wickets. New Zealand with an opportunity here to put the foot on the throat, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, I think, New Zealand sessions at the start of the session, 24 none down, and just losing the 2 wickets, obviously 2 significant wickets. Senior batters, you'd say, in Latham and Williamson, 2 batters that can bat long and really grind the bowlers down. And I think, as you've alluded to, it's a batting lineup where you want to grind them down so that you can get the power of Phillips, Mitchell, and even Hay on debut. Maybe not so much, but Mitchell and Phillips, down that order, if they can get in, they really can do some damage, and we've seen Phillips do that. So it is about setting the foundation, and we've sort of done that. But you look at the West Indies innings and 2 40s, they've missed out. We've got someone in now in Conway on 55. If he takes responsibility and goes on to score 100, well, then we're going to get closer to a score of 300. And, I thought that maybe score of 340 at the end of the day would be a great position to be in, especially being 1 bowler down. You have to keep that in mind. Like, do we bat once and bat long because we've got the 1 bowler down? So it'll be interesting to see how we go. The first session was the most important. I think we've negotiated that well. There were 2 fantastic deliveries that dislodged Latham and Williamson. Sort of deliveries where you walk off and you go, wow, I don't actually know what I could have done. Any different to a delivery like that, I'd still be out. If Kane had got more of a stride, and he probably would have nicked it. So great deliveries. That'll give West Indies a little bit of energy, knowing that if they get the ball in the right areas, then they can get the rewards. And what we saw from New Zealand yesterday is that they were too short early on, and then suddenly came in the second session. They were a lot better. They bowled a fuller length. They looked to hit the stumps, Tickner in particular, and ended up getting the rewards for it. So it'll be interesting to see how West Indies have regrouped and what they've chatted about, and whether that's actually going to translate into better lengths out there in the second session, making the batters play, hitting the stumps more, bringing those slips into play. But New Zealand are ahead of the game, well ahead of the game.
Players back out in the centre of the Basin Reserve and getting set for the start of the second session. 8833 is our text line if you want to get in touch with us. Bob's on the text machine here. Grant, the hairy jab should definitely go to Thailand, not just for the cricket.
Are we still talking about Thailand? That was a while ago. They're still texting in. I haven't made the decision yet, and Tom can have a look here. I'll show you what the agent has sent. But the
start of the second session. First delivery is delivered to Conway. Plays it just to the left of the gully fielder, who's had to scamper after it. And Conway has restarted the innings with a 2. He's up to 57. It's 114 for 2. Right? Continue on.
The last message there is just, "G'day, mate. What are you thinking here?" And I'm still thinking. So I'm getting our listeners to... obviously text in and see what they think. But uncertain at this stage of whether or not I'd be going on the Thai T10, the TT10. It'll be the TT10? Thai T10.
There's Roach in. Pads for Conway. So he's going to score more runs. He'll get 2 behind square. Fine leg will move across to his right. And Conway will take another 2 runs. He's up to 59. It's 116 for 2. Youngie on the text machine on the Kapiti Coast was in Thailand a couple of weeks ago, inspected the wicket for T10. Great for Grant's military medium and benefit of $10 massage between games.
Tell you what, if it is a Legends League or whatever they call it for the oldies, I think there'll be a lot of physios available to the players.
Isn't it standard, isn't it, for those leagues? Here's Roach again. This is back of a length and punching off the back foot as Conway. He'll score a single to backward point, who's almost all the way out to the boundary. So it's a productive start for Conway. 60, 117 for 2. Dave in Queenstown. Hi team, I don't think Grant should go to Thailand. I've heard they have big snakes. They could swallow a javelin quite easily.
That is scary. I don't like snakes.
I think that would put me off at all, wouldn't it?
Python.
Ooh, the python, the Thai python.
Tell you what, ominous signs here, Tom, for West Indies. I've just had a look at those deliveries, the 3 deliveries that Kemar Roach has bowled, and there's been no swing whatsoever. Nothing.
He's got the 3 slips. Kemar Roach, he's operating from the RA Vance stand in. There's a drive from Ravindra. He's caught the outside edge into the gloves of Imlak. Frustration for Ravindra. It was a half volley. He threw the hands at it, but it caught the edge. And Ravindra is out for 5. New Zealand 117 for 3.
Well, not too ominous. That one looked gun barrel straight. I'm just having a look at the replay. It was, if anything, maybe nipped away a little bit. Ratchan Ravindra got drawn in because of the length. The length was full. It was full, it was wide. He had a big waft at it and just got a feather. Unfortunately, New Zealand, well, they lose their 3rd. It's that of the talented Ratchan Ravindra for 5. 117 for 3 now.
Oh, good start for the Windies after the lunch break. 5 pretty comfortable runs off the bat of Devon Conway. And Ravindra, the eyes lit up, went for the big drive, caught the edge and he's out. So out comes Daryl Mitchell.
Well, that's where the coach, Darren Sammy, or maybe the assistant coach will go, told you my team talk would work. Whatever they said. I'd like to think that they would have said, let's bowl a little bit fuller, let's bring the stumps into play for at least the first half an hour, 45 minutes. Let's really attack with our best bowlers. You got Kemar bowling into it though, which is interesting. I'd always have him, the senior bowler, bowling with the wind. But whatever they've said, whatever they've done, it's worked. They've got the 1 wicket. You get Conway, you get 2 new batters in there.
I suppose significantly too for the West Indies. Grant is Mitch Hay is slated to come in next, of course, on Test debut. There'll be a few nerves, no doubt, rumbling around in his stomach as he waits for his turn for his first bat Test matches. In the meantime, though, Daryl Mitchell is out there. Didn't play in Christchurch with the injury. And a very welcome addition to this New Zealand top order. Here's Roach. He's coming over the wicket to the new man Mitchell, and he's on the front foot defending on the onside. Won't score. Daryl Mitchell.
Oh, he's done? Got him, yeah.
Spent a lot of time in the field in that first Test match. Daryl Mitchell, of course, he wasn't named in the 11 due to the hamstring injury, but was deemed fit enough to help them out when they needed him, with all the players, with everyone going down left, right and centre. But his value, of course, this New Zealand team is definitely with the bat in hand. So there's an opportunity here at 117 for 3 for Daryl Mitchell to restart New Zealand. Here's a full delivery. He's driving up to mid-on. A good stop there, and that ends the first over after lunch. A successful one. It cost him 5 runs, Kemar Roach, but he got the wicket of Ravindra. 170 for 3 New Zealand.
It's interesting, the whole injury thing. I think from a fan's perspective, they always look at a player and go like, oh, mate, if you can feel it slip, you can play. But I think they're always thinking long term. You know, I played a game against India at then Jade Stadium, and Sachin Tendulkar got 150. I think he retired hurt because he was a little bit older and he'd scored enough runs. So he retired hurt, and bring in MS Dhoni and Yuvraj Singh and those guys whacking it around. And Jacob Oram, the signal went out, Jake, your turn to bowl. And he went, I'm on bowling loads. He had bowled 6. Ian Bartlett gone off injured. I had to bowl bloody 9 of the overs and just getting smashed around Jade Stadium.
Justin Graves starts a new over, and he's thrown his hands at Devon Conway. He's at it, was down the leg side, caught the edge, diving catch from Imlach, and just like that, New Zealand have lost 2 wickets after lunch, and it's a big one. Devon Conway caught behind for 60. New Zealand 117 for 4 now.
Yeah, that's what you call a strangle. It's way down leg side. It would be a convincing one day wide. In fact, it's one of those deliveries that's actually very difficult to get bat on. It's so wide down the leg side. Probably would have hit another set of stumps down the leg side, and Devon Conway's tried to help it on its way. It just got a feather on the inside of the English willow, and unfortunately he's been strangled. But for the West Indies, it's just what I said, 2 new batters in, 1 on debut, Mitch Hay and Daryl Mitchell. So they're going to have to start again, New Zealand, after a good session. A double break now sets them back and puts West Indies maybe on a parity with New Zealand, you'd say now, Tom?
I think so. New Zealand trail by 88, but with 4 of their top batters now back in the hut. Latham, Conway, Williamson and Ravindra. Oh, you'd have to say, if Darren Sammy was pleased with his lunchtime chat 5 minutes ago, Grant, he'll be absolutely cock-a-hoot in the dressing room at the moment, saying whatever I said, it worked.
Yeah, that's when you've got to get them on the microphone, don't you? The coaches, job justification, exactly what they said at lunchtime, the press conference, told the boys just to get it a bit fuller.
What was the message?
Be more aggressive. How badly do you want it?
Yeah, absolutely. Justin Graves. Right, here's Mitch Hay facing up to his first delivery in Test cricket. It's down the leg side. He won't get a feather on that. Well taken by wicketkeeper Imlach, moving to his left. 117 for 4, but a bit of pressure here on Hay. He would have been feeling it anyway, Grant, when you're about to walk out for your first bat in Test matches, but he knows Daryl Mitchell hasn't got started. Now he's got to go out and get started too.
Yeah, and also I think that you always have there's a perception of what it might be like, the situation of the game when you go into bat.
2 slips in a gully for Hay, and he's driving this time. He's going to get his first Test run just to the left of mid-off. Coming across to do the fielding on that occasion was OJ Shields. But Mitch Hay, he's underway. He's 1, and New Zealand are 118 for 4.
Oh, nicely done. That's bucket list stuff. First bats on debut, single off your second delivery, perfect. That's just a tick. You get off the duck, that's first job done. So he's got his first Test run. He'll breathe a huge sigh of relief. I know I did. You just get off the mark. But he's got a big job to do, and like I said, he would have thought, I'll probably go out when we're 200 for 4, be quite comfortable.
Graves into Daryl Mitchell this time. He's trying to tap one on the offside and take a single as well, but good response from Hay, who says no.
Now finds himself in a situation where the game is probably level in terms of the West Indies, wrestling back a little bit more with those 2 wickets. So he's going to have to build a partnership here, but he's got a senior player in Daryl Mitchell, so he's lucky he's got someone out there who can talk him through it. It'll be about calming his nerves and just looking to score.
Graves over the wicket to Mitchell. This time it's wide of off stump. No shot off it. Definitely a spring in the West Indies step now, as you'd expect. 10 minutes into the second session on day 2. They take a couple of wickets. They've only got 205 on the board. And New Zealand 118 for 4 in reply. No energy in the field for them. from a New Zealand perspective, Grant, no better man for the crisis than Daryl Mitchell. Loves a fight. He's got work to do here. Graves is into him, and he's defending this one to point. He'll take a single. Hayes through quickly, and Mitchell's off the mark. 1 to Mitchell, 1 to Hay, 119 for 4 New Zealand.
Big battle, your local liquor store.
What's bigger than a weekend with the homies, cranking up all the latest hits? Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals, because that's what friends are for, right? So don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
Big battle, your local liquor store.
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation, thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. Terrific start to the session for the West Indies. 2 big wickets. Conway gone. Ravindra gone. 119 for 4 New Zealand. They trail by 86 runs on the first innings, and Daryl Mitchell is out there with debutant Mitch Hay as Kemar Roach starts a new over from the R.A. Vance stand in. It's driven up to mid-off by Mitchell, and there is no run.
I'm going to make you feel old, Tom. I actually don't know what sort of vintage you are, but I'm going to say similar vintage as me, maybe.
Yeah, you'd be about, well, something similar.
1979?
Yeah,
in the 70s?
Early 80s.
Yeah?
Yeah, not too far off.
So, Mitchell James Hay, born on the 20th of August, 2000.
I don't like these ones.
It's 2000.
Here's Roach in again to Mitchell. This is back of a length. He's defending on the front foot though, Mitchell. No run is the call.
He's born in the 21st century. I've got you. I hope this is accurate. You know, you never know with Wikipedia, but member of Burnside West Christchurch University Cricket Club.
I think that's correct.
And he attended Christchurch Boys High School as well.
Correct.
And represented the school in 3 Gillette Cup National Secondary Schools tournaments. And then ended up making his debut on the 13th of December 2020. That was list day. So that, at the age of 20, had already earmarked him, which is early on in your career.
Roach into Mitchell. He's trying to work this one on the onside. Slightly squares him up. Takes him high on the right leg. Squirts into the gully. No run.
Yeah, so in terms of first class cricket, he's got 114 50s. And it's not uncommon that players come to the Basin Reserve on their test debut and do extremely well on this surface, this stage, water stage. You only get one chance at your debut. Everyone tells you that. You get one chance at this to enjoy it, make the most of it. But he's got a real uphill battle here. 4 down, New Zealand.
3 slips waiting for Kemar Roach. Defending with on the front foot is Mitchell. Back to the bowler and there's no run. 119 for 4. New Zealand trailing by 86. Mitch Hay on test debut. Out there to face the music.
Born in the 2000s, and Kemar Roach born in 1988. With a fair bit of experience under his belt.
89th test match, isn't it? I think for Kemar Roach. Mitch Hayes at the non-strikers end as Roach is in again. That's short and pulled by Mitchell, but no real time. There is a player out at deep square on the boundary, and they take a comfortable single. 120 for 4 New Zealand.
Well, I've got Kemar Roach, but he's bowled 15,000 deliveries in Test cricket. He's on 291 wickets, but I don't know if that gets updated at the end of the series, so possibly a bit more. But Mitch Hay, who's just faced 2 deliveries, Kemar Roach is into the 15,000s.
Yeah, 293 test wickets for Kemar Roach, so he's closing in on a milestone in his test career. 87th test match. Veteran quick. Here's Hay waiting for him as Roach is in, tosses one up, and Hayes not tempted to play any extravagant drives to go through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over 120 for 40.
It's quite a similarity between the way these two bat when you watch Mitch Hay and Daryl Mitchell. Out of the crease, looking to come towards the bowler quite aggressively. Both with Gray Nichols. But I think he'll feel a little bit more at home knowing that he's got Daryl Mitchell there, another fellow Cantab.
It's a familiar teammate.
It's like when I see Rachin Ravindra and Devon Conway batting together. I know that they've batted a lot together domestically, so it's always quite nice to be able to bat with your mate out there.
I was going to say to you before, when they wandered out together, I thought, oh, this is a day for a couple of Wellington boys, isn't it? Glad I didn't say that one out loud. Greaves bowling to Mitchell. It's wide and he plays a square drive. It's getting out towards the point boundary. It's going to be pulled in on the practice pitches out in that direction. And Daryl Mitchell has turned for a third and will get home comfortably. He is 5. New Zealand 123 for 4.
I've seen a few strokes, even from Williamson, which is just a little bit expansive and uncharacteristic. You don't really see Daryl Mitchell playing through the covers like that often. He's normally leg side, straight. He doesn't normally flourish through the offside, and there's always danger in that, especially at the Basin Reserve because of the bounce and the seam movement. If it does bounce on you or just seem just a little bit, the slips are waiting, then there's always generally 2 or 3 slips. At the moment, they've got 2 slips in a gully.
Graves into Hay. It's Yorker length. He digs it out. Ball trickles towards mid-on. There's no run. 123 for 4. Does that... those kind of shots, is that indicating some kind of conditions, or is it just an attitude thing? Because we saw Williamson, you touched on Williamson in the first session, quite a few of them.
You're just playing away from the body. Maybe it's a diet of white ball cricket, because generally in Test cricket you don't want to play anything wider than mid-off.
Graves wide of off stump this time.
If you think about, looking down the pitch, you look at mid-off and you go, okay, from there all the way to the leg side, you can play on the leg side, and we've seen Kane Williamson, anything straight, he just turns away, and it's, risk-free cricket. As soon as you start playing on the offside and you get wider than mid-off, the bat face starts opening, and you've got less of a chance to actually hit the ball because of the angle, and it opens up the edge. So you don't really want to be playing through cover, which is why they leave cover open a lot of the time in Test cricket.
Graves in, it's wide, and Hayes throwing the hands at this one. He's hit it in front of point, and it's going to head out to the boundary for 4. So first boundary in Test cricket for Mitch Hay. He is 5 with that big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 127 for 4.
Well, brilliant. He's got his first run. He got off the mark, and now he's got his first boundary. His first run was just bunted to extra cover, wideish mid-off. This one short and wide, just what you want out the middle of the bat. There's good signs that he latched onto it early. It means that his mindset, he's looking for runs. He's looking to score. Hasn't got a defensive mindset.
Still the 2 slips and a gully. Points gone out to the boundary for Hay as Graves is into Hay, and he's defending this time back down the offside of the wicket. There's no run. 127 for 4.
Because the danger on debut is that the moment becomes a little bit too big for you, and a delivery like that, you get a short and wide delivery and you actually end up leaving it because you're in a defensive mindset and you're overawed by the occasion. And I think we've seen that a lot with players that have come and gone. They get to Test cricket and suddenly go, oh, a different player, whereas domestically they can be dominant.
Graves into Hay, and this one is outside the off stump, no shot offered, and through to Imlach. End of the over. Hay is 5, Mitchell is 5, 127 for 4. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, Garth Galloway and Ian Smith.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving. 127 for 4. It is scoreboard with Harvey Norman TV deals, and the scuffing that you can hear is Daryl Mitchell just getting his guard sorted out at the government house end of the Basin Reserve. He's facing Kemar Roach. 3 slips. And Roach is bowling to him outside the off stump, and it moves away. Imlach dives and takes the ball very close to the outside edge, that one. And Mitchell drawn into the shot by a beautiful delivery. Gee, that's close, Smithy.
Really close, Garth. It was a top straw delivery, and he's pulled his length back a wee bit to Mitchell. He's a smart bowler, Kemar Roach, and the reason why he's done that is Mitchell looks to bat out of his crease and actually come at the bowler. So you can be fooled by the length unless you're clever. You've got to bring your length back a wee bit to compensate.
Here's Roach bowling full delivery driven, and driven nicely down to mid-off where Johan Lane is fielding. So a substitute. Lane playing in the last test but left out for this one. 127 for 4. We've got the team from Entain in the commentary box, Smithy. So Entain, of course, which owns Sports Nation, they're the finance team, so they pay the bills. I saw you were being very nice to them.
Well, I was, yeah. I mean, they were being nice to us as well, though.
Well, I'm seeing it. I've just asked to have my invoice approved. Here's this ball's just played at the onside, dropped into probably a leg by as they amble through for another run. Indeed it is. It's great when people come up here for the first time and get to look at the view and the outlook that we have the pleasure of enjoying all day.
What they're watching from up here is a really important period in this match. It's slightly in New Zealand's favour because of the quality of Mitchell.
Yeah.
And Phillips to come, who can take it away from you really quickly.
Hay faces and plays a solid defensive shot. I mean, Hay's first class average is 48.
Yeah, he can play. There's no doubt about it.
He can play, yeah. One first class century. And clearly...
I'd have thought he might have more than that with an average of 48.
Yeah.
Must have a few not outs.
Bit of red ink, batting at 6 or 7 for Canterbury. But that's a very respectable average, and he's clearly no mug with the bat. Mitchell, it'll just be very interesting to see if he starts to advance down the pitch a bit, as you say, often likes to hit down the ground, doesn't worry too much if it's aerial. Here's Roach from the RA Vance standing and bowling, and Hayes driving, and it's a good shot through to the cover area. There's a chase for the fielder there, who is picking up the ball and throwing it in. It's Brandon King, and 2 more runs to Daryl Mitchell. New Zealand desperately needing something from these two. Gee, the Ravindra dismissal again, wafting outside the off stump just at the start of another session. We saw it a couple of times when he came out before lunch, and then we see it again today. I know he played that magnificent 100 in Canterbury and Christchurch, but he was dropped twice before he got to 16 in that innings. And it just feels like, to be a test match number 4, he has to be more disciplined, as Roach bowls played into the offside by Mitchell. End of the over. So 1 for 4. Mitchell 5, Hay 8, Roach 2 for 38 from 12.
I agree, totally. He's got to respect his wicket more, particularly at the start of an innings. He played that flourishing drive to get off the mark prior to lunch, and we thought, hello, here we go again, and didn't really learn from it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you're batting at 4, you've got a really big responsibility to your team, and the responsibility is that you sell your wicket dearly. And he's not at the moment. He is not selling he's not putting a high enough price on his ability, if I could sum it up in that way.
Well, and then if you think about, I look at Australia and England even, Joe Root, Steve Smith and co, it's a fundamental position, and one where I think that New Zealand are going to have to demand a lot more of them early in the innings. Sounds like our folks from Entain are enjoying themselves, as the next delivery has Hay onto the back foot, then coming forward again, just playing into the offside. Jaden Seals is the bowler. He has none for 32. And then, of course, we saw Coney out strangled down the leg side, and there's an element of bad luck to that. But again, just a shot falling away a little bit.
Well, there is, but remember, for most of the first session, they had a leg gully, as if they thought he was an opportunity in that area.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it is. It's a horrible way to get out. It's almost tantamount to be run out at a non-striker's end. backing up too far. It's a strangle. That's what they call it.
Seals bowls to Hay, who's driving. This is a good shot through the covers. Lovely, his second boundary in Test cricket. And that will be as nice as any shot, I venture to say. He might play an effortless cover drive on the up. Beautiful.
And this is off Seals, of course, and he's the aggressive one. He's the one that comes at you a little bit more, but he's got to get it right for his skipper, for his side. That is glorious cover drive in anyone's language. Front foot beautifully extended from a tall player, and copybook, absolute copybook back lift and follow through. I mean, that is straight out of the coaching manual. Beautiful.
Yeah, well, they've obviously got confidence in him keeping at 6. I thought there would be a temptation perhaps to get Phillips in at 6 and put Hay at 7, but Tom Latham saying they want to keep the balance the same. Keeper batting at number 6 as Hayes onto the back foot this time, and King Fields at mid-wicket, 135 for 4. Yeah, and I think, I mean, we often say, I mean, it's almost a cricketing cliche, isn't it, to say, oh, it's unlucky to get caught down the leg side, but it actually can be a legitimate dismissal, isn't it? And clearly, as you say, Smithy, they think Conway has a vulnerability in that area. Gosh, he walked off, so I thought he was going to have to get help to get off the ground, and understand. He looked so disappointed. I mean, we're just seeing Devon Conway. He played some good shots today, and I thought his defence was sounder in this innings than in Christchurch. Here's another delivery from Seals, and again he's piercing that gap between cover and mid-off as Hay. This time a gentle shot for 2.
Well, the door is open here for the West Indies. It's ajar. Question is, do they want to walk through it? And if they want to walk through it, it has to be now. They've got to keep striking. They just can't let a partnership develop here, because Mitchell is that kind of player. Once he gets in, he is so hard to remove. And Hay looks good. So the two Mitchells, one surname, one Christian name, from the West Indies point of view, have to be separated here. And Seals has been given that responsibility. He's not delivering yet.
He bowls again short, and Hayes onto the back foot and pulling that ball over the boundary at long leg for his first 6 in Test cricket. Ian Smith called it. He said that Seals is not delivering. He delivered a half tracker, and Hay inside the line of it, pulling it over the boundary for 6. 143 for 4.
Well, he's played a copybook cover drive and a wonderful hook shot in the same over. So it doesn't look like he's at all nervous about these proceedings. I thought that he might be. He's entitled to have a few nerves, but he's playing his natural game, and his natural game is really working well. And I suppose he's got a bit of a licence here, as I was saying next door to our guest from Entame, because if he gets 70, 80, 90, he probably won't play the next test if Blundell is fit.
Here's Seals again, and that's a better ball which is driven back to Seals again with a degree of pace. So well played by Mitchell. Hey, he's on 20. He's only faced 16 deliveries. Mitchell is 5, 143 for 4.
And so it is a bit of a licence. You're going to get one crack, and then if we think that Blundell's fit for Mount Maunganui, Blundell would probably go straight back in, wouldn't he, as the incumbent, you would think. And it might just hasten the injury, the recovery from injury a wee bit if Mitchell Hay pulls off a screamer here. And he started in terrific fashion, 20 off 16, 2 4s a 6, and not looking nervous, not looking in any trouble whatsoever.
Mitchell faces, and it's a thick outside edge which is stopped by Hope, and Hodgett is actually in the gully.
The little thing I will say about Daryl Mitchell advancing is that sometimes when he plays, he's on the move, as he was there. When you're walking at a bowler or you're batting out of your crease and looking to advance, sometimes you're actually on the move when you play the shot. He was there. And that can be one of the dangers of it, particularly if the ball does anything off the surface.
Here's Roach, the spearhead, bowling to Mitchell, who's playing to the onside, where Phillip Fields at mid-on. They pick up another run, 144 for 4.
Roach is the smartest, as I said before, and this will be interesting here. They're finding out about Mitchell Hay on the spot, aren't they? They wouldn't have a lot of research to do on him, not a background footage, so they're learning on the spot, and Roach probably learns the quickest of this bowling attack. How's he going to approach this? Is he going to give him an enticement to drive through the offside and hope that he doesn't get it right? He's got a cover in there to block that.
And 2 slips in a gully. Roach bowls full into the onside again. It's Phillip fielding at mid-on. Yeah, it's good. Hey, I mean, the game quickly gets away with you with these sort of totals, doesn't it? 205, and suddenly Hay 20 off just 17 deliveries. Mitchell, of course, dangerous as well. So the West Indies, what's the 40 overs? We're into the 41st over. So it's a long time till the new ball, and as you say, Smithy, time to pick up wickets now. And here's a good delivery which beats Mitchell Hay outside the off stump. And we're just again seeing the class of Roach as he puts that ball right into that area. Lovely length outside the off stump, and Hay again fortunate not to get an edge.
Just pulled this length back again, as he has done for Daryl Mitchell. Good contest, this newbie, old guy.
Yeah, it's really good. It's lovely, these little stanzas that we go through in test matches, and we're again witnessing a really interesting period of play. 144 for 4 New Zealand. West Indies made 205. Here's a nice drive. Oh, and misfielded at mid-off when they decide to run. It's Seals rather, who went to his left a little, and then just a little careless. It means that Hay can get off strike with another single. He's 21, 145 for 4. So Mitchell on strike. The buzz of traffic around the Basin Reserve. Lovely afternoon in Wellington. A work day for many and a day at the cricket for others, as we see Mitchell come forward. He plays defensively, bat well in front of his pad on that occasion, but safe enough. We'll take a break with the score at 145 for 4.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Same Game Multis just got better on BetShare. We've now got more markets, more combos, and more ways for you to bet on sports. Copy popular Same Game Multis and even get personalized picks with the new Same Game Multi for you. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly. Okay, back to the tunes now.
Well, we're just watching an interesting moment. Ian Smith and I just talking off here. The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with the Prosper Fast Business Funding. A change to the bowling attack. Seals has been taken out, and Ian Smith observing that he is less than happy with it. Graves is coming into the attack from the government house end outside the off stump through to Imlach. No shot.
Well, he misfielded towards the end of the over, but when the over was called, he started to jog down to the southern end, and he noticed all of a sudden that Graves had taken his jersey and his cap off and handed it to the umpire. So he had not been told he was taken out of the bowling attack, and his reaction after that was interesting, to say the least, right in front of his captain.
Kicking at the turf. Is Graves bowling outside the off stump, and that induces a loose shot from Hay, his first misdemeanor batting for New Zealand.
He's standing, I'm watching him at mid-wicket now, he's standing hands on hips, shaking his head still, as if to say, what did I do wrong? Well, you got cannon through the offside twice, you got pulled down to fine leg for 6, and we want something better at a new player, so I've got to go back to an older head, sorry.
It's not going to help him get back into the attack in a hurry. Just a bit of petulance from him as Graves bowls and played to Seals, who picks the ball up and throws it firmly to Imlach. A little bit of frustration released. So it's been a good session after lunch from an interest point of view.
The interesting thing for me, though, we've talked about Ross and Chase and making himself evident as captain. He never told him. I mean, he didn't say, I'm making a change. He didn't say, look, take a spell.
Well, that might be part of the punishment. Here's Graves bowling outside the off stump, well wide this time, and no shot from Hay. Yeah, I mean, I think the decision by Roston Chase is the right one. I think it could have been communicated a bit earlier rather than through sign language. Now, Seals at mid-wicket is doing some very elaborate stretching, just getting himself a bit looser for when he does come on. A couple of wickets have fallen since lunch. Dismissal of Ravindra, out caught behind. There'll be no real surprise to that. He flayed the ball loosely outside the off stump, or flayed at it. This one is let go by Hay. He was caught by Imlach from Roach's bowling for 5, and then Devon Conway caught down the leg side by Imlach again. Good catch taken from the bowling of Graves for 60. So Graves had a very short rest indeed before being brought back into the attack to replace Jayden Seals. Roach has 2 for 39, Phillip 1 for 34, and Graves 1 for 12. Last ball of this over from Justin Graves, bowling to Hay outside the off stump and no shot. And the end of the over. After this break, it will be Daniel McHardy joining Ian Smith.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Wellington Combined Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Wellington Combined Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
Safe and reliable. So book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 145 for the loss of 4. New Zealand trailed by 60 runs. Hayes 21. Mitchell is on 6. New Zealand has lost 2 wickets. Roach and Ravindra loosely once more outside of off stump early in an innings, caught behind off the bowling of Roach, and then Conway well caught down the leg side. As the new over has Seals from over the wicket from the Vard stand end. Bowling, and there's no run as it's pushed to the onside by Daryl Mitchell. Conway gone for 60 wickets, both falling at 117.
And for Seals, who was very, very disappointed about being replaced at the southern end, what his captain didn't tell him is, I want you to bowl at the northern end. So the frustration and the moodiness was unjustified in some respect anyway, but he's back now, and having been driven through the covers and hooked out of the ground, let's just see what he's got to deliver. Roach was good. Let's just see how Seals can come in and support him.
Well, here's a lofted straight drive, sailing high and long. 4-6 runs, big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. Heading into the down breeze, 151 for 4 up for New Zealand.
Doubt whether that'll improve his mood. No, I doubt it. Hell of a cricket shot, I've got to say. What a shot from Mitchell. That is just... He plays this aerial drive instinctively almost, and you don't quite know when he's going to do it. Sometimes he'll defend a delivery like that, and the next time he could hit you out of the ground, which he just did. So he's given Mr. Seals plenty to think about here.
Expert commentary with Ian Smith, and now Jeremy Coney with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. He often likes to do it early in an innings, doesn't he? It's almost like he likes to put it in the mind of the batsman. 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward point, deep square, long leg. Features of the field is bouncer underneath. Mitch will go.
Yep. Little word from Seals.
A little word from what the captain Graves from Seek and Slip.
And he likes coming down, doesn't he? He loves changing the length of the bowler if he can. He kind of can hook as well, which he does get a few because of that. There is a man out there at the moment positioned just on square, almost on the boundary.
Seals bowl short, ducking out of the way.
He was at home then, wasn't he? Didn't come down then.
I'm quite liking this, actually. There's a bit of feeling out there, which is pretty cool. And why wouldn't you be? If you're a big, nasty, quick bowler and someone just belts you over your head for 6 in a test match, you shouldn't take it lying down. You should be at him, give him a bouncer, go down and say, what are you going to do with that one, son? Which he effectively did, and follow it up with another one. Best way to get back in the game.
151 for the loss of 4. Seals none for 50. Shorter, wider of off stump left alone. Then Mitchell plays the mimic cut stroke.
Good start from the West Indies though, boys. 2 very quick wickets straight after lunch. Do you think the Ravindra might play a little tighter next time? Do you think, well, Root, number 4, quite a tight player. Smith, number 4, quite a tight player. Ravindra, 4, quite a loose player. Wants his runs very quickly.
That he does. Seals from the Vance end there goes full at this time. Tight in defence as Mitchell. First ball after lunch for him, wasn't it? First ball. That's the end of the over. 151 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Latham 11, Conway 60, Williamson 37, Ravindra 5. 2 wickets to Roach, wicket apiece to Phillips and Graves.
So they're in with a chance here, aren't they? They're pushing hard at the moment. Yes, there's one more batsman. We would regard him as a batsman, I think, who bowls a bit, Phillips. Some might have thought, well, maybe Phillips should come out, but Hayes played the game sensibly so far, shown us some nice strokes, particularly off the front foot. Not a bad hook either.
Over the wicket, we're going to see Graves start a new over, just darting back towards the right-hander. Hay past the inside edge into the thigh pad.
So the West Indies at this point, 205 is not a very good score, you know that. But the only way they're going to get back in this game is to knock New Zealand over, not necessarily for under 205, but for not too many in front of 205. So if they could bowl New Zealand out for another 100 runs, that would give the New Zealand lead of 45. A good opening stand, you can nullify that. So, you know, they can be back in the game by the end of today. Back in it.
On the Government House end, Graves gets nice and close to the stumps, pushes it very wide of off stump, no stroke.
Well, he's bowling a wide line here because the very first ball he bowled to Mitchell Hay, he had a cut at and missed. And so he's decided, well, I might just hang out here for a little while. And if he's not going to play me, yeah, got a deep backward point or deepish backward point. If he's not going to play me, so be it. He's not doing me any damage. But I think he might. I just think he might. Wicketkeepers don't mind playing square of the wicket, I can tell you.
Tall man, he stands, waits and cuts uppishly on the bounce to deep backward point, and Graves stands there with his arms open. Why didn't you attack that? I'm not sure he would make it. Pretty cool, calm, collected in the deep. Smithy's got a quizzical look, like maybe, well, how about this? Maybe give it a go? Because he just stood there, waited, pitched in front on the bounce, right in front of John Campbell. Who was one of their better ground fielders, you would say. 152 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Didn't quite get it high enough, but it was still a half chance, I think you'd call that. Really, if you'd seen it early, or earlier than he did perhaps, it was only what, would you say 5 steps in front of him when it pitched? Keeper up.
Yeah, 2 slips in the gully remain. Mitchell comes forward, turns to the onside. There won't be a run.
Okay, I quite like that too. This is good work from the West Indies. They're saying to Mitchell, no, I know Graves isn't our quickest bowler, but you're not going to go down to him at all, thank you. We're going to keep you at home so he can bowl a length and get that little bit of nip that we've seen already to Hayes so far back into him.
Lovely conditions now as the winds just dropped a touch very wide of off stump, not tempting Mitchell into a stroke who will remain on 12. 152 for 4. And mark. Looking to recreate Alex Carey, eh? Amazing.
Well,
performance the other night.
he might get a nick in it, mightn't it? So we'll go in the book as a caught him like bowled Graves. But if he doesn't get him out, but he gets him LBW or bowled or caught somewhere else, it could be called an assist, couldn't it?
Why not? Especially Mitchell, lights coming down, batting outside of his crease. He just pokes the ball through a gap at point to end the over. 1 run takes New Zealand to 153 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Summer of cricket from the Basin Reserve, and with Prosper, your business funded faster. The deficit is 52 runs. New Zealand still with 6 wickets in hand in their first innings, 153 for 4. Seals continues to operate from the stand end. 2 back on the boundary on the onside. He goes full and past the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell, who plays outside of off, lured into that defensive stroke. We've got an update from Zach, fellas. You might remember Zach. It's on the tractor. It was his wife's birthday.
Oh, yes, birthday night.
Yeah, birthday
At
night.
the Porterhouse.
The Porterhouse, yeah. No photo evidence, which has me a little bit suspicious from the outset, but I will read his message. Good afternoon, guys. Zach here, once again listening from the tractor. Update on my wife's birthday dinner. She was very pleased and felt well celebrated, exclamation point. Cooked the Porterhouse well, had a beautiful pink centre, and despite your concerns, had no issue with chewiness. Seals.
And...
It goes on. Seals bowls again back. Oh, that's a brute. That lifted sharply and away past the outside edge again. He added, was very well seasoned too with the basics, with a bit of garlic twang. Served with kumara fries and broccoli, and whipped up a carrot cake too for dessert. So it was quite the feast. Thoughts on cream cheese versus lemon icing on a carrot cake?
I don't mind the lemon icing. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
a good contrast.
He's probably one of the most talented tractor drivers I've ever heard of.
I don't think he does much tractor driving at all by the sound of it.
Zach, up for man of the match. Bouncer, no strokes.
Was the Porterhouse steak for the wife as well?
Wasn't for the tractor.
Oh, okay. No. That wasn't the fodder fellow, was it? Is that the well?
No, I think that was Neil from North Otago.
Another guy.
Fodder beet.
Fodder beet, yeah.
Really ugly vegetable, isn't it?
It's more for stock, isn't it?
Stock,
It's a stock feed, yeah. Fodder beet, yeah.
Less emissions from the stock.
There we go.
Thanks from the Green Party.
Yeah, I was making a farting joke, obviously. There was no. That was apolitical. That is a short ball that Mitchell plays inside the line through again to Imlad.
We stooped to. Had a medical condition prior to lunch, which nearly made everyone crook. And now we come out post lunch and we're talking about emissions. Well, I mean, how much lower can we go in terms of our standards?
None lower.
There's still 2 or 3 days to go, fellas.
Plenty of time for improvement then.
Exactly. Hands off the knees and the slip cordon for us, Jerry. We need to lift our game. On ball by ball as Seals goes very full and off stump. Mitchell very loud callers as often as want. As he plays it to cover no run. Carrot cake. Big fans?
Don't mind a piece of carrot cake.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Like it.
A cup of tea and a piece of carrot cake. Terrific way to end a meal for me.
Doesn't sound a good cake though, does it?
No,
Carrot
it doesn't.
Cake, but nevertheless, surprises you. It's good.
Don't want it too dry, do you, Jerry? Bit like a Basin Reserve wicket on day number 1. Don't want it too dry. It's hard work. It's hard toil. Last ball of the 45th over is Seals from over the wicket. That's too short. That should be a wide. Is called a wide. And one more. 154 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
He was trying to lure you into using a word which is marginal. So it's better to say too dry. You don't want it too dry.
I had the exact same thought, Smithy.
Yeah, as you said it, eh?
It's a controversial word.
It is.
Especially in my household.
Producer up in Auckland said don't say it.
I haven't said it, have I?
No, he just said so. Yeah. Don't say it.
Dessiccated's all right.
Okay. Another short one. Is that going to be widened again? It is. Well, Seals, he's giving it plenty of effort. That's 137k, but wayward, 155 for the loss of 4.
It's a good battle, this, at the moment. It's going to take New Zealand another 30 overs or so to get that 50 ahead that you were talking about, Ian. And there's some work to be done for New Zealand here. The West Indies are right in this, and they know it too.
Seals charging away from us. His 12th over comes to an end with a wasteful ball well outside of off stump, and Mitchell leaves alone. The end of the over, 155 for 4.
At Waterforce, we understand the stress of water compliance on your farm. Our metering, measuring and monitoring products paired with expert knowledge take the hassle out of meeting regulations. Let us handle compliance while you focus on the farming. Track water usage precisely with our advanced systems, telemetry, backflow prevention testing and drinking water quality. At Waterforce, we do it all.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business funding. Be great to continue from the Government House end. And well done, Zach. He's accepted the challenge. He is going to send in a photo. Gray starts a new over and a play and miss, playing outside his eye line. It's there to drive. Hay misses.
He's bowled a lot of dot balls to Mitchell Hay, and then he bowled him the wide one, which he almost, as we predicted, hit it down backward point's throat. Very close to doing that. And now he's given him a little tempter out. So this is a bit of an examination for Mitchell Hay. And that one was the not bad.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Term that is. Convincing. I'm very nervous about using words now.
No.
The producer in Auckland has given us some instructions, so I'm very, very nervous about what words to use. I'm most, least, biggest, small.
Yeah, fewest, less than, that type of stuff. This one just nibbles back off the seam from wide.
Driest, very dry.
Dry to drier. Little bit of swing, Jerry. He is the slowest of the seamers. And it just wobbled away. The previous one that went past the outside edge. Canny bowler. Smart bowler, 1 for 14, into his 8th. He goes back of a length and left alone by the right-handed Hay on debut. He's 22. He's hit 2 4s and 1 6 on our big barrel boundary count. Bigger age, bigger deals. Zach, you need to send a photo to yourvoice@sportnation.nz. That is our email address. If you actually want to make a comment about the game, you are more than entitled to, especially those who might be living offshore in the Caribbean, for example. That's yourvoice@sportnation.nz, and send that photo in, and we'll get the culinary kings to judge. Past umpire Pelican once more, trying to bait Hay with another wide 4-1, leaves alone.
It's almost a sense of test cricket about this.
Yeah.
A little bit of one-on-one, a little bit of nip and tuck. It's interesting. It's what they used to say was quite absorbing.
Goes from over the wicket, very, very well bowled. Hay thought about playing with Drew at the last, and it came back in towards off stump, and he thought he might have just tickled it.
Was he playing? He's letting go. Certainly came back in, taken to the left of the keeper, Imlach, taking it to his left. So that's how much it's come back.
slips in a gully behind the wicket. Very full on off stump. Hey, respectful, playing with a straight bat. Nice battle. The end of the over, 155 for the loss of 4. Drinks coming onto the field. At the start of the session, New Zealand were 112 for 2. Conway was 55. Ravindra 5. Ravindra went first ball after lunch, caught behind. Devon Conway also caught behind, but trying to flick a ball away down the leg side. Gone. Wickets both falling at 117. Since then, Mitchell has hit 1-6 on his way to 13, and Hay is 22, not out on debut. New Zealand trail by exactly 50, 155 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. We'll take a break with drinks on the field.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
All right, ad time, but worth a listen. Betch has now got boosted odds across the big ones. EPL, Champions League, NFL, NRL, cricket, UFC, and basketball all season long. Bigger odds mean bigger payouts on Betcha. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsible.
Sport Nation.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Sport Nation.
Nothing beats a Kiwi summer. Good mates, great weather, and the buzz of live cricket. This season, the Black Caps are taking on the West Indies across the country. The sun's out, the vibes are high. There's no better way to be part of it than at the cricket. Get amongst it this summer. Grab your tickets now at nzc.nz.
Sport Nation.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Yup, another ad. But stick with me. If you love watching live sport, you can bet on the game too with Betcha. Get all the stats and insights you need, place your bets before the next play, and watch your bets come in with the new Bet Tracker. All on the Betcha app. Select sports and markets. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsible.
Over the wickets. Here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation.
He's got the 3 slips. Kemar Roach, he's operating from the RA Vance stand in. Here's a drive from Ravindra. He's caught the outside edge into the gloves of Imlak. Frustration for Ravindra. It was a half volley. He threw the hands at it, but it caught the edge. And Ravindra is out for 5. New Zealand 117 for 3. Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. Hearing the wicket there of Rachin Ravindra dismissed in the first hour after the lunch break. New Zealand have taken their score from 112 for 2 to 155 for 4 in that hour on day 2. They trail the West Indies by 50 runs. Daryl Mitchell's on 13. Mitch Hay is on 22 on test debut, of course. Mitch Hay, 22 from 34 deliveries, 2 fours and 1 6. Seals is going to start after the drinks break. He's operating from the RA Vance stand in. He's bowling to Daryl Mitchell, who's back defending the offside, and there is no run. 155 for 4. Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Tom. And this is an important period of play, obviously, because the West Indies removed Ravindra first ball that he faced after lunch. And of course, that set New Zealand back from the point of view. He's a batsman who, once he does get in, he scores at such a rate and so quickly that you can catch up and get ahead of the game, obviously much more quickly. And so then, of course, removing the man who was set.
Seals to Mitchell, turns this one into the onside, and there's a big gap at that short mid wicket, so Mitchell gets through for 156 for 4 New Zealand.
And was on 60, so he would have been hoping that he could have carried on from there, came back and was playing quite nicely in the first over after lunch, and then he's gone as well. So 2 new batsmen at the crease. We've now got a little partnership developing between these two, and it's of 39 at the moment. Hay has done quite nicely. He's shown the ability to play some drives and a cut, and also particularly in a pull. And Mitchell's doing what Mitchell does. He comes at you, he irritates you, he tries to get you to change your length.
Seals into Hay. This time it was wide of off stump. Hay was threatened to play and then pulled the bat out at the last minute.
So the West Indies, while New Zealand still, are 44 plus 5, 49 behind at this stage. It's going to take them a little while at the moment, and there's something happening for the West Indies, isn't there? Every over they're going past the bat, or they're getting close to the stumps, or there's a half catch. And that's what we've seen in the last few overs. So they're in the game here, and that's good to see. They're using their bowlers carefully. Seals at the moment.
And again to Mitchell. This is so Mitch Hayra, that's down the leg side, and he watches it fly past, and Imlake has to move quite a long way to his left to cut it off. 156 for. There's an energy, isn't there, too, about them, I feel, Jerry, in the field. We've talked a lot about the likes of Roston Chase having his hands in his pocket, but you can't at the moment fault them for trying a few things. They seem to have energy in their bowlers. And as you said before, they're in the game and they know it. They know there's an opportunity here. Another 2 wickets, and all of a sudden 180 for 6.
Well,
they're right in it.
Seals can pitch up because he's got 2 slips in the gully. He can also pitch short. He's got a backward point sort of 2/3 of the way, and he's got also a man on the leg side the same.
Seals into Mitchell, plays with the straight bat up to mid-on, doesn't score.
And these are times I think you realise as a batsman you've got to dig in sometimes. You cannot just keep playing shots. And even though you want to be, to be expressing yourself, and you want to have intent and all those kinds of words to play the strokes and get runs, and you're trying to do that, there are times when you just have to say, okay, let's just try and see ourselves through this period of, say, 4 or 5 overs and stay at the crease and nothing silly.
Seals into Hay. Hay's defending back down the offside. Well, to your point, Jerry, I think Mitch Hay scored something like 22 runs, or 20 of his 22 runs, of about 16 deliveries, including a couple of nice boundaries and a hook shot that went down to fine leg for 6. And since then, he's on 22 now from 38. So he is having to dig in a lot more at this point.
And I think that is exactly what Test cricket does to you. If the other side tighten the fielding up, and there's not many loose balls around to really attack. At the moment, they are trying to change Mitchell's game by bringing the keeper up and standing behind the stumps. He can't wander out from the crease with impunity as he has been doing to alter the bowler's length. So, things is happening for them at the moment.
Justin Graves starting a new over from the Government House end. There's a misfield at cover. The ball went straight to him, straight to John Campbell off the bat of Mitchell, but the misfield means they can take a comfortable single, and that will should annoy Captain Roston Chase, who's at first slip. One more to Mitchell. He's 15, 157 for 4.
Well, Graves bowled a good short ball to Hay, didn't he, and encouraged the cut, and he nearly got caught. He's dropped a little bit deeper, that man. I think is it Brandon King out there? I don't know. Anyway, so whether he's wanting to play the cut again, we'll wait and see. If he does, he's got to get his bat nice and high.
Graves into Hay, that's wide of off stump, and he's not tempted to play a shot.
So that he comes down on top of the ball and controls it rather than hitting with an open face of the bat, and that carries in the air to that sort of player in that area. So New Zealand have to just weather the storm here just a bit. It seems to be the odd ball just nipping about a bit as well. So well done, the West Indies.
Anderson Phillip is the player at backward point. He's about 10 metres inside the the rope, and that's the ball that fell short of him. Here's Groves to Hay, again wide of off stump, and Mitch Hay is happy to leave. Also, I can see him down there, Jerry. He seems to be sort of trying to communicate with the slip corner about how far in he should be. Clearly the delivery that fell, the shot that Hay played that fell in front of him, maybe he felt he was too deep. He's trying to come in, but equally he doesn't want to defy the captain's orders to stay on the boundary if that's what they want him to do. So he's in there. He's doing some warm-up exercises down there at Pickwood Point. Perhaps an opportunity for Anderson Phillip to come back into the attack shortly. But in the meantime, Justin Graves bowls to Hay, and Hay is almost dismissed with a good delivery outside the off stump, lured him into the shot, through past the outside edge and into the gloves of Imluck.
Yeah, Hay looks as if he's wanting to play the ball a lot, isn't he? I mean, a lot of middle order players like to hit the ball. They like the ball to hit the bat. They don't want to let it go quite so much as, say, an opener who kind of will. He's more than happy to let the ball go early on in the innings. But middle order players like to hit it.
Still the two slips in a gully for Hay, and Hay's playing this one through point and out to Anderson Phillip, who comes all the way in from the fence, and they take one. Hay is 23, 158 for 4 New Zealand. They trail now by 47. Glorious day at the Basin Reserve. Outfield in an immaculate condition, good crowd on the embankment, blue sky, little southerly breeze keeping everyone a little honest. And the West Indies taking 2 wickets in the first hour after lunch. Daryl Mitchell having to dig deep here, has a ball outside of off stump and allowed to go through to Imluck, who's standing up behind the stumps. End of the over, New Zealand 158 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. TAB. R18, bet responsibly.
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 158 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Seal starts a new over. He bowls to Mitchell, plays with the full face of the bat to mid-on, who does the fielding. Daryl Mitchell is on 15 from 37 deliveries with 1-6. Mitch Hay 23 from 43 deliveries, 2 4s and a 6. All our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. Keep your text coming. 8833 is the number. You can send us an email if you like. Your voice at sportnation.nz. Love your feedback. Love your comments. Love your questions for our experts. The Seal is in again to Mitchell, clipping through mid-wicket. Timed it beautifully too, did Daryl Mitchell. No, sorry, that's Mitch Hay. He's just clipped it on the pans, angling in, clips it through mid-wicket, timed it to perfection, and that is a big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 162 for 4.
It's a good stroke, isn't it? Yeah, it was a little aerial for a start, but there's no one in that area. There's a mid-on, and then there's a man at sort of square, 3/4 of the way to the boundary, so no fielder in between those two. And so as soon as he got it through to the right of mid-on, he was away. Sort of hit sort of straight mid-wicket. Good stroke, it was leg side.
Seals in again to Hay, and Hay catches the outside edge, but he's gone between the 2 slips in the gully and down for another big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Back-to-back 4s for Mitch Hay. He's 31. New Zealand 166 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Yeah, well, if the first one was emphatic, this one certainly wasn't the second one. It was kind of about 4th slip, perhaps. A defensive stroke off the back foot, really, just looking to get down on top of it, but it's moved away. And certainly Seals thinks, we just needed a man a little finer, or an extra person in those slips. Someone's had an idea and run up from second slip.
Justin Graves, who's doing the bowling at the other end, he's run length of the pitch and some to chat to Seals. Seals is in again to Hay, goes back off the back foot again, this time punches to cover and won't score. 166 for 4 into his 14th over. Caden Seals, no wicket for 61 in his figures. Sounds off the basin reserve. You can hear in our effects mic as the emergency services head around the roundabout that is this iconic venue. Busy Thursday afternoon in the lead up to Christmas in the capital city. Glorious conditions as Seals is in again, a little shorter, wider, and Hay, having taken a couple of boundaries from the over already, says no thanks to that one. 166 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Wonder who they'll go to next. Seals has had probably, he bowled from the southern end for a while, didn't he, and then was swapped. And he's probably had 3 or 4. This might be his 4th at the advanced stand end, the northern end of the ground. So whether that would be sort of 6 or 7 he's had. Coming towards the end, you would have thought of a spell, and maybe Roach might be the one who will replace him. There he is, Seals, short, and Hay not interested in that. Drops the gloves and drops onto his knees as it flies through to Imlach, end of the over, 166 for 4.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
The summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. 166 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. New Zealand trail by just 39 runs. Jeremy Coney providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Start of a new over is driven up to mid-off by Daryl Mitchell. Justin Graves into his 10th over because of 1 for 16, and the score remains 166 for 4. 8833 is our text number. Neil from North Otago. Hi guys, great commentary on food as usual. One question though, is Glenn Phillips batting 1 spot too low? When considering what batting is left after him, he has a quality bat. Are you surprised, Jeremy, that...
Well, I did mention whether Phillips, for some people they might feel he should have replaced, Hay at number 6. They've listed him at 7 for this particular innings. That can change, of course, in the second innings of the match. We'll just have to wait and see. He has been 6 before. He plays very aggressively, does Phillips. I don't know quite why they've chosen Hay as number 6. I mean, he looks to me to be quite an orthodox kind of player. He plays front and back foot. We know that he can play a white ball game, so he can also hit the ball hard. Phillips, of course, has had more experience. So I don't feel really strongly about either of those two going there. You might put Phillips in there, but then you can say to yourself, well, what do you want of a number 7? You really want him to be able to play his game and control the bottom section of the innings. So he's got to know the players that he's playing with. He's got to try and get the rest of them working with him. He's the key guy to do it. and he's got to control things. So he wants to face probably the most of the deliveries if he can, and then knock around, say, the third or fourth ball of the over, and have the tail ender be able to defend. And he's got to demand that. He's got to work with the players. They don't have to play big shots. They just have to form partnerships of 25, 30, 35. Those kinds of, and suddenly you've got an extra 100 runs. And that makes a hell of a difference sometimes to an innings.
Just a break in play here. There's a sight screen issue down at the far end, the Adelaide Road end. Just going back to that, Patrick from Ashburton has just raised the Adam Gilchrist was pretty good with the bat. He batted at 7, but I suppose to your point though, Adam Gilchrist was exactly what you're describing. He could bat with that lower to tail order, and that's why he was so successful.
He kind of took the game away from a lot of teams, didn't he? He played so aggressively himself, and he dominated the bottom part of an innings quite often. And changed a match. He was one of those players who could change a match almost in a session, and that's really fortunate to have that down at number 7, because you're going to be coming in with obviously a batsman who's higher than you, and it's just a question of working. He could hold his own really at number 6 as well, couldn't he? Gilchrist, really dangerous player. Carey does it too a bit, doesn't he?
Yes, he does, yeah.
I mean, he's a quick scoring wicket keeper as well.
Is he a 7? I'm trying to work out where he bats at 7 as well, doesn't he? The Australians tend to put their all-rounder at 6 if they have one. So just a break in play here at the basin. There's a sight screen issue, which some of the Basin Reserve staff are now trying to cover up. It's the electronic board that is holding up. So we will take a break here at the basin with New Zealand 166 for 4 on the hub.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet power bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet power banks. Find them in store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Sport Nation. Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Hey, are you looking for a new home to bet on your favorite sports like basketball, NRL, or the UFC? Sign up to Betcha today and we'll double your first deposit up to $100 in bonus cash. Download the Betcha app. Max bonus $100. T's and C's apply. R18. Bet responsibly.
Sport Nation.
Big battle, your local liquor store.
What's bigger than a weekend with your besties singing along with all the best bops? Big Barrel. Big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals. Because that's what friends are for, right? Don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
Big battle, your local liquor store.
Sport Nation.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet power bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet power banks. Find them in store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, fast business funding. Cricket will break out again because the issue with the southern end sight screen where they've got an advertising board, an electronic advertising board when the bowlers at the appropriate end plays. Well, that failed and now they've got 5 temporary white screens across it as Graves bowls full on middle leg and there is no run. The score 166 for the loss of 4, providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile. The Mighty Mobile plans on sale now in Smith, alongside me, Daniel McHardy. New Zealand trail by 39 runs. Got some racing news for you, Smithy. I'll get to that in just a moment. Thank heavens you're here.
Good morning, Judge. Welcome, boys.
Expert on multiple fronts. Here's Graves. 2 slips and a gully wide of off-stump, driven into the cover region. Good fielder diving away in the West Indian field, appreciative of the effort of the man in the covers. That's John Campbell. New Zealand's hottest racing property, Well Written, is locked in for the $4 million NZB Kiwi after connections of the unbeaten filly signed up for the TAB slot race held by Entain New Zealand. Entain obviously thrilled to secure the Cambridge-based filly for the NZB Kiwi. She is now set for the richest 3-year-old race in the Southern Hemisphere on March 7th at Ellerslie. 166 for 4. Graves bowls, dabbing to the offside. There's no run. Lead-up runs Boxing Day and in the TAB Karaka Millions 3-year-old in January. It's a big name for a big race to start, Smithy.
Champion horse already. It's 3 from 3. 3-year-old filly by Written Tycoon and trained by Stephen Marsh. So good connections there. It's got a wealth of ownership in the horse as well, and delivering on its promise straight away.
Mitchell nudges the ball off the back foot through the gap at point. Man in from the boundary comes in. 167 for 4.
Won 3 out of 3, and second start won the Soliloquy, Windsor Park's Soliloquy, a Group 2 race, and then followed it up with a decisive and wonderful performance in the Barneswood Farm 53rd New Zealand 1000 Guineas. Of course, a Group 1 race down at Riccarton as part of the first day of the carnival down there. Absolutely outstanding. Dominant win there, so already in the racking up the prize money, and of course this will be a pretty interesting task. A challenge to there, but TAB have offered a deal, I understand.
Graves, and again, left alone. She will be popular, no doubt about it. The $2.30 favourite to win the NZB Kiwi, but to mark this announcement, because it's just come out in the last 4 or 5 minutes, TAB offering boosted odds $6. Same odds that were on offer before her dominant win that you talk about at Riccarton 1000 Guineas. You were probably ahead of the curve, you probably knew it. You probably didn't adjust.
I tell you what, you got to look very seriously at the $6 because the wins have been that good. You think if she just continues to make progress as you know, a 3-year-old, you'd be having to look at that very seriously and say what around New Zealand is going to challenge her. And at the moment, not much is lining up to say they can. So that $6 boosted odds, I don't think it'll be there forever because of people I think will climb in.
You can get more information, check out Sport Nation TAB and Trackside social media. So a big name to open things there. And to borrow Smithy's term from his last commentary, stint a very absorbing period of play at the Basin Reserve as the new over starts with a false start. Anderson Phillip back for his 8th over, has 1 for 34, got rid of Kane Williamson. A bit of bowling. Williamson not for the first time this year, is missing it by a long way, a little bit squared up, ball into the stumps. He wasn't saved on this occasion by a no ball, would have been OJ Shields' first test wicket if I'm not mistaken. He's bowling to Mitchell from the Van stands. And Mitchell gets maybe an edge back thigh pad as it goes down. Probably the latter, you would think, the way the ball sort of ballooned back and then sagged in front of first slip. But a good start for Phillip to start the new over.
Yeah, it is absorbing, and it's absorbing because of the match situation. Back leg, it's come off, and that's the reason it didn't carry through. But West Indies know that they can't concede a big first innings deficit here, and it's in danger of that being the case. Partnership is 50. Both of these players have played extremely well, but the pitch is still offering.
Whistleman's back. There's a drive uppish through the covers. The man, the shorter of the covers, was coming forward and to his right. Just for a split second thought he might have a chance. It was away, not all the way to the boundary. So 3 runs to Mitchell. Phillip just seducing him into a drive.
Yeah, it was bottom hand dominated, and it was in the air, but the placement was good and good enough to get him there. Just noticed too, Brendan King, on 2 or 3 occasions, they've got him fielding at those positions at mid-off and cover, etc., but he can't throw. He's chased the ball to the boundary on 2 or 3 occasions, and I've had to relay it back. So whether he's got a shoulder issue or whether he just can't throw, I do not know. I would say it's probably the shoulder issue, but 2 or 3 times the fielder I've had to relay it back in. So one for New Zealand to keep an eye on if they're looking at opportunities.
Past umpire rifle once more from over the wicket. Strang 2 are under the pads of A. He looks the ball into that gap through mid-wicket to take his own tally to 32. It's 171 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Looks good, Mitchell Hay. And what I like about this innings is it's proving, and his keeping was very good, it's proving that we've got depth. New Zealand has got depth in the test wicket keeping area. And that can only be good to build pressure on Tom Blundell, who now knows, and it's not a guarantee that he'll be there. It's the only form of the game he plays, of course, Tom Blundell. He's not a white ball cricketer internationally.
Mitchell waits outside of his crease, frees the arms and slaps it wide of mid-off. Lovely big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. He's 23, it's 175 for 4.
Well, he's played a magnificent shot over the top of mid-off for 6. This is equally good. He only gets 4 for it, but just opens up that front leg, gives himself a chance to free his arms, and again, the placement is absolutely magnificent. It wasn't that bad a ball. It was just dealt to in the most emphatic fashion by Mitchell. Really cool shot. That is good.
Deficit just 30 now. The partnership worth 58. Troubling number as Phillip bowl full away from Mitchell's bat. He's striking a pose as if he withdrew the bat at the last. I think that it's a legitimate play miss.
No, this is a good follow-up. It really is. Draws him in. Might have just held its line just a touch. Mitchell will say, what did I do wrong there? Played with a pretty straight bat. That may have come down from about third slip, so slightly on the angle if you want to be picky about it, but it just held up off the surface. It was well bowled and good reply.
Last ball of the 51st over. Pushing up into this southerly breeze. Phillip goes short, wide of off stump. Wanted the bouncer, that's poorly directed. The end of the over. Hay 32, Mitchell 23. It's 175 for the loss of 4. Patrick has a theory on the New Zealand lineup, Smithy. Afternoon, guys.
Please tell us.
Yeah, why is it New Zealand always plays a keeper in the top 6? It gives such a thin middle order. Look at him. Gilchrist was pretty good with the bat. He batted 7. Have 6 batsmen. A very good batting keeper at 7 and a very good batting 8. Patrick and Ashburton.
Well, Patrick from Ashburton sends a lot of text into Sport Nation, and all of them have got good substance and good thinking behind them, and this is another good one. It depends on your bowling attack as to how you bat your keeper these days. If you can bat him in the 6 as a specialist, basically.
Graves, medium fast, wide of off stump, no stroke.
Gives you more options lower down. And so you can go for a spinner at 7, and then you can go 8, 9, 10, 11, your 4 quicks. So you can have 5 specialist bowlers if you bat your keeper at 6, right? And that's basically what New Zealand are trying to develop by batting a keeper at 6. It adds to your bowling attack. In Gilchrist's case, Australia generally go 4 bowlers bare. So you're looking at 3 seamers and a spinner. Gilchrist,
very wide of off.
In Gilchrist's time, of course, the spinner was Warne.
Yeah, Rolls Royce.
Which was a given. McGrath, Gillespie maybe, Brett Lee.
Kasparowicz, take your pick.
Yeah, and then they just give it 3-prong seam attack, pace attack, and then Shane Warne. And they may have someone who can bowl a few off spinners, Mark Waugh, someone
who went from medium to spin
to break things up a wee bit. So that's the difference that they've got, Patrick, between what Gilchrist provides.
Graves, and again, once more, no stroke from Hay to a fuller ball.
In his role. And, of course, what New Zealand are looking to develop. If you look at the Australian side now, they're using Inglis in the moment.
Batted 7? Was it 7?
No, Inglis would always bat ahead of Kerry, would he not?
I think Kerry batted in front of him.
Did he?
Last test,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that would be, for me, unusual, but you could be right, actually.
They dropped him on naught, didn't they? And then he made them pay. Gee, he had a good test, Kerry. I know you was glowing the other day about his work up to the stumps and that running catch. He was sensational. Into the hip of Hay. Turns around the corner. Sprints off quickly. Wants one. He's going to push and come back for 2. Nicely judged. 177 for 4.
Good running. Good aggressive statement running, that is. It's saying, look, we're keen on this. We think we might be just getting the better of you here. And so we're just upping the ante between the wickets, a bit more shot play as well. Deficit is down to 28, so it's really now for the West Indies to answer this, and the best way they can do that is to get a wicket and break this partnership, bring a new player out. If they don't, this little time before tea and then after tea, New Zealand can grab hold of this.
Graves moving in past umpire Pellico, trying to entice a wide stroke again, but Hay up to showing the patience required. Interesting follow-up text from someone else. I think the average score on the board when Gilchrist came to the crease was 260. Much easier to play with freedom when you have plenty already on the board.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But every now and then it wasn't. Every now and then Australia were in trouble and Gilchrist would bat them out of it.
Sensational team, weren't they?
Well, like Adam Gilchrist is one of 3 players I think changed the course of the modern game in different areas. He changed the role of the wicketkeeper batsman to basically a batsman wicketkeeper.
Graves, and again, full defending with a straight bat.
Having said that, he's a very good glove man as well. You don't keep to Shane Warnes and those guys. Without being skillful, 177 for 4, 52 overs gone here with Mitchell on 23 and the other Mitchell Hay on 34. So I give him credit for that. Shane Warne made spin bowling, and particularly leg spin bowling, fashionable again and exciting, and people wanted to be that kind of player. And the other one was Brendan McCullum, who, in terms of white ball cricket, he sort of invented 50-over cricket, and that he tried to get rid of that horrible period where people just drifted, between overs and 20 and 35, where he took happy to take a single, take 4 or 5 and over, and everyone playing and watching almost went to sleep. He said, no, every ball I need to try and get someone out.
Yeah, good bowling here from Phillip, who's settled on a nice line and length. That goes past Mitchell, keeps a little bit lower as it's through to Imlo.
And if I can't get someone out, I'll try and get him out next ball. And when I'm batting, I'm still thinking about hitting 4s and 6s. So that was it. And England adopted that. When they came here in 2015, they were playing a fairly stereotype, boring kind of game, and Owen Morgan said, he's great mates with McCullum, said, gee, I think you've got it right. New Zealand got to the final, Grant Elliott's behind me, and he played in that final. And New Zealand, at that time, were playing a very exciting brand of 50-over cricket.
Here's Mitchell just feeling for a ball outside of off-stump, rolling it to backward point for a single, 178 for the loss of 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
So Morgan decided, if I'm going to be white ball captain in the 50-over form, this is what I want to do too. I want to make England a much more exciting 50-over team, and we're going to play more aggressively. And we all know what happened in 2019. Only just, but it happened.
Only just never going to get over that.
You're not?
No.
I'm over it. I'm over it.
You're a better person than I.
No, I'm not a better person than you. I'm just older.
Wiser. 178 for the loss of 4. Here's Phillip galloping in again. He bowls, and there's a straight pull past mid-on, between stumps and mid-on. Literally a straight pull for 4. 100. You don't get too many straighter pulls than that. 182 for 4.
In the modern vernacular, I think the players call that a strapple.
A strapple.
It's a strapple, a straight pull. And very unusual, as you say. You don't see it very often, and you don't very often see it by a bloke on debut who is pulling all the clubs out of the bag and playing an innings here, Mitchell Hay. That is a terrific shot, and I must admit it caught Anderson Phillip by surprise, who stood there mid-pitch, hands on hips, thinking, where'd you get that from?
His 5th 4 to go with 1-6 on the big barrel boundary count. Bigger range, bigger deals. He's 38. first hour and a half as he's very compact. Defends from the crease line, pushes up towards mid-off. There's no run. I guess to that point about England, imitation is the most best way to flatter someone, isn't it? That's what they did.
They did. They said, that'll do us. That form of the game, we'll try and play it as well as you guys were playing it. And they certainly has improved. They're a very good white ball side, England. And isn't it ironic that the bloke that taught them how to play it is now coaching it?
I know the focus is on the test game, but he's got a fair bit of work to do in the white ball game.
He certainly
especially
has.
The one day is after he bowled out a lot recently on the front foot. A defensive stroke from Hay. Men out this session, Ravindra first ball loose outside of off stump. We've said it a lot. It's clearly the obvious work on in his game. He should have been out before reaching 16 at least once, probably twice. One was a dolly in the court in the Christchurch. Made them pay. Not today. Caught behind the wicket for 5 and Conway gone for 60.
He's just got to respect his ability more. He's got to give himself more credit, and to do that, you give yourself more time. He is a wonderful player, but he keeps selling himself short too early.
Bouncer from Phillip, top edge pull, in comes long leg and it lands in front, hits the shin, ricochets away, no control from Hay on this occasion. He gets away with it, he survives, he's 39, Mitchell's 24, 1-8, 3 for 4 after this, Garth Galloway.
It's the roar that rattles your chest, followed by the deepest of breaths.
The chants, the chaos, the noise, you feel it deep inside. Every fan, every seat, every voice, all as one.
The Hungry Jacks NBL 26 season is here. Fast, fearless, unmissable.
Watch every game live on ESPN.
Hungry Jacks NBL. Play it loud.
Back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper, your business. Funded faster. 183 for 4. Mitchell 24, Hay 39. So it's been an absorbing session after lunch with New Zealand losing those 2 early wickets. Ravindra out caught behind, and Conway down the leg side caught behind as well. Imlak picking up 2 catches. Here's the next over begins, and Shields it is, bowling from the government house end, and this is played into the onside by Hay, who's looked very good indeed. So now I've got a photo of some steak put in front of me. Is that Zach's birthday steak? Right. Yeah, Zach, it looks like a good cut of meat, mate, and it's very well seasoned. I'm sorry that we can't share the images with the listeners, but it's certainly medium rare, nicely charred on the outside, and a good covering of salt and pepper.
Whose steak is that, Garth?
It's Zach. It's his birthday one for his wife. Here's another delivery by Shield out to the off stumpers, Hay, and he plays this nicely down to Phillip at third man, or very wide third man, runs another 1-8, 4 for 4.
I've actually perfected the old steak on the barbie. I mean, being obviously former South African, is it the beef rib that I get? It's quite a thick one. I get
you don't even know what it is.
Well, yeah, I think it's called beef rib or whatever, but it's a good cut. It almost looks like a T-bone. Put it on the barbecue, sear it both sides, and then just only turn it once. Wait till the blood reaches the top, turn it again. Perfect.
And are you on, and this is where I think you're going to let us all down, as Shields bowls, and it's Mitchell turning the ball into the leg side. One more run, 185 for 4. Okay, charcoal or gas?
The unfortunate thing is I haven't been able to use charcoal since I've come to New Zealand.
So there you are, you've let us all down. I've got 4 barbecues, they're all charcoal. Why can't you use it? 185 for 4.
Here we go again with this elitism that you bring to the commentary box. Most people in this country have got 1 barbecue. A lot of people can't afford any. So why do you have to spout that you've got 4?
It's just delivery is down the leg side.
It's this continual one-upmanship that you bring in here.
Oh, not at all.
You are. thinks you're an elitist barrister from Christchurch with your own practice, and you come in here time after time, and we think we're doing okay as just our basic citizens, strugglers from Struggle Street trying to get there. And what you do is in here, you just put your foot on our heads and say, settle down, son. You haven't achieved yet. 4 barbecues.
But all charcoal as well. It's not like a mixture of gas and maybe a smoky one.
I'll bet he drives an Alfa Romeo or something like that. Something elite again.
185 for 4. Well, there's a very wide. Let's just come back to the cricket while I just got to put my helmet back on, and bounces all around the place this afternoon. This ball is wide outside the off
What do you drive, Garth?
He's got 4 cars.
And they're charcoal powered.
Well, Chris Harris has got 6 Christmas trees. You didn't have a crack at him.
No, well, that's all right, because that's a family thing. And he's a battler from Struggle Street like the rest of us. But so what kind of car do you drive?
I can't remember. I don't know what. I've just had a mental block. 186 for 4 it is. No, well, but 2 of the barbecues are very small. They're known as hibachi grills. I think our listeners will be...
I'll tell you what to do in the next 20 minutes you have off. You pop down the road to Bunnings and get yourself a shovel and try and dig yourself out of this hole.
Well, you've put me in it. 186 for 4. No, look, have you got a barbecue, Smithy? Do you have any...
Yes,
just one.
Have. It's gas too.
Just one?
Yeah.
No more.
Nah.
Try
battler from Struggle Street.
Yeah. Just try those little hibachi ones for your yakitori.
Here we go. Here we go.
We should give one of those away on the show tomorrow.
Well, no one would want to use barbecue from our house. 186 for 4 becomes 187 for 4 with a single. It's just played into the onside by Hay.
Well, we're going to choose a text, and whoever the texter is, we're going to give you a personally delivered hibachi barbecue.
Here's
delivered by Garth Galloway.
That says, on your Smithy. Now, here's someone who said, 187 for 4 it is. Mitchell's 25, Hayes 41, the end of the over. Yeah, well, there's a few interesting texts coming in now. Darren says, I've got my own driver, a chauffeur. That's...
Well, has he lost his license?
That's what it's known as. Actually, I ride a bike.
I've got one down here too. It's called Uber.
187 for 4.
But it's not the comfort Uber, because I'm charging that back to the company.
Here's Rory. Oh dear, Rory. Things are getting bad now, but the texts have sort of stepped up a little bit as the abuse continues. The next delivery is played into the onside. It's Philip bowling. Here's one. I was found drunk under the barbecue one morning. Friends said I looked a bit under the Weber. Rory.
That's Rory. Rory's very good. Rory sends in a lot of that stuff. He's pretty cool at the one-liners. He'd be a great dad joke guy, Rory. Absolutely outstanding. He does it all the time.
Sure does. He's right there, isn't he, Rory?
So he's a one barbecue guy.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Who is it? There is someone. Oh, Jeff Crow. That's right. He's got about 8 in America and Florida. 187 for 4 it is. I was trying to think if there's someone a lot worse than me. Philip is bowling that ball wide outside the off stump. Anyway, let's just relax and move on to the cricket. Are we having a beer tonight, Smithy, together? I'm not sure.
I doubt it. I don't think I'm well enough dressed to drink with you. I don't think I've got words with big enough syllables to drink with you.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've changed. I tell you, I mean, I'm a pretty humble experience changing Coney's dressings today. Jeez, and he called me doctor. Here's Philip bowling, and Hay is playing into the offside. No change to the score.
The award-winning commentary team with how many 12 barbecues between the 3 of us?
Who would know? Who would know?
I must admit, I've been really impressed with Mitch Hay. That batting with Daryl Mitchell. And Daryl Mitchell, I guess the pace that he's batting with, 25 or 50 balls, it just shows you how well Mitch Hayes negotiated things. However, he had a delivery upstairs that went almost into the hands of deep fine leg.
Here he is playing into the onside and driven through the onside. That's a beautiful shot wide of the fielder at mid-on, who just gets to the ball now. Campbell it is, and 3 more runs to Hay. But that was a beautiful shot to the right of the fielder at wide mid-on, just holding his position nicely, waiting for the ball and turning the face of the bat perfectly.
Nice and balanced. As I was saying about the short delivery, you almost feel that on debut it's an examination, don't you think, Smithy? They go through the back of a length, maybe hitting the stumps, test you outside off, see if you know where your off stump is. And they might get a little bit aggressive, go upstairs. There can be round the wicket tactics, see if they can soften you up. But Mitch Hay has been excellent today.
Philip bowls and Hayes onto the back foot and plays that. Mitchell plays it nicely. You made a comment early in Hayes' innings when he hit his first boundary through the offside, and it was a wide one outside the off stump ground, and he got over the top of it and hit it beautifully. So there were no signs of nerves, and he's just carried on in that vein.
Well, I think it shows you the mentality that he had, because I think on debut you can be a little bit defensive, a little bit tentative. Sometimes a delivery like that, they might look to leave so that they get themselves in, get their eye in, but he latched onto it straight away, which showed that he's got that attacking mentality, and he's carried that throughout his innings. 44 of 69 now.
Philip bowls down the leg side. Appeal for LBW, caught behind rather, and it's a concerted appeal that carries on a little bit with the slips. Chase and Graves and the keeper Imlach walking towards the umpire. They now are deep in conversation.
They're having a go. I heard someone in the background say, "Looks guilty, boys."
Yeah, I heard that.
Did you hear that?
He looks a little bit guilty, boys.
Yeah, so we'll just see if there is another. The first thing he did was grab his pad, Daryl Mitchell. And that's an interesting reaction to me. He might have got a tickle on this, but he did grab his pad, and he doesn't look too worried out there at the moment.
Well, we'll see what their body language reading is like. We'll let you listen. If you can hear a little.
Both close to the bat and the pad there. Can we go to ultra edge and ready, please?
Little inhale from Grant Elliott as we watch. Here we go.
Goes past the net. Out.
The noise will tell you all.
Go back 1 frame and then forward 1 frame. Freeze it there. There's a clear spike as the ball's past the bat.
Daryl Mitchell was unbelievably
get you to reverse your
perplexed by
decision.
all this, standing in the middle. He ain't going anywhere in a hurry. He has to now because the finger's gone up. But he is not happy about that whatsoever. It has to be said.
I think I just heard him saying, I don't think I hit it.
I heard exactly the same. Garth, he walked past umpire Rifle and said, I don't think I've hit that. He stood in the middle, couldn't believe it. The West Indians celebrated. But it was pretty clear by the Snicko that as it was passing, it had just touched the feather of the bat. Don't know if it hit his pad as well, because they didn't actually go that far. But he looks disappointed. He's still looking at his bat. Can't believe that it's hit the inside edge of the bat, and that's another strangle. It's the second strangle of the innings. First one was Conway, and now Daryl Mitchell.
Well, that's a critical breakthrough and an unusual one, really, with Mitchell dragging himself off, saying he didn't hit it. I mean, the technology tells us that he did, and we always used to say you always know when you hit the ball, and I thought that was true, but we do see occasions where players genuinely seem to not know. Smithy, I thought I should share this one with you. Steve has come in and said 4 barbecues is normal.
I've got a Weber Traveller, a Weber Kettle, a Masterbuilt 860, 2 small tabletop charcoals. The Masterbuilt is digital and I control it from the phone. Good on you guys. Love the commentary. Thank you, Steve. You just stay close, Steve. I need you. Thank you,
Steve. And I suppose you'll be spending Christmas and New Year at your house at Whangamata, using your husband and wife jet skis, cooking on your barbecues, getting a couple of bottles of wine out of your beach cellar for dinner each night. Good on you, Steve. Very happy for you, Steve.
190 for 5. Ian Smith's got a grin on his face, Steve. Don't you worry about that. He's a lovely man. As a short delivery sees Hay going on to the back foot. So Phillips has come out to join Hay. It'll be interesting to see what approach Mitch Hay takes now with Mitchell having been dismissed. 190 for 5.
Well, effectively 6 because Blair Tickner won't be batting. So they're effectively 6 down. And they should keep remembering this, the West Indies. This Test series is 0-0 because of the way they fought in Christchurch. Now is not a time to give any advantage to New Zealand. They're still ahead, actually, on the ledger. They're still ahead. Pick up another one now. Get Mitchell Hay, who looks magnificent. Hello, different game.
Yeah, absolutely. Next delivery sees him playing into the offside, and it's going to be 4 runs. He's going to move to 48. That's a really easy shot from him, just leaning back and playing that ball down to third man. Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals.
Well, I'm finding out a bit more about Mitchell Hay as a first-class cricketer. I've seen him in white ball cricket. There's an element of class every now and then when you look out the window, and there was some there. That suggests that he has got a lot of time, and that was played with consummate ease. Not an easy shot to play.
So it's 194 for 5. Hay faces again. That's a good delivery from Shields, and just bounces up and played very well by Hay. He saw that quite late and ducking underneath it. He's looked really composed. I like what I see. Look, I think he's making a case. Smithy, I said I thought that they should have picked him for this series ahead of Blundell. I've worried about Blundell's keeping in recent times and his batting. And now they're going to have a dilemma for the next test. You said Blundell quite rightly is the incumbent because they picked him for the first test. But gee, he's giving a good account of himself. Just his first innings, so very early days. But I like what I see very much as he goes back and across and plays to mid-on. He's just looked unflustered and he seems to have time.
Well, he's got a chance here. He's 2 runs away from joining quite an elite group here of wicket-keeper batters on debut, because there's only 3 of them that have made 50, and that's Brendan McCullum, who scored 57 against South Africa in 2004, and Luke Ronke got 88 against England in 2015, and Tom Blundell, who obviously followed BJ Watling's amazing career, who scored 100 here against the West Indies in 2017.
Here's Shields bowling. He's onto the back foot, pulls that ball square of the wicket. It's going to be another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. That is such a good shot. Mitch Hay, 50 on debut for New Zealand.
Well, the applause tells you the story, and this is a very pro-Wellington crowd, and their man is Tom Blundell, but you've got to actually pay a tribute to a pretty classy knock on debut this, and signs are very, very good in terms of the strength and depth of New Zealand at wicket-keeping level, wicket-keeper batting level, at test level. This is very good.
Shields bowls to Hay, playing again at the onside. I have loved the way he's played exactly that sort of shot there. Just a defensive shot on the onside. He opens up beautifully. He's played to third man. He's played a cover drive on the up. We're going to take a break apparently, so back in a moment.
You do not want to miss this. Get into your local Night and Day this December to try their range of delicious donuts. Here's something sweet. Donuts are $3 every day in December, including chocolate, golden bicky, cookies and cream and more. From just $3 every day in December. With over 50 stores nationwide, your local Night and Day is never far away.
We've got it when you want it at your Night and Day store. Night and Day.
So welcome back to the cricket, the summer of cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Keep your business moving.
That's off stump. Thank you.
But I was just wanting to reflect on Hayes' batting as he brings up his 50 on debut. He played that beautiful cover drive on the up through the offside. He's hooked one for 6. He's played a pull shot for 4 and a lovely straight drive. I mean, he's played shots all around the ground. But best of all, in a way, is this next ball is played defensively by Phillips. I think his defence has been so solid. I only remember him playing and missing, I think, once.
Yeah, there hasn't been much about his game besides that pull shot, which, top edge, that's the only, I guess, chance. And the cut, to be fair, he had the cut where they thought that Campbell should have come in and taken that catch. So maybe uppish on 2 cross-batted shots. Other than that, he's looked organised, he's looked disciplined, and he's got a very healthy strike rate of 69.3.
I laughed. We had, as we mentioned earlier before lunch, his dad and uncle up here in the commentary box, and I said to his father, I've been saying that he should be in this team for a while, and he said his mother loves it when you say that. I can imagine. And mothers and their sons. So hey, 52 not out. Very good innings indeed as Phillip bowls, and Phillips hits him behind square. King is the fielder back on the boundary at backward point, and he's made a meal of that. I think he might have just got it. Did he roll over the total run? Well, I think they'll have a look. 199 or 200 for 5.
I think a bit of a disservice to King, actually. I think it's Kemar Roach way down there. You might want to argue with me because you're never wrong, but it's the trait of a barrister, but I think you'll find that as Kemar Roach down there.
I never argue with you, and never Smithy. And the reason, in Kings, I've just identified him at cover, so yes, even better. I'm prepared to take that.
Just goes to show you. Doesn't matter if you've got 4 barbecues or 1.
200 for 5 as this ball's played into the offside by Phillips, who looks good as well.
I'll just say, Garth, I've never heard of a hibachi barbecue, so I just Googled it now. You can buy them at Dick Smith for near to nothing.
That's the point. So I'm a man of the people. This is the whole thing.
Well, it's a $90 barbecue. It looks like a picnic basket, though. I don't understand it. What's the idea behind the hibachi barbecue?
Well, just a sort of Japanese cooker for yakitori, as I said.
So only for yakitori.
I cook steak on it as well.
Okay.
200 for 5. A chicken thigh. Driven into the onside nicely indeed, fielded by Hodge at mid-wicket. Phillips just an awkward little period to get through. The last over before tea, I see we're 5 overs behind on the innings timer. A couple of those would have been when the sight screen was broken. There was a significant delay.
Glenn Phillips is an exciting player. I love watching him play. I'm quite surprised that he's done as well as he has in tests with the ball. But I'll tell you now exactly what the boys were telling me about Glenn Phillips.
2 balls remaining. That's a good delivery from Phillips. It just climbs a little bit, and Phillips gets his hands out of the way. Tell us about what you're seeing there, Smithy. We've got a stumping attempt, have we?
No, he's thrown the boat this time. And the West Indies, I think they're just taking the mickey here a wee bit. But we've got him. They've forced the umpire to actually have a review with us.
I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Did
he what? I don't think anyone's too excited about the whole deal, but they've actually forced the umpire to actually review. He's batting out of his crease, you see. And so what the keeper done, Imlach, has just thrown at the sun, and they've said, "Are you in your crease?" It's closer than you think, but I think his right heel is down.
Can you zoom that up, please?
This could be freakish.
Have the bails come off? I'm just having a look here.
The bails are up.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just let you have a listen here. This is bizarre. Phillips walking down the pitch and then turning around. And the question is whether his foot is on the... Oh, gee.
Yeah, so they're looking grounded there. Yeah. I've made my decision for the big screen.
So he was turning around and walking back, and his right foot, as he turned around facing towards the keeper, the heel has touched the ground inside the batting crease.
I think it's sort of an answer to people batting out of their crease. A little bit of that, taking liberties.
Phillip to Phillips, and there's an appeal that's strangled down the leg side, and at the end of the session, with the players heading off for a well-earned break. 200 for 5. It is 200 for 5 at the tea break. It will be Hay on 52, and he will get some very well-deserved applause. Mitch Hay, just the fourth New Zealand wicketkeeper to score 50 runs in his first match. It's been a terrific performance by him, and I'm sure his family here watching at the Basin Reserve will be absolutely thrilled with his start. So the session, 3 wickets fell in it for New Zealand. Ravindra was caught by Imlach from Roach's bowling for 5. It was 117 for 3 when that wicket fell. We then saw the dismissal of Devon Conway. It became 117 for 4, so they lost wickets at the same 2 wickets at the same total. It was down the leg side was Conway's dismissal from Graves bowling for 60, and then the last player out, Daryl Mitchell, also caught down the leg side. So Imlach has featured in all 3 of the dismissals in the session. That was from Anderson Phillips bowling. Daryl Mitchell making 25 and couldn't really believe that he had been dismissed in that way. Hay 52 not out, Phillips 2 not out. Roach has 2 for 40, Seals none for 61, Shields none for 25, Anderson Phillip 2 for 53, and Justin Graves 1 for 19. And I suppose Grant Elliott, as we just reflect on what's occurred here, the West Indies, I think, as they look at this, they'll be very pleased with how much they've got back into the game. New Zealand still trailing by 5, but there'll still be some regrets that they didn't score another 100 runs.
Well, as a fight back at 103 for 1 suddenly became 103 for 2, couple of strangles. Suddenly New Zealand were 117 for 4 when Mitch Hay came to the crease, which is a tough time to come in as a debutant, because I think that Mitch Hay probably would have thought that, I'll come in and it'll be 200 for 4. It'll be comfortable. The game would have been won. I can just go and express myself. He's coming at 117 for 4, which is a tough time, and we've probably only got one real batter left in Glenn Phillips. So that partnership between him and Daryl Mitchell was an integral part to where New Zealand are now. It was a 73-run partnership, getting them to that 190 mark, and now Glenn Phillips is in, and the platform is kind of set. I think if they can get to 250, the key is that Devon Conway was the man in who had to go on and get 100. Well, now Mitch Hay's the man in. He's got 50. He needs to go on and get 100. That'll get New Zealand past that 300 mark. Glenn Phillips can play a cameo, or the aggressive nature that he plays, and suddenly the tail wags, and we're well ahead of the game. But the West Indies, like they did just after the first session, they'll go back, they'll regroup. Kemar Roach will probably take the ball the first couple of overs. They'll give it to their senior bowlers, have a crack for 30-40 minutes, see if they can get one, hopefully 2 wickets, and then that puts the game back in the balance again.
There you are, those thoughts from Grant Elliott. Well, if the West Indies can pick up a couple early on as they did in the second session, they'll be right back in the game. New Zealand trail by 5 runs. They have 4 second innings wickets in hand, with Blair Tickner not to being going to bat their 200 for 5. Back soon after this break.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
TAB safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit, and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days, and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly. Sport Nation.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
Sport Nation. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation. The Kiwi summer is kicking off, and we want to make sure you are turf ready.
With warmer days starting to ramp up, now's the time to make sure your surface can handle the heat. PGG Wrights and Turf has the right products and advice to keep turf strong through dry spells, high traffic, and heavy use. Whether it's heat, wear, or stress, our team knows how to keep your turf looking and playing its best.
Stay ahead this summer. Call 0800 PGW Turf today or visit pggwrightsandturf.com to find the right products for your turf.
Why is it when you ask most builders if your job's on track, they'll say,
Sure.
But how can you be sure their sure is as sure as your sure? Easy. Don't just be sure. Be guaranteed with a fixed price and an ironclad completion date from Generation Homes. A Generation Homes property isn't just a comfortable, stylish place to live. It's built to a fixed timeline and fixed price. Generation Homes, making building easy. Generation.co.nz.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Wellington Combined Taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
Safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Or yourride.nz.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Aramis Intuition 100ml EDP $149.99, save $47. And save $9 on Head & Shoulders shampoo or conditioner, 660ml range now $10.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
Same Game Multis just got better on BetShare. We've now got more markets, more combos, and more ways for you to bet on sports. Copy popular Same Game Multis and even get personalized picks with the new Same Game Multi for you. Availability varies. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly. Okay, back to the tunes now.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to Night and Day, of course. And here's why. Every Tuesday in December, you can get hell of a chicken for just $4. Enjoy a tender, boneless chicken thigh fillet coated to crispy perfection. Head to nightandday.co.nz to find your local. With over 50 stores nationwide, your Tuesday $4 hell of a chicken is never far away.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prospa.co.nz. Welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Lavami Army are getting in behind Gus Atkinson. Here he is on a hat-trick, bowling to Tim Southey. Put on the pads. Atkinson thinks he's out. He is. He has a Test hat-trick.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled! ball. Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over.
Catch up with all the action. This is your Sport Nation cricket highlights.
He's got the 3 slips. Kima Roach, she's operating from the RA Vance stand in. As a drive from Ravindra. He's caught the outside edge into the gloves of Imlach. Frustration for Ravindra. It was a half volley. He threw the hands at it, but it caught the edge. And Ravindra is out for 5. New Zealand 117 for 3. Justin Graves starts a new over. And he's thrown his hands at it. Devon Conway. He's at it. Was down the leg side. Caught the edge. Diving catch from Imlach. And just like that, New Zealand have lost 2 wickets after lunch. And it's a big one. Devon Conway caught behind for 60. New Zealand 117 for 4 now.
Seals bowls to Hay, who's driving. This is a good shot through the covers. Lovely, his second boundary in Test cricket. And that will be as nice as any shot. I venture to say he might play an effortless cover drive on the up. Beautiful.
The Seal is in again to Mitchell, clipping through mid-wicket. Timed it beautifully too, did Daryl Mitchell. Oh, sorry, that's Mitch Hay. He's just clipped it on the pans, angling in, clips it through mid-wicket, timed it to perfection, and that is a big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 162 for 4. Seals in again to Hay, and Hay catches the outside edge, but he's gone between the 2 slips in the gully and down for another big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Back-to-back 4s for Mitch Hay. He's 31. New Zealand 166 for 4 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Mitchell waits outside of his crease, frees the arms and slaps it wide of mid-off. Lovely big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. He's 23, it's 175 for 4. Here's Phillip galloping in again. He bowls, there's a straight pull past mid-on, between the stumps and mid-on. Literally a straight pull for 4, 100. You don't get too many straighter pulls than that, 182 for 4.
Phillip bowls down the leg side. Appeal for LBW, caught behind rather, and it's a concerted appeal that carries on a little bit. The noise will tell you all.
Daryl Mitchell was unbelievably perplexed by all this, standing in the middle.
Here's Shields bowling. He's onto the back foot, pulls that ball square of the wicket. It's going to be another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. That is such a good shot. Mitch Hay, 50 on debut for New Zealand. Phillip to Phillips, and there's an appeal that's strangled down the leg side, and at the end of the session with the players heading off for a well-earned break. 200 for 5. It is 200 for 5 at the tea break.
200 for the loss of 5. New Zealand, you are with the Blue Bubble tea break. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. And what, this game is not safe. It is very much hanging on the edge. It could go either way, because credit to this West Indian side in this middle session on day number 2. I think they have bowled very, very well. They had a plan. They often wanted to tempt New Zealand wide of off stump. They've bowled accurately, not perfectly for sure, but a good session for them. You'd give them a big tick. 3 wickets in 27 overs in that session, 88 runs conceded. As New Zealand going from 112 for the loss of 2 at lunch through to 200 for the loss of 5. Conway, the second to go. Rachin Ravindra, first ball after lunch, driving, nicking off, caught keeper. Devon Conway tried to drop kick a ball outside his leg stump. He got an edge, and it was a good catch by Imlach. Both wickets falling at 117, the worst possible start to a session for New Zealand. Conway made 60, Ravindra 5, and then also another catch down the leg side. Daryl Mitchell got the faintest of touches, a little registration on the review process. Very good review from the West Indies, wasn't it? As Anderson Phillip picked up his second wicket, he got Kane Williamson prior to lunch. So 202 for the loss of 5. New Zealand trail by just 5 runs. And just when we thought the surface might flatten out under the sun from tea, this time yesterday, where the West Indies were, checks notes, 175 for 4. In 3 sessions of play, we've had exactly 230 runs. It tells you it's hard work out there to score runs. We've also had 11 wickets fall in that time. Yes, you could say some lower order wickets there, that's fair enough. but the New Zealand top order 2 has succumbed. And with Blair Tickner not taking any further part in this game, New Zealand are effectively 200 for the loss of 6 wickets. So important that Hay and Phillips turn a partnership that is worth 10 into something substantial if you're looking this solely through New Zealand lens. Hay on debut, fine effort, 52 not out, 7 fours and 1 towering hook shot that almost bounced out of the ground down Cambridge Terrace to meet Smithy at the pub later. A great stroke, while Phillips has only faced 6 balls for his 200 for the loss of 5. All right, let's find out what the market is looking like. You can bet live on your favourite sporting events right now at tab.co.nz. R18, please bet responsibly. Come on down, Brad Lewis.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, indeed. The West Indies have come down to 10. They were at 19s at the lunch break, so $10 now. New Zealand's staying very still there at $1.08. 23s is the draw. Something very exciting is going on down there at the basin. Mitchell Hay for New Zealand's top run scorer. Well, there's no value in him now. You should have gone on him at lunch when he was paying, I think, 9s, and early this morning, I think he was as high as 13s. Well, he's $1.30 to be New Zealand's highest run scorer. If you still think Devon Conway can hang on with his 60 and Hay might go early, he's paying $7.50. Glenn Phillips, $5.50. Zach Folkes at 26s. Glenn Phillips, a score of 50, paying $2.70 if you think he will, $1.42 if you don't. And Mitch Hay to score 100 on debut, Daniel. $2.50 he's paying right now. Needs how many more runs? 49 more runs, I think, 48 more runs. To get 100, paying $2.50 if you think he will, $1.50 if you don't think he will. That is the latest from the TAB, and as always, please bet responsibly. It is R18.
That would be a heck of a narrative. Of course, he's in for Tom Blundell, who scored a test match, 100 on debut, filling in for an injured wicketkeeper.
At that ground against the same team?
At this very venue. The last New Zealander to score a test match, 100 on debut, Devon Conway turned it into a double 100. Let's not get carried away. Because right now it's 200 for the loss of 5, effectively 6. This is the Blue Bubble tea break. Thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. Let's get to the latest weather. Pleasant day in Wellington. Cool southerly breeze. Let's get the temperature at a very manageable 19 degrees. The humidity's dropped to about 64%. Fine weather to continue. These southerlies have dropped back a little from the start of the session. Only about 10k with the odd gust around 20. Very pleasant, as I say. And the forecast, the longer range forecast on the Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local water management partner, is looking very nice too. Cold day tomorrow, but fine, 16 degrees. Even better on Saturday and Sunday if required, with plenty of sunshine about. So the two teams will determine the outcome of this match, which is wonderful, and with no interruption from the weather, it would seem. Waterforce weather report. Waterforce, your local water management partner. This is the summer of cricket. We are in the Blue Bubble, a tea break. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. Back with more from the basin shortly. When New Zealand trail by 5, it's 205, 200 for 5. Get it out, man.
This is Kyle Jameson. Download the Sport Nation app right now and catch all the action as the Black Caps take on Australia, England, South Africa and the West Indies this summer.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
What's bigger than a weekend with your mates, blasting the best rock bangers? Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals, because that's what friends are for, right? So don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled! This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Sport Nation.
Why is it when you ask most builders if your job's on track, they'll say,
Sure.
But how can you be sure their shore is as sure as your shore? Easy. Don't just be sure, be guaranteed with a fixed price and an ironclad completion date from Generation Homes. A Generation Homes property isn't just a comfortable, stylish place to live. It's built to a fixed timeline and fixed price. Generation Homes, making building easy. Generation.co.nz.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, but he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Sport Nation is your destination for live sport.
It's a delicious ball and it's in the back of the net! Into the top! And they will not need a second look at that!
That was just pure athleticism.
Live sport lives on Sport Nation, the Kiwi voice of sport.
This is Bree Illing. Download the Sport Nation app right now to catch all the action as the White Ferns take on Zimbabwe and South Africa this summer.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. Heading into the third session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. New Zealand are 200 for 5 after 2 sessions on day number 2. They trail the West Indies by just 5. So we are pretty much even Stevens at this stage. New Zealand with 4 first innings wickets in hand. Blair Tickner will not be batting, so New Zealand effectively 200 for 6. They trail by 5. Out into the centre come the West Indies team, as do Glenn Phillips, who's on 2, and Mitch Hay, wicket-keeper batsman, on test debut, not out 52. Great first bat for Mitch Hay so far today, and an opportunity for him to kick on in this innings and try and help New Zealand build some kind of lead, because at the moment they trail, and the West Indies will be sensing an opportunity here to get themselves, well, they're already right back in the game, but could really put New Zealand under pressure by dismissing them in this session for not that many ahead. Mitch Hay will have other ideas. Grant Elliott's alongside me. And Grant, well, Mitch Hay, great effort so far. 52 from 75's looked pretty comfortable, but he's got to restart again here.
Yeah, it's been a good examination of test match cricket for him. He's arrived at the crease at 117 for 4. It was a tough time when he came to the crease, and he's managed to get through that tough period, and he showed that he can play basically any shot. He's a 360 player. He's cut, he's pulled, he's played off his legs, he's driven through the covers. He's looked very much the part here in Test match cricket, and it's a tough feat to actually accomplish, is coming from domestic cricket and feeling at home at the wicket in Test cricket.
Right, here we go. Start of the third session. First delivery, and there's an expensive drive from Hay, putting the foot out and looking to get the scoreboard moving. Plays and misses. It's through to Imlak, and we are underway in this third session. And no surprises to see Kemar Roach back into the attack. 2 for 40 his figures. But he set the tone this morning, didn't he, Kemar Roach? And here he is again with an opportunity to do it at the start of this session.
Yeah, and a little bit of wobble off the seam away from the bat of Hay, which is unusual because Kemar Roach is normally trailing the ball in.
Here he is again, over the wicket to Hay. Hay's forward. Solid defensive shot this time. So the field here for Roach, he's got chase at first slip, and second slip is it's a lot closer than you would call a conventional second slip. He's wearing a helmet, is Justin Graves at second slip. That just shows you he's in closer. Shea Hope's at a gully. There is a backward point. There's a cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket is close in, and then there's a fine leg as well. Roach into Hay. This one's wide of off stump, offers no shot through to wicket-keeper Imlak.
Gee, I'm looking forward to Phillips. It's sort of set up, isn't it?
I'll set up for the commentator.
Phillips out, bold Phillip. That is set up for commentary brilliance, I think.
We're going to earn our money during that period of play if we get it.
I like watching him bat, Glenn Phillips. I really do like watching him bat. I think it's a perfect position for him, modern day batter. You look at his frame.
Roach over the wicket to Hay, and Hay again's leaving. he looks like someone that's come out of Major League Baseball, and he just wants to monster home runs. But I was speaking to Neil Wagner about him and his bowling, because I said, is he part-time? Is he a proper spinner? He said, one thing you can't fault him with, they were in the subcontinent, and he said every time they weren't playing, they were the substitute or the reserves, 12th, 13th men, and every morning for an hour he would have a Powerade.
As Roach is in, defending is Hay.
Glenn Phillips would have a Powerade and a Red Bull, and off he'd go and bowl for an hour in the subcontinent conditions. And normally when you're 12th or 13th man, you're helping with the drinks, and there's so much to do. Wags was like, Glenn, you can't just go out there and bowl, you need to help. And he goes, listen, I'm in this environment to get better as well. And then lunchtime, tea time, same thing. He'd go out, bowl for an hour, bat 2 hours, and bowling. Yeah, he just put in so much effort. So his work rate is phenomenal with the ball.
Roach into Hay, and not for the first time. It's wide of off stump and no shot offered. That ends the first over after the tea break. No addition to the score. New Zealand 200 for 5. Phillips 2, Hay 52 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. He's a busy cricketer, isn't he, Glenn Phillips? He likes, you see the way he fields, and then you think about his approach to batting and just life in general. Nothing is done it other than 150% kind of guy.
It's just tailor-made for T20 cricket, isn't it? But that's what's exciting, seeing him here in Test cricket, because he plays in the same way. Like you say, he's busy. He shows a lot, and I know Jerry won't like that, but he does show enthusiasm when he bowls and gets wickets. He should probably be a little bit more circumspect and get the fans on his side. But when he's batting, he's explosive as he looks around the field here. And it'll be interesting to see. It's been a while since he played a Test match. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches it.
So Shields is going to start from the R.A. Vance stand in. He's into Phillips, gets a full delivery, and Phillips drives through cover. He will score at least 2, possibly 3. He's quick between the wickets, Glenn Phillips. 2 West Indian fielders approach the ball, and they fire it back, and Phillips, unsurprisingly, gets home for 3. So he's up and running after the tea break. New Zealand are up and running on the scoreboard after the tea break. 203 for 5 now, with Phillips 2-5.
I was in Bangladesh when I watched him play that innings. Do you remember that innings, the match-winning innings, where I think he got 80-odd? And it was such a character-building innings because it was tough. It was really tough against spin. And the way that he was just so composed in that run chase just showed the class that he had, Phillips.
Shields, and now to Hay. Hay's up on the back foot, defending to mid-on. Fielding is done there by Anderson Phillip. They run 203 for 5. Yeah, I recall that innings you're talking about, Grant, being one of... It was very different to what we'd seen from Glenn Phillips up to that point. Real grinding innings, difficult to score. Showed a bit about his character and how much hard work he'd put into being ready. Here is Shields bowling to Phillips. Turns this one square, but the catching mid-wicket runs across and cuts it off. 203 for 5.
Yeah, it was in Bangladesh. I just had a look at the stats now. He scored 87 off just 72 balls on a tough wicket. It was a wicket where Satner got wickets. And it was I watched it and I saw deliveries bowled by spin, and I thought, well, wow, So it was kind of tailor-made for him, and that was back in 2023. His last Test match, though, prior to this one, was the 14th of December 2024, so almost a year ago to the day that he played Test cricket. So that's why I say it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it.
Shields into Hay, and Hay's short and he's pulling around the corner. Fine leg is in play. I'll take a single. 204 for 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Hay, first run after tea, he's up to 53 from 84 deliveries, 7 fours and 1 6.
Another character-building innings for him was his debut. Scored 50 against Australia. I remember he was called up against Australia in Sydney.
Sydney Test match.
Quite a surprise call-up, wasn't it?
Just trying to think of the circumstances. Whether he had to fly there. Kane Williamson was injured and had to sort of fly to Sydney, and all of a sudden it was Test debut time for him.
in a difficult environment. New Zealand having lost the first 2 test matches of the series. Here's Shields into Phillips, and he is leaving.
And Daniel and I always talk about it on the Saturday session, but with him, he's never been elevated up the order. He's kind of always batted there, ended up batting with the tail, and you see a lot of not outs. I see a 58 not out, a 48 not out, 49 not out, 40 not out. And just when he started to get going, 78 against Sri Lanka and Gaul. But the nature of where you bat, once you get to those 70s and you're batting with a number 10, 11, you go, oh, I better push it on a bit. So you do take more risk. And I wonder if he would approach the game differently if you put him in a number 4 position, number 5 position.
Waits for Shields. Ball back of a length. Thinks about a single through the offside, but ball is cut off by the fielder Brandon King at cover point, and there is no run. End of the over, 204 for 5 New Zealand. Hay 53, Phillips 5, Shields has bowled 9 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 29. All our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. We are in the 3rd session on day number 2. New Zealand and the West Indies, the 2nd test match, coming to you live from the Basin Reserve, a beautiful Basin Reserve, sun-drenched basin. Our 3rd session coverage thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. It's going to be Kemar Roach to start a new over. He's operating from the Government House end, the Adelaide Road end. He's into the right-handed Hay, and it's wide of off stump, and Hay happy to leave.
Just saying, it's incredible. We're talking about how many balls Kemar Roach has bowled in Test cricket, and it wasn't long ago I was sitting here with the England crew, and they were trying to work out, I think it was Courtney Walsh, how many marathons he'd run. Like the equivalent of marathons, and I worked it out. So I mathematically worked it out. I went, okay, run up 80 meters, and ended up being close on 100 marathons.
Yes, Roach coming forward was Hay, and played the ball onto the body, and then he lost sight of where the ball was. It's ended up at second slip, but he was a bit worried about his stumps there for a moment. Mitch Hay survives 204 for 5. Or someone like Courtney Walsh, if you're trying to work out marathons, someone like James Anderson, he would have run a few marathons as well.
That'd actually be a very good one to look at, is how many balls James Anderson has actually bowled in first-class cricket, because he's still going, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He got another year contract. Was it with Lancashire again?
I think so.
He's 43 years of age.
Roach into Hay defends similar to the previous delivery, came forward and then just lost sight of where the ball went, and this time it's in the gully. Just worried about those stumps and playing the ball on. 204 for 5.
Yeah, so he's only bowled, because first class, for those listeners that don't know, first class cricket is your 4-day cricket, your longer version, and then test cricket. So obviously, once again, you don't split those up. You can add them. So test cricket counts as first class cricket. So he's bowled 60,000 deliveries.
Yeah, it's Roach to Hay, much more comfortable this time as the ball's played up to mid-on. No addition to the score, 204 for 5.
So I think we can say 60,000 deliveries at 30 metres of a run-up, but then you have to walk back again to call it 60. Let's get the calculator out.
It's going to test your maths. How is your form maths?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, good.
Not bad.
2 slips in a gully for the right-handed Mitch Hay, who's on 53, and Roach is into him. He's defending. Again, up to mid-on, won't score.
Yes, 36,000 kilometres divided by 42. And we've got, so he's also same as 3,600 kilometres divided by 42. He's at 85 marathons.
85 marathons in your career.
Yeah. So, and Courtney Walsh was closer to 100.
Wow,
But Courtney Walsh played 15 seasons on.
Roach into Hay, again defending. Good length, good line from Kemar Roach. Good probing over, keeping Mitch Hay honest on that occasion. End of it, 204 for 5 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The Turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet Power Bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet Power Banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper. Fast business funding. We are in the third session thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. OJ Shields continuing from the RA Vance stand in. First delivery is on the hip of Glenn Phillips and he turns it around the corner to Kemar Roach at fine leg and takes a single. Phillips 6, 205 for 5.
Yes, so Courtney Walsh, he's bowled 85,000 first-class deliveries. So when you think of James Anderson, 43, playing county cricket, we think, wow, he's had a long career. But Courtney Walsh, from what I heard, he used to just go from international cricket straight into county cricket and just did that 15 seasons in a row and just he never had a rest. He believed that if you had a rest, then the body would shut down. So you just kept the body going.
The seize up mentality. OJ Shields into Hay, and Hay gets one pulling, and he gets it's a leading bottom edge, and it flies down to the left of the wicket keeper. Fine legs way too wide for that. So not always in complete control of it, Mitch Hay, but got enough bat, enough glove if you like, and it's gone round the corner and down to the boundary for 4. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. New Zealand 209 for 5, and they now lead by 4 runs.
Take the lead, and it was a short ball. It wasn't high enough. It was chest height. And it was outside leg stump, so Mitch Hay just got enough bat on it to help it on its way. That was the line where he got into trouble, where it was around his head. And Roston Chase now is moving the field. He's moved square leg in front of square, and he's moved himself out of first slip just around the corner in a leg slip. So this might mean that they're going upstairs now. They're going to try and test him on the short ball. New boy on debut. Let's see what he's like on the short ball.
OJ Shields staying over the wicket to the right-handed Hay. It's short. First delivery. He's pulled it around the corner. He's hit it pretty well. The dive from Kemar Roach, but he's parried it into the boundary for 4. Unfortunate down there at fine leg for Roach, who moves pretty well for a man of his age. And the dive, though, he just couldn't take it cleanly. Ended up parrying it, as I say, into the fence for another big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Mitch Hay to 61. New Zealand 213 for 5.
Yeah, this wasn't the plan for West Indies when they came out. They came out after the first session and got 2 quick wickets, and they would have wanted to do the same now. Bowl aggressively, but still stay disciplined. Scores sort of blowing out a little bit now. New Zealand taking the lead. There's a batter in on 60 and an aggressive batter in Glenn Phillips as well.
Field stays as it was the previous delivery. Shields is in. It's short again. Hay plays the shot. Plays it on the bounce. Does he? Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. He's in it. And it's so well. Hey, I thought that had gone to the turf. He's been caught down on the fine leg boundary by Kemar Roach. And Mitch Hay is out. I can't quite believe it. Looked like he played it into the turf for sure. Just got a little bit of a top edge and it flew down to Roach, directly down his throat. And Mitch Hay's very good first innings in Test cricket comes to an end at 61. New Zealand 213 for 6.
Well, I just have to describe what I've seen. Roston Chase has moved the field. They've signalled that they're going to go short. He hits the first delivery for 4. The next one, he absolutely hits this at a rate of knots, didn't he, Tom? Straight into the hands of Kemar Roach, who turned around and started signing autographs. Mitch Hay, memorable moment for him, his family, and all the people that have helped him in his career. On debut to surpass 50, only the 4th New Zealand batter, wicketkeeper batter on debut to get over 50. Joining the group of Brendan McCullum, Luke Ronke and Tom Blundell.
61 for Hay, gets a warm applause from the Wellington faithful. But he's gone. 213 for 6 New Zealand, but in effect 213 for 7 with no Blair Tickner to back. So Zach Folkes in his 3rd Test match comes out to join Glenn Phillips. We've seen that Folkes is capable of batting. Look again on the replay. Now, for certainly hit that into the turf, but he hit it so hard and so flat that Chemo Roach, and you talked about someone good, he literally catches this, Grant, throws the ball. Well, in fact, he does. I think he pockets the ball and then heads to sign some autographs for the kids on the boundary. No need to celebrate with your teammates. He's a character, Chemo Roach. That is for sure. And someone's watched him take the catch. He had business to attend to, though. Signed the autographs and then joined his teammates in the middle.
Yeah, that's Casey. It almost looked like a festival county game or one of those
testimonials.
Testimonial.
Take the catch. Right, here we go. Zach Folkes. Man under the helmet at short leg for him as OJ Shields is in. First one is short and Folkes ducks under and it's through to Imlo. 2:13 for 6. New Zealand lead by just 8. They have 4 first innings wickets in hand, but really in effect it's 3.
It's interesting because I still think that there's a little bit in this pitch, and Roston Chase has decided to stay in it. A leg slip. I like the short leg, that's good, but I'd still have 2 slips in a gully. There's only 1 slip gully. This, if anything, this encourages the bowler to bowl short and then at the chest or the ribs or leg stump.
Shields over the wicket to Folkes. It's a little wider down the leg side this time, so Folkes can easily avoid that. And that ends a successful over for OJ Shields. 10 overs, 1 for 38. His figures, New Zealand, 2:13 for 6.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper.
Thank you.
Third session of the play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. As we're watching another over. 213 for 6. Roach is bowling. And it has Phillips coming forward, playing into the onside. Roach is bowling for 2 slips in the gully. And really important time here for the West Indies. I must say, I really do admire the way that they've fought back here. They've shown quite a lot of character. Here's Jeremy Coney joining us, Grant. Very good news. A couple of Wellingtonians. I'll always see you as a Wellingtonian, Jerry, and certainly the people here
I am.
See you in that light. Well, Grant, you don't think Grant is? No. Oh, that's the issue.
No, nor are you.
No.
I've spent 23 years here, Jeremy.
Into the onside is this ball. That's a lovely shot by Phillips. It's just turned off his hip. It's King who has the chase out to the square leg boundary. Just retrieves it a metre inside it and they run through for a very comfortable 3. Phillips is 6, 216 for 6.
Well, what's Phillips going to do now? Is he really better at 6? I'm actually starting to go the way of a guy who sent a text in earlier to say, should Phillips be 6? I'm starting to think, because is he a full-time spinner? I don't think so.
No, he's not. You see, I think in this side now you'd look at Mitchell at 4, Ravindra at 5, Phillips 6, Hay 7.
Well, that's a possibility.
Is it one you like?
Yeah, it's not one I don't mind it at all. I know you could have lots of arguments either way, I think, but that would certainly be one of the settings I think you'd think about very carefully.
Yeah. Here's Roach bowling and a pace down the... you see there, folks, just taking a step towards the bowler. He then decides to let the ball go.
Not to say that Hay didn't do a decent job. I mean, on debut, you can't, 60-odd.
Did a good job.
Yeah.
I do like what you're saying, but I think the reasoning behind it, because I think Phillips is perfectly capable of batting 6. I think they like him at 7 because of how he's batted with the tail in the past. He's aggressive when the tail comes in. It's someone that can get quick runs.
Well, I think he's got to step it up a little bit now. I mean, it's early days for him. As a wide ball down the leg side, or just drifting down the leg side, buys as Tevin Imlach is standing up to Roach, and a difficult one for him, but I don't think he even got a glove on it as it flew away to the fine leg boundary. 220 for 6.
Yeah, but Hay can score quite quickly too, can't he?
Yeah, I think if you were to choose one of the two, the more aggressive players, and I think that's been to Phillips' detriment, because when he's come in, he's had to play that role. And as 7 normally finds himself batting with number 9, 10 and 11 a lot of the time. And at that stage of the game, you think, okay, well, I'm going to have to dash it a bit. Whereas he's never been given the opportunity to bat a long period. So I would like to see him in at 6, a bit higher, just to see if he could play a test innings, a long innings.
His folks playing away from his body, gets the inside edge into his pads.
He's only got 5 test 50s. Glenn Phillips, and a lot of the time that's because he's run out of time. He's been not out a number of times. Saw him play a fantastic innings in Bangladesh, where he won the game on one of the most testing wickets I've ever seen. Spin wickets, got 85 off 72 balls, and won that test match. And that was a real character building innings.
Yeah, no, I think he has great promise as this ball is outside the off stump, and no shot from folks. At the end of the over, 220 for 6. And the West Indies running between the over now, showing some much needed endeavour. 2 for 43 for Roach. Yeah, well, I mean, I like Phillips, but again, he's a key, and it was interesting listening to or reading Tom Latham saying as soon as Phillips is available, he comes back into the side. So he's in the starting 11. That's how the New Zealand selectors see it. The concern I've got, and I am surprised about how many test wickets he's taken, but I don't think he's a top class spin bowler. And that
Lion?
No.
There you go.
And I maintain it like a record. We've got to develop top class spin bowlers. We must, and it's an area that we just don't pay enough attention to, in my view. So it's OJ Shields from the RA Vance stand end. Again, really beautiful conditions. That subtly hasn't been too unpleasant today. Looks like it's dropped away completely now as Shields bowls, and Phillips is underneath that delivery. Quite cool here this morning in the RA Vance stand, but looks pretty pleasant out there on the embankment now.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned because when I was commentating with Daniel, the window was open and the southerly was really blowing. And that's the sort of stuff that we do as the commentary team here for the listeners. We take on the elements. We want to feel like we're out there just like the players. And Garth Galloway is right in the firing line there of the southerly, but it has dropped significantly.
We do take it for the team, don't we?
Well, you do. You should have your barbecue on at the moment to warm you up.
Well, here's an appeal for caught behind, and they're...
I think I've got my hand on the glove on my bat there.
So here we are. So the ball's gone through to Tevin Imlach. You've heard Phillips saying that he doesn't think he's got his hand on the bat at the time that the ball was gloved. So presumably he accepts that it's been gloved.
Yeah, and what that means is, just to our listeners, it's gone down leg side, almost thigh pad height. Glenn Phillips has definitely gloved it, but what he's saying, we heard on the stump mic, is that I don't think I had my hand on the bat. Now, if your hand isn't on the bat, it's not out. So this will be an interesting one to watch the replay.
We have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is out.
This is really unusual. If Phillips is right, it's a very unusual moment. We shall see.
It's interesting. He's talking the man through the decision.
It's off. It's off. You got it down?
Yep, that looks to me as if it's off.
Ball's obviously close to the gloves there.
What if it's touching
Not sure which glove it's closer to.
Is it touching the top glove is the question.
Ultra Edge when ready, please.
I think it's at the bottom glove. Oh, hang on.
It's off.
Incredible. Oh, it's... Hang on a minute. Did it just...
Yeah, just go back a couple of frames, please. Yeah. The hand is off the bat. so therefore he can't be out. Paul, going to get you to reverse your decision.
He's right.
Not out.
Dead
You're
right.
on screen signal now.
Well, I mean, I think Glenn Phillips can just take over and umpire himself.
Yep. I think Paul Rifle can have a rest.
I have never seen that before. I've seen it in the Ashes, but it was given out. And that was, who was that? Was it Kasparovich?
Yeah, don't know. That is remarkable to have, to be hit in that way with your hand off the bat, and then to have the presence of mind to say, excuse me, lovely guys, nice catch, Tevin, well done. But I think you'll find that my hand wasn't on the bat.
So it's loud enough into the microphone so the TV umpire can hear it too.
Just in case he forgot the law. All right, now back to the cricket as Shields bowls, and now Phillips is going onto the back foot, and he's got a top edge underneath it. It's bouncing down by the boundary at fine leg, and they'll run two. Not in control of the shot, but landing really in no man's land, safe enough, but really something that might encourage Shields. 222 for 6.
It was an aggressive shot from Phillips. He was taking Shields on there. It was a bounce round about head height. A little bit of a top edge.
Yeah, it was too quick for him, actually. He wasn't really catching up with the ball. I reckon it's better sometimes to just steer it, because you've got two men back. You've got a sort of very fine third man waiting for the one that you run that way, and you've got a sort of a backward square as well.
Chase it, leg gully, and Graves is, this time Phillips has hit him down over the...
Well, you go for a 6.
Fine leg boundary for 6.
That's the choice.
Good shot. Jerry Coney giving him all the choices, and he takes the 6. That was a really good shot. It was just drifting down the leg side, and he's played it off the front foot and swung it behind square for 6. Well done.
Well, this is where he's effective, Glenn Phillips. He can go at a serious rate when he's in the mood, and it almost looks like after that opportunity of gloving, where he took the glove off the bat, he's decided, I'm going to press go here. I'm batting with our number 8. We're technically 7 down because Tickner won't bat. And it looks like he's going to have a dip.
And I think that's right. Now we're seeing Hodges being moved back onto behind square on the boundary. Kemar Roach is at long leg. Hodge about 15 metres behind square. And Graves on the boundary at square leg. So not too much doubt, unless it's playing the dummy here. This is short, and it's played into the onside to mid-wicket.
Garth, you mentioned it. I wonder how many of our listeners knew that law about your glove coming off the bat, because the only reason why I knew about it was I remember watching the Ashes, and when I think it was Kasparovich, I'll have to look at it, and they got the decision wrong. But that is one of those laws that everyone thinks, if it hits your glove, you're out.
No, it was a good presence of mind. Speaking of our listeners, I went down at lunchtime to mingle and enjoyed that. Had a chat to a few people as I waited for my lunch. Next delivery is short and down the leg side. No shot in the end of the over. 228 for 6 it is. Phillips 17 folks yet to score.
What did you learn, Garth?
I learned that, a couple of people, there were 3 or 4 people came over and said that they were enjoying the commentary, which is nice. And a lot of people listening in the ground, and that's fantastic. And then, so I had a chat to 2 of them who I thought were knowledgeable and clearly very invested in the commentary, and I said, look, lovely to see you. As I departed, order number 78 came, and I picked up my chicken thing, what is it, a wrap or something, and wandered off. And then one of them said to me, you're taller than I thought you were, to me.
You sound short.
And I said, yeah, that's right. And I thought, well, that's interesting. He said, it's because you stand by Jeremy Coney all the time on the pitch reports, but you're actually quite a lot taller than I thought. And I said, how tall did you think I was? And he said, well, Brian Waddle sort of height. I said, wash your mouth out. We'll have no more of that.
Yeah.
That was another insult. I go home and I have to lie down after doing this and talking to people. This ball's outside the off stump and through to wicket keeper Imlak. But it is lovely having people listening in around the ground. And please continue. We've got someone sent a text in here saying rigger, which is a reference to Mark Richardson. Can you please give Wag some advice as to not to be able to bat the entire day? But we're not the TV people. No. Happy to give Wags advice, but I'll have to sort of throw it in a dart into the TV box. Here's another delivery from Roach outside the off stump, no shot.
The thing is, as far as the game is concerned, I mean, this little lead at the moment is for me pretty meaningless. This lead at the moment. It won't be until they get to 100. That's really when it starts to matter. But I think anything under that, won't matter too much, will it? So well done the West Indies for coming back in this game. This is going to be a different shape of game and structure than the possibility that I pushed earlier of the one side batting once, and that being New Zealand.
Seals bowls and another couple of paces down the pitch by Folks. He's looking to get forward and get towards the bowler. Ducks underneath it.
I also wonder how much it's worth having a bowler down. You're saying, if New Zealand are 100 ahead, does
the best bowler?
The best
actually,
bowler,
from what we've seen.
Yeah. Does it really matter when you've got that bowler down? That means that the seamers are going to have to toil. It means that you've got Folks, Duffy and Ray. And it means that Phillips is going to have to bowl a lot of overs. I saw Daryl Mitchell warming up today, but I've seen him warm up for 5 years and hardly bowl an over. It means that Rachin Ravindra might have to bowl a few overs.
Seals bowls and Folks plays a nice defensive shot back to the right arm quick.
It also means that Duffy and Folks have only had 52 overs after a big long stint recently as well. So 2 of the 3 could be feeling, they could be quite fatigued fairly soon, I would say, depending on what sort of day it is going to be tomorrow.
Well, some of our texts coming in are criticising the New Zealand batters for not batting long enough because of our bowlers need a good rest. When I say ours, I mean that's the word of the listeners. Here's Folks coming back for 2, turning the ball into the onside. Very good running by Zach Folks. The running of a young man early in his Test cricket career, sprinting through for a second run. 2:30 for 6 it is. So our listeners are very protective of the bowling group, and rightly so. They did a sterling amount of work in Christchurch. Here you are, Grant. Correct read the 2005 Ashes Test. Second Test at Edgbaston. Kasparovich gloved it down the leg side.
Oh, to finish.
Yeah. That's Elby. God, we've got some good knowledge amongst our listeners, haven't we? 2005 Edgbaston. There you are. So you're spot on. Nice defensive shot from Folks. It brings the over to an end. 2:30 for 6.
Well, if you go through the wickets today, you talk about that. I mean, I would have thought, I would have categorised Latham as being beaten today, really. Yes, he pushed out, but really he was beaten. And then I would say Williamson was beaten. I would say Ravindra was loose. I would say Conway was a little bit of a strangle down the leg side. You can have a different point of view of that. And I'd say it's similar for Mitchell in a way, a bit of a strangle down the leg side. And you'd say, hey, well, we've talked about him, but maybe you might say loose in the sense that he had already had 2 hooks as well, the prior 2 balls, and then found out finally Roach picked him out. So that's the way I would sort of categorise the wickets that have fallen today from New Zealand. And so that's kind of a couple of strangles and a couple of loose ones and a couple of beaten.
Yeah, absolutely. As another over begins with Shields bowling down the leg side, and here's Phillips taking his bottom hand off the bat again. I wonder if he's worried about gloving it again, removing it. Unusual shot, a la Conway.
Yeah, it's really strange. A delivery at his body, he seems to sort of jump at it and take his bottom hand off the bat. I've never seen him so jumpy at the crease before, Phillips. And it's quite almost the same as like you say, Devon Conway, that back of a length where he just holds that top hand on, takes the bat away.
Yeah, well, our listeners come back and say, can you just pass that message on to Rigger at TVNZ when you see him? We'll do that, absolutely, as this ball is short outside, over the off stump and ducked underneath. Another one here. Hi, guys, the bloody TVNZ app is not working on my TV, so I've tuned into you and I'm loving it. Well, about time.
That's called good fortune, sir.
Happenstance. Serendipitous.
Yes.
Well, just the knowledge that I gain in this commentary box. I mean, as a listener, listening to it for 6 hours must be amazing. I've learned about hibachi, barbecues.
Let's leave the B word out of it. I've had quite enough about that. What else have you learned?
Oh, you have to have a thick skin in this commentary box. I know that as a player you should not over celebrate because the fans they need to know how serious you are. It's about results. It's not about body language.
Here's someone saying, can we get a live stream of you? Absolutely not. This ball is short down the leg side and no shot from Phillips. That will be the last. We're radio.
Is that during the game or after the game?
I don't know, but we're radio and you don't get to see us. 2:31 for 6. And we've got this damn camera that stares at us all the time.
I don't like it. It's the socials. And it's really, occasionally you can't help but pick your nose. You know, it's a bit...
It's an automatic reaction. I find my finger just goes up.
Oh, that's you as an umpire wanting to get home.
You don't have an Instagram account, Jeremy?
Of course I don't.
Oh, we should get you on during the test match.
Full delivery, which is a very good one indeed. Almost Yorkie
I'll
Phillips.
speak to Stephen. I think Stephen will get you back on.
No, he won't.
At Jeremy Coney.
They tried to put me on a thing called X. Was it called X? I don't know what it was called.
Twitter.
Yep, that's gone now. I've whipped that one off. I'm not having that.
Well, maybe our listeners should tell us what Jeremy Coney's Instagram handle should be.
I can make this decision myself. It's okay, everybody. I know you won't, and I don't want you to either. So we're both very happy.
I think Sport Nation will want this to happen.
Yeah, I would. I'll follow you, Jerry.
No.
Having changed your dressings today.
No, you won't.
Ball is short outside the off stump. No one's given so much for commentary as I have. Fixing you up and mopping up the muck. There we are. But you're looking good. Off your back. That's not really true. No, there was no. I tell you what, the wounds were looking fantastic, and I had to, because the wounds were in such a discreet place on his back. I had to photograph them and show them to Jerry to show how the healing is going, and then I deleted the photographs because I didn't want them going around the world on Instagram. Jerry Coney's back.
We could live feed that. I mean, that's what our listeners they want.
It's none of their business knowing what my back looks like.
I got the impression no one else has looked at your back for some time.
Well,
it was quite
that's right.
Few hairs I had to pull off. Another short delivery. Let's not miss the cricket. Through to the keeper. I said to him,
you sounded like your father then. Well, that's enough of that, and we'll talk about the cricket now.
Don't you ever say I sound like him. Then I had to. I said to him, "Do you want me to pull this big bandage off quickly, or will we do it slowly?" And he said, "Can you please start slowly?"
Yeah, just to check.
A little pull, and there was a.
Ooh. Well, I didn't know what was there. It felt like quite a large wound
here.
You know, it's well. It's all very well for you to pull it off quickly.
I think we need to get St. John's ambulance up here.
It's a Wellington free ambulance in Wellington.
Sorry, you were Wellington free.
And they gave apparently Blair Tickner. They took him off yesterday, and they managed to take him over one of the bumps here. Yeah. Sent him into orbit with pain. Bless them. 2:31 for 6. It is time for a break from me, and then the team leader Daniel McHardy.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Shop sensational Christmas savings at Chemist Warehouse, like Aramis Intuition 100ml EDP $149.99, save $47. And save $9 on Head & Shoulders shampoo or conditioner, 660ml range now $10.99 each. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. West Indies just chipping away nicely here on day number 2. New Zealand's lead is 26 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, Harvey Norman TV deals. Phillips 17, Folkes 2. 231 for the loss of 6 wickets. Jeremy Coney providing expert commentary of the cricket. Yes, the cricket with Mighty Mobile. Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. It's Shields in again, starting a new over, bowling to the right-handed folks who leaves alone. Shields has just bowled the previous over. That would be impressive if he's able to bowl from both ends. I know I have a bit of love and affection for OJ Shields, but that's taking it a bridge too far.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Could he bowl if he bowled left arm from the far end?
Oh, I like this. I like this theory.
Just a thought.
Yeah. You just want me to go into the laws of the game again? That soul-destroying document.
Ambidextrous, yeah. There will be ambidextrous bowlers, of course, and there already has been, haven't there, around Sri Lanka and those areas.
Full driven, nice looking stroke. Better fielding though by Seals, low and to his left. He's got none for 63. Bowled quite well in this series, but hasn't had a lot of joy. Still bowling with good pace. He's now got the southerly at his back. He's had to push into it a fair bit today. 142.2k the last ball. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. Someone on the text line has said, please stop this bloody body personal stuff. I concur. I concur. Once more, that's a good bouncer, dropping at the knee and seeing the ball sail over his right shoulders, folks. Right, Coney's handle was at playing Mantis 87 for the record, was it?
No idea.
Well, there was someone tweeting as late as the 14th of the 6th, 2025 from this account. Hi, guys.
Not me.
Hi, guys. Sorry to nag, but... ... Any thoughts on the Bairstow stumping? That sound like you?
Oh, yes. That's when they just put it in.
Yeah.
But that I did it the next day. I thought I'd throw it out there.
On-off stump.
That's correct.
No, that's this year, Jerry. You're not that out of touch.
Well, the Bairstow stumping, yes. Of course we have ideas. You're not the umpire. You can't call over. I'm sorry. Which is exactly what he did.
It was just out.
Yeah.
End of discussion.
The members, Lords, didn't think so.
Didn't they get those red cards they get sent with the code of conduct behaviour?
They did, actually. Yeah. I think they did. And they had to get rid of one or two, I think, had to make an example.
Another bouncer. There's another Twitter account going on, which I don't think is you. There's an imitator at Jeremy_Coney. You would never do something of the sort, _. Asking, inventory, Jeremy Coney, our top order getting out to Tsotsobi due to left arm angle, surely for left arm can replicate at practice. That's definitely not you. It's the first one. We are getting suggestions, though, for your future Twitter handle. I think Coney does not want a bar of it, ladies and gentlemen. I can speak on his behalf. Don't worry, I'll forward them all on to him later tonight, just as he's falling off to sleep. And again goes Seals. Stands lifted down the leg side, almost under the left armpit. Folks wanted to play it. That's how he got out. Remember, in Christchurch, the end of the over, it's 231 for 6.
Holy, my ride's going to be how much?
Should have used Your Ride. Your Ride is the smartphone app that connects you to Blue Bubble partner Wellington Combined Taxis. They're safe, dependable, and they never have surge pricing, even at peak times. You can better rely on a Blue Bubble nationwide taxi with Your Ride. Download the Your Ride app from Google Play or the App Store.
You're safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
or yourride.nz.
Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. We're into the third session of the second day, the third session with Blue Bubble Taxis. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble Taxis. 2:31 for the loss of 6. And for the first time this innings, we're going to see the West Indian captain with his off breaks bowling into the breeze from the Van Stand end. He will have a slip. Man under the helmet. I assume Graves will give that to someone else. Yeah, we're just waiting for one to put on the protective leg guards. That's Kaveem Hodges, obviously lost rock, paper, scissors, and he'll have to go in there. Short leg on the onside. A man around the corner on 45. A deep forward square leg. Long on. Man on the 45 been told he's too fine. He's going a few paces to his left. You've got a mid-off cover and a deep point. It will be Chase. The minimalist off spinner, short approach, bright sunshine, strays into the pads, and there'll be a run off the bat of Phillips, moving to 18 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, 232 for 6.
Yep, pretty typical kind of start for an off spinner. 4-5. In other words, 4 men on the offside, 5 on the onside. So you bowl pretty straight. The ball coming back into, of course, both these batsmen right-handers. So, yeah, the cutter's on. That saves boundaries as well. He's quite deep and brings the slip into play if you want to, unless you're punching it off the back foot. Pretty square.
Off the back foot and playing quite nicely with a straight bat, nudging through the mid-on region is Folks moving to 3. It's 233 for 6.
Yeah, this is where Folks really just has to support Phillips, isn't it? It's really, if there's got to be a partnership here, there's less left in the order.
Tall right arm off spinner into Phillips, turn to short leg. We've got an ambulance coming down Adelaide Road. And it's good to see traffic not getting out of the way. Here's a slog sweep that's going to be caught in the deep, surely. Man lining it up, takes the catch 10 metres inside the rope, and Glenn Phillips took a chance, but he falls flat on his face. And the wicket to Chase. Immediate success for the West Indian captain. And the New Zealand right-hander goes. Caught in the deep for 18. It's 233 for 7. Effectively 8 down with no bleed Tickner available.
Yep. The length wasn't quite there for Phillips, who wanted to hit a 6. He decided before the ball was bowled, this is a 6. I'm not convinced about that. I just feel he as he goes back, he'd say to himself, look, I've let myself down a bit there. 6s kind of just come along, folks. They just happen. You don't actually decide beforehand until you're in the last couple of overs of, say, a limited over match. That's when you say to yourself, right, I'm now going to start look for a 6. But not suddenly in a test match at this stage. He didn't really have to do that. Folks has been quiet. He's been getting under bounces. He's pushed the ball to long on. So I just think it was a bit premature of Phillips to decide that. So they lose another wicket, New Zealand. They're only, 20-odd ahead at this stage, 28, something like that ahead. So it's minimal, and the game is very even right now. Now, what's going to happen? Here comes Duffy, I would say, would be the next man out, and he's more of a defensive player. He can hold up an end, and that's all you expect of a number kind of 9, 10, 11, that area that he's playing in today. So there'll be an extra man come in. The man at 45 stays. The deep point has been taken out now, and he's gone into a sort of a leg slip area.
Chase, wicket in his first over from the Van Stand end, bowling to Duffy, who works the ball to the onside. The man coming across to his left, John Campbell from mid-wicket, prevents a run. 233 for 7 is Glenn Phillips. Caught Phillip, bowled Chase in the deep. He got a good position. Finger regulation, held his nerve. Good catching day now with the southerly, very gentle, pushing through the crease and firing in towards off stump is Roston Chase, and that ends a successful over. 233 for the loss of 7. Jeremy, the I have really appreciated the fight of the West Indies. I thought they bowled quite well between
Absolutely.
lunch and tea. And you know what? They've got themselves in a position, almost at the halfway stage of this Test match, to win their first Test match here.
Absolutely,
Since
they have.
1995.
Yes, they have.
They've lost their last 5 Test matches at this venue.
New Zealand have 3 seamers now.
Yep.
And 2 of them, as I was saying just before, have had long stints just recently. They were down on pace in the first innings. They were a little bit wayward as well. They weren't at their best, put it that way. And you could understand why. And now they've come in and they've had 67 overs rest, and now they're out there batting, both of them. So not easy for those 2.
Powerful figure. The right arm quick. Jaden Seals bowling 2 folks, shuffling across, deflecting down into the gully. There is no run. Of course, that 95 Test, very famous, wasn't it? Very famous for the West Indies.
Oh, the big one?
Yeah,
360 or something like that.
600
innings in 360, was it?
660 for 5.
Yeah.
As Campbell made 88, Singai Lara got 147, Jimmy Adams got 150, Arthur Timmins 70, 61 to Chanderpaul, and Junior Murray, icing on the cake, slapped 100. 101 off 88 balls. Huge total. Bouncer, that could be called wide. No, not according to umpire Rifle Act, square leg.
In the 80s, actually, this was a fortress. I mean, when Wes Armstrong was the groundskeeper and the curator, I don't think we were beaten. I'm not going to throw that out because someone will prove me wrong.
Pretty sure he only lost his last Test.
Did he? Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, here, suddenly the Basin, New Zealand are not playing very well at the Basin. You know, the last 2 I know for sure because I was here. One against Australia and then one against England.
Drifting leg side, trying to flick it away, missing his folks. Good take by Imlach down the leg side.
So some loose, a mixture of cricket really, hasn't it been from New Zealand today? Some decent stuff thrown in between some loose stuff. And that's why 233 for 7.
Had to prize out the top
for 8, really.
They did that?
Yeah.
I thought it was wrong. Okay.
Middle order player who likes to be aggressive, first ball after lunch. That gives them another lift. Then you don't want to say luck, but the leg side catches. Can't always count on those. I'm not sure he bowled those plants too often. And short wide, and folks tries to cut. He swings and misses. And I've got to mention 1995, Courtney Walsh. How could you not? I know Garth and Grant were talking about him bowling 84,000 balls plus in first-class cricket. But at this venue, the very best bowling this venue has ever seen as far as match figures. Combined, 36 overs, 15 maidens, 13 for 55. That is out of this world. Stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier. Took 7 in the first, 6 in the second. New Zealand hammering in his Seals. He's a bouncer in a rather awkward sort of way to get out of the way. Folks, drops to one knee, then sort of, was he thinking about ramping that?
Well, it's certainly a little bit of an indication that he had started to think about it and then just decided to let it go. Wants to go down and talk to Duffy about it, who's looking the other way.
Duffy's like, I need a bat here because I'd like to stay off my feet. Oh, but I've got a bat on my feet. Yeah. These 2, I think deep down if you ask them, a bit grumpy they're batting, I would think. New Zealand need them to bat. His runs cut away to backward point, nicely dispatched. Short wide. And folks, it's his first big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Moving to 7. 237 for 7. That is the end of the over.
Yeah, it's the end of the over and not a bad ending for as far as folks is concerned. A little bit short. And while he let another one go before this one, he really sort of got stuck into. And the man at Gully had no chance whatsoever. So, folks, now 7. Now, can Duffy just last at the other end? I don't know how New Zealand can eke this out, really. I mean, really the damage has been done.
It has been.
Even if they get 20 other runs, I mean, there's still, I'm afraid, not going to be enough runs to make a difference in the game.
The third inning advantage too. Historically, there has been some massive third innings totals in Test match cricket at this venue, as Duffy coming forward defending, and only one score ever over 300 in the fourth innings of a Test here. But in the third innings of Test matches, we've had scores of 680, 671, 537, 524. They haven't even got to the 400s as Duffy hits high, long over, long off. All the way, is it? No, one bounce four, according to umpire rifle. Nice stroke, though, by Jacob Duffy to get off the mark. 241 for 7, a big barrel boundary.
Very good shot.
Deals.
Very good shot. Well, Duffy, that's forced the man back immediately. Well, now he can get a single if he wants it.
Plenty of catches on the onside. Describe it as Duffy's played very nicely straight between bowler and a short mid-on. Short mid-on who's fielding in front of the popping crease in the non-striker. It's position. There's a short leg and a catching mid-wicket. A slip. 2-4-2 for 7. Duffy's like, how's that for placement?
That was excellent from Duffy. Duffy's certainly sending a message, I don't want to bowl again, not yet.
Hope Ryan's listening. Heavy. Ryan Duffy, lunchtime guest, brother of first-class Centurion himself.
We're us.
Sure you gave him that advice too. 242 for 7 chase. Wicket in the previous over of Phillips. All runs here as folks back, turning it to the left of the short leg. And a mid-wicket for a single. 243 for 7. The lead is 38.
That's a good shot too off the back foot from folks. So these two making it look quite easy so far at the start of this chase over.
The catching mid-on has gone right next to the playing surface, so folks has to go wider, running between the wickets and the non-strikers. Ember Duffy goes back, comfortably played. That's too short from Chase. That the surface, that it's a little turn, but got to get him on the front foot like that. But that's well played, driven up through mid-off. Long off fields, Campbell's there. The end of the over, 244 for the loss of 7. Duffy 6, folks 8. The lead is 39. Tom Bartlett to join Jeremy Coney.
Here at Sport Nation, we've been there for plenty of big moments.
Get the brooms out! The Black Caps have swept India aside. They win the series 3-0.
It's charged down, picked up though by the Warriors. Here is Halasima. Halasima for the line. Halasima still going. Licker, he's getting it there. I can't believe it! Licker Halasima, you beast!
And we plan to be there for a whole lot more. It's Sport Nation, the Kiwi voice of sport.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper Fast Business Funding. We are in the third session on day number 2 thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. New Zealand on the Harvey Norman scoreboard are 244 for 7. They lead by 39. But in effect, they are 244 for 8. No Blair Tickner. Jacob Duffy is on 6. Zach Folkes is on 8. And Justin Graves coming back into the attack from the government house end. Short delivery to Duffy. Tries to play the hook shot. Can't catch up with it through to Imlach. 244 for 7 it remains. Partnership with 11. Came together at the dismissal of Glenn Phillips. And Justin Graves down there tying up his shoe, I think. Yes, he is. Just for a moment, thought he might have been stretching something. Of course, he spent a long time at the batting crease in Christchurch. It's got itself through 11.1 overs here. It's taken a wicket. Okay, a useful contributor for the West Indies in this Test match. Can he force the issue here and try and mop up this New Zealand tail? Double 833 on the text machine. If you want to send us a message. One advantage of being bowled out New Zealand would be that the West Indies top order would have to face the music tonight. Short delivery again from Graves. That's too short. Through to Imlach. Change in the field. Austin Chase has gone to catching leg slip. Still the conventional slip and gully, and then Chase is almost at he's almost like a leg slip, leg gully position. Backward point, square leg on the fence, fine leg is on the fence. mid-on, mid-off, and a cover as Graves is in again. Duffy goes back, and it's going to be the backward point who will come into play. The fielding's done down there by John Campbell. 1 though to Jacob Duffy, who's 7, 2-4-5 for 7 now, New Zealand. The lead, 40.
Duffy's played some nice shots, hasn't he? A lovely drive for over the top of a mid-off to get a boundary to start, and then a single, and he's tucked some away on the leg side. He's had a nice drive on the leg side. Playing really well.
Folks, 8, been out there for 45 minutes. Batted with Glenn Phillips. Graves in, and there's playing it very late. Dive from Gully, won't catch up with it. Folks, I think deliberately trying to guide the ball to the right of the slips and past the gully and down to the third man boundary for 4. A big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. 249 for 7. Folks to 12.
Yep, Graves has tried short, he's tried a little bit wide, and really there's no pace from him at the moment. He's probably of the 5 seamers that the West Indies have chosen here today, the slowest. So he's really got to therefore be the most accurate.
He's in again from the Government House end to Zach Folks. Tries to repeat the dose, throwing a few more velocity at the cut shot on that occasion. Can't catch up with it through to Imlay. Of course, Folks and Duffy, big workload in this test series so far. Probably fancied putting their feet up all day today. Not afforded that luxury. And they may be required to do some bowling if they can't drag this first innings out from New Zealand. So not an ideal situation, but New Zealand leading by 44 as Graves is in, and he's played a shot very similar to the one we saw just a couple of balls ago. Waited on it, guided it past the gully, and it's another big barrel boundary. Bigger range, bigger deals. Folks to 16. The New Zealand 250 comes up, 253 for 7. The lead, 48.
Yeah, all handy runs, I suppose, but really just a wee bit too late for New Zealand. They've lost too many wickets earlier on today.
Started the day 24 without loss, with hopes of a big day of batting. And while they've added 229 runs, it's come at the cost of 7 wickets. West Indies will be feeling pretty good about themselves here, and with an hour and 20 odd minutes to play in the day, hoping they can finish this and start eating into that New Zealand lead, which isn't huge at this stage.
Well, looks like we're going to have a change. Chase is going to come off, and Anderson Phillips going to bowl from the Vance stand end. Last time he bowled, he was getting the ball to seam slightly.
So here he is, operating from the RA Vance stand in with 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a flat batted pull shot from Duffy. He's going to pick up 4 runs. It was short, swung and pulled it down the ground, down through mid-on for 4. Another big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals, 257 for 7.
It's a good shot, really. He's just punched it straight down the ground with a cross-bat shot. It's like a bunt. But it's on the inside of mid-on, so there's no one else to field it down there. New Zealand going nicely towards the end. These bowlers want to bat.
Motivation levels high to stay out away from the bowling creases. Anderson Phillip bowls a short one, but it's wide of off stump, and so Duffy doesn't have to play a shot. 257 for 7. Duffy to 11. A couple of nice shots. Ian Smith from Jacob Duffy here.
Well, they're both playing well, and I think it's the right move too. I don't think there's any point just occupying, because at the very worst they get bowled out and they have a nice little stint at the West Indies tonight. Now the lead is getting up to 50, 52, so if they could bowl for 40 minutes at the West Indies tonight, I don't think it'd be a terrible thing.
Anderson Phillip There's a fly slip now down on the boundary is short and it's pulled by Duffy. It's in the air, coming forward to take the catch and taking the catch down at fine leg. So Duffy's little cameo comes to an end. Anderson Phillip has his third wicket. New Zealand lose their 8th, 257 for 8.
And I'm not blaming Jacob Duffy at all, but they have sort of fallen into a trap a wee bit, New Zealand, and some of the shots that they've played to get out. I'm not going to point the finger at Jacob Duffy at all. His job is to bowl the West Indies out second time around. They were bonus runs. The partnership was quite a handy little one, but it's over, and that will bring Michael Ray to the crease on his debut as a batter. I've never seen Michael Ray bat, so this will be entertaining. Of course, we won't be seeing Blair Tickner. This is not a situation of desperation for New Zealand. If they need 20 to win on the last day, then we would see Blair Tickner, I imagine, one-armed, but Michael Ray comes out. And look, this has been a good day for the West Indies, you're right, but it hasn't been a horrible day for New Zealand. They have got a lead, and what we're seeing, as we saw throughout the white ball series, is it doesn't appear to be a heck of a lot between these two teams when it comes to the crunch.
You might have thought, mightn't you, that because New Zealand are at home, that there would be some sort of advantage, but it hasn't turned out to be that way. All the white ball games were relatively close, weren't they? You know, bar one, say. And the test match, you know, New Zealand probably at Hagley were disappointed they couldn't quite finish it off, but well done the West Indies. And here, this isn't really a huge lead. Just, you know, a decent partnership will take these runs and knock them off in terms of 50-odd. However, New Zealand will feel if they can, you know, take some catches and create some opportunities that they might be able to pick up a wicket or two. So, yeah, the next part could be quite interesting.
Well, Michael Ray comes to the crease, and they've set a field to say that they're going to go after him, and at head height. That's a real short pitch delivery field.
So here's Anderson Phillip into Ray. First delivery is down the leg side, and he just walks inside it and watches it pass the legs into the gloves of Imlach. 257 for 8, the lead 52. And Michael Ray survives his first ball as a batter in Test cricket. So Zach Folks has come down to have a little chat. So there might be another change in the field. On comes the helmet. And possibility here, Austin Chase is going to put the players under the lid there. It's Kevin Hodge who's putting the helmet on. He's at the moment a couple of pitches, the width of a pitch away from the batter, and the square leg has gone about 2/3 of the way out. Still the fine leg, and the leg slip as Phillip is into Ray, and Ray will turn the ball and they will take a single, and Michael Ray will get his runs account underway, and in fact he may end up getting 5 because there's an overthrow and it's gone all the way down to the long off boundary, so he gets the bonus. He's 5, 262 for 8 New Zealand.
And all around the world, statisticians are reaching for their books.
They are.
Because how
many times
in the history of the game has a player's first scoring shot been a 5? Honestly, they're waking up. The alarms have gone all around the world. It's just gone absolutely berserk in the stats group. They're going, I think I've got it. No, you haven't. You haven't got it. I've got it.
They're an interesting group of people too, those guys. They're anoraks.
Big Loz over there in Adelaide. He's just gone nuts here.
So there's Anderson Phillip. Next delivery to Folks, who's played just behind point. Out to the man who's out on the boundary. He'll take one. He's 17. 263 for 8 at the end of the over. Very eventful.
Ray is thinking to us, this is an easy game, isn't this batting stuff? Why didn't I choose that as the option, not bowling, eh? Yeah, work it down, knock it on the onside 5.
Well, Michael Ray, enticed the West Indian fielder to have a throw at the non-striker's end. He was just cruising through for the one. The backing up, not so good. 263, the New Zealand lead 58 with Michael Ray on 5. Folks on 17. Now we wait to see what Roston Chase is going to do in this over. It's going to be Shields. He's coming back into the attack. OJ Shields. And the field is the third man. It's Justin Graves. The gully, leg slip, short leg. Mid-off's quite deep, mid-on's quite close, and backward point and deep square, fine leg. Here is the first delivery from Shields down the leg side, and folks tries to get inside it and help it's on its way, but he misses out.
Often a bit bemused by captain's tactics when they're bowling to number 11. Folks is better than that, but Michael Ray in particular, why you just don't try and bowl them out without getting too funky with your fields. Just go back to the norm of trying to hit the pads or the stumps, and at the very least at least get an outside edge, bowling orthodox length and line. But they get into this short pitch theory and they continue on with it.
Here's Shields into Folks full, and Folks has just whacked it back at the bowler. It's hit his legs, taken the pace off it. They'll get a single as it trickles behind almost to where the bowler starts his run up. One more to Folks. He's 18, 264 for 8. Sort of suggesting the full and straight approach, Smithy, to lower order batters.
Well, you've got to back yourself to get number 11 out, don't you? If you're half a test bowler with just an orthodox theory. I mean, you might get him out this way, but I always thought you bring the pads, the stumps, because their technique is lesser in terms of being able to defend. You say, just bowl at targets.
And here is Ray. Slip. Graves has come back into the conventional slip. There's the gully and the leg slip and the short leg catching. Here is Shields into Ray, and Ray's looking to drive inside edge onto the pad. Ball spills out on the offside of the stump. No run scored. 264 for 8. Question on the text machine: what is the injury state of Blair Tickner? So at the moment he's not going to bowl, he's not going to field, and he would only bat if absolutely required. That won't be in the first innings. Saw him this morning with the arm in the sling. So New Zealand at 264 for 8, effectively 264 for 9.
I like this lead now. I know a lot of people are saying New Zealand have let themselves down with the bat a wee bit today. They might think that themselves, but I think a lead of 60 is pretty handy in the context of how the series has gone.
Shields into Ray. Ray pulls. He's going to score runs through mid-wicket. As the square leg is out deep, to move to his left to cut it off. Ray takes a single. He's up to 6. 265 for 8. The lead now 60.
I'd be thinking to myself, if I could bowl for an hour, 50 minutes tonight, and pick up well, if we bat for another 40 minutes and get a run a minute, we're over 100 ahead, and it gives us a decisive advantage.
Folks back on strike. Field is slightly spread as Shields is into it, so bouncer down the leg side. Folks leaves it alone, stands in the middle of the pitch having a look. Now he's sort of wondering why that wasn't a wide. 265 for 8. Yeah, 5:18 at the moment. Smithy, if you take, I suppose, 10 minutes off for the change of innings, so if New Zealand were to be dismissed now, you'd be looking at least an hour. Plenty of overs in the hour.
Yeah, probably about 13. It's about the going rate at the moment with the new ball, about 13 overs. You've got a couple of tired bowlers, but knowing full well they only have a very short stint to go tonight, they can race in.
Shields into Folks. Glides this one to Gully, just tapping it on the head. No run scored as the fielding's done by Hope. And that ends the over. 265 for 8. New Zealand, they lead by 60.
A day spent at Auckland FC is the city's best day out. Whether you're a die-hard football fan or just looking for something to do with the kids, a trip to Auckland FC guarantees entertainment on and off the pitch. And after a massive first season in the A-League, it's time for the Black Knights to chase the title. So get behind your team, put on some blue and black, and enjoy Auckland's best day out. Get your tickets and membership now via Ticketmaster. Celebrate summer at Auckland FC.
Time for a drink. It's the drinks break on Sport Nation Cricket.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Wellington Combined Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Wellington Combined Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
Safe and reliable. So book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Sport Nation.
Success in farming and growing isn't about big flashy moments. It takes constant decisions and persistent effort to earn smaller wins that add up. Having enough feed to keep stock healthy through summer, that's a win. Preventing a parasite outbreak, win. Installing a water tank before the dry spell, another win. Farmlands is here to help with expert advice, reliable products and timely supply. Score some wins with our summer offers in store, through your rep or on Farmlands Pro.
Sport Nation.
My rideshare just cancelled on me.
Should have called Wellington Combined Taxis. Your local Blue Bubble partner, Wellington Combined Taxis, are your dependable ride, and they never have surge pricing. With professional drivers who'll provide a safe, comfortable ride, you can better rely on Blue Bubble Taxis nationwide. Download the Your Ride app for easy bookings on your smartphone from Google Play or the App Store today.
Safe and reliable. So book your Blue Bubble.
Or visit yourride.nz.
Sport Nation.
Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Sport Nation.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. Dry paddocks, low troughs. If your lifestyle block's struggling for water, we can help. At Waterforce, we design water systems to perfectly suit your lifestyle property and tailored to suit your lifestyle, whether it's irrigation, stock water, or garden sprinklers. Our solutions are smart, efficient, sustainable, and built to last, so your water needs are covered now and well into the future.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
And welcome back to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation with Prosper and the third session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We're about to see the last stanza of the day as drinks have left the field. We're halfway through the last session, 265 for 8. It is Ray is on 6, Folks 18, and it's Ray who is facing, has a swing and a miss at a ball, just trying to pull it through the onside, pirouetting, but it flies through to Imlak. Philip, 3 for 63.
Well, Ross and Chase, I noticed them having a chat to the huddle during drinks, and I'd like to be a fly on the shoulder of someone out there because there was no wall, but I'd like to find out exactly what he was saying to them. And his tactics haven't changed in terms of bowling short at the tail. Maybe he was saying to his top order, get ready because it's going to be a very important 50 minutes or so when we get this wicket.
Yep, absolutely. OJ Shields is just being moved to a very fine third man as this next delivery is way down the leg side, and Ray just
plants his front foot and then watches it swing down the leg side through to Imlach. There's a text here, what's the injury state of Tick now? The injury state is that he's dislocated his left shoulder, and he's here today with his teammates. I imagine he will then head home. Don't think he's going to take no prospect of him taking any further part in the series, unfortunately. A real shame.
Only if he had to bat out time, or they needed 10 to win on the last innings.
Yeah.
And so he'll stay until it's done.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, of course he will. As Philip Bowles looking for his fourth wicket, and here's Ray getting on to this one. He likes playing that pull shot, and he's played this pretty effectively. It bounces, lands and bounces a few times and heads over the boundary at mid-wicket. Ray is 4, gets a good fist pump from his batting partner. Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals.
All bonuses these lead up to 64 now, and still Ross and Chase is persisting, thinking that he can bounce Michael Ray out as opposed to just trying to bowl him out. And it may well work, but they're spread far and wide, and I think they're giving Michael Ray way too much credit.
Yep, I agree. Get it full and at the stumps. Here's Philip bowling short. So these are Philip's best figures in Test cricket. This is a wide, so they're being damaged a little bit. He's just playing in his 5th match. He has 3, 4, 68, and this just seems like a strange attack. Just trying to perhaps bowl too fast, short and flying through to him, but nowhere near the batter. Hodge is in at short leg under the helmet, and the rest of the field, apart from Shea Hope at gully, is pretty well spread. New Zealand effectively 9 down, 270 for 8 they are, as Philip bowls, and this is a better ball, which is still down the leg side though, and turned into the onside, where it's fielded by Seals. His throw bounces in front of Imlach, and every run being applauded. I think overall, Smithy, that New Zealand 271 for 8, that they will feel, or they should feel, I think, that they really haven't batted well enough.
I didn't expect them to get bowled out today. I thought and particularly when I saw Conway and Williamson going, and it just looked like, for me, Williamson was going to make a big score, and then he missed one, and he's probably still wondering why, and Conway was strangled a little bit down the leg side. I say strangled because it's very unlucky there, but they do tend to bowl that line at him, hoping for a deflection.
Yeah, and they get it every now and then. As Philip again is just too short, and it means that folks can just go onto the back foot and glide the ball down to third man.
And then you go down the rest of the batting lineup, and you look at Ravindra. Well, we've talked about that till we're blue in the face, really, but he drove expansively at the first ball after the break and got out, and that's the way he plays, and whether he's going to learn from it or whether he's just going to keep going the same, it's up to Ravindra himself. He's got undoubted ability, but I think he underestimates his own talent from time to time and sells himself short, and today was a classic example of that.
Philip bowls, there's another short, just a wild delivery down the leg side. That's really poor over bowled by Philip. 3 for 70, he's bowled 13, and that's easy stuff for Ray to survive. It means that folks will be on strike. 272 for 8. Well, I guess, if we look at, Latham got out. It was a good delivery which nipped back. He was playing a defensive shot. Conway, as you say, a little bit unlucky, but they did have a leg gully in earlier, and they know that he plays around the corner there. Williamson, for me, is the worry at the moment, or one of, Conway and Williamson a little bit. I just have concerns about, because New Zealand rely on him so much, and understandably, he's such a wonderful player. But he just seemingly playing and missing more than he has done early in his innings. And of course, Ravindra is problematic if he's going to keep going hard early on. Here's another ball down the leg side from Shields, and Imlach is taking a couple of paces across to his left behind the stumps. This has been a really poor spell since the break, watching these West Indian bowlers.
Inaccurate. When all the fast bowlers, used to know, love getting off the field as soon as possible, minimise their workload, and here you are bowling the last man standing, and you're not really trying to get him out, it doesn't look like.
This is played off the full face of the bat, a defensive shot into the foot, and then Hope fields at gully.
The other way Ross and Chase could do this is just give Zach Folkes one, and Zach Folkes is clearly the better player. But just give him one at the start of the over and direct your attack to Michael Ray, but it seems the field is identical for both. There's no variation in it.
Yeah, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be a plan. That's the thing. I thought just bowl full, particularly to Ray, with a couple of slips in. But they haven't been doing that. Here's another ball that's fallen down the leg side, and again, Folkes can't catch up with it. He looks to leg glance it, and throws his head back in disappointment. These are, potentially quite dangerous runs if New Zealand could eke out another 20 or 30.
Look, if they can eke out, if they get to 75, 80, that's a very handy first innings lead. I don't think it's a difficult pitch to bat on, but it's offering a little bit. The other thing about the West Indies is I'm looking at the big scoreboard there, the Don Neely scoreboard, and this is they're 6 overs behind in terms of their over rate.
Here's Shields bowling again, and onto the back foot he pulls the ball to mid-wicket. Chase is fielding there. Here's a text. When are you going to give stop giving batsmen a free pass for being caught down the leg side? It happens a lot, and it's a poorly executed shot. They should leave the ball alone if they can't play it. Well, I don't think we're giving them a free pass. I agree with you. It does happen a lot. There's a time when and we did talk about this morning, where we used to talk about players being very unlucky, and at times I agree with you. I think batters do play poor shots and get caught in that way as Shields bowls, and this is a slightly better delivery, still leg side-ish, and Folkes plays defensively on the back foot. This is, I'm getting frustrated watching this from the West Indies. It's just poor cricket from them. I can't understand why they don't push the ball up and bowl at the stumps. 272 for 8 it is. Ray is 11. Folkes is 19. Coming towards the end of the day, another hour to play. We'll go through to 6:30. Really lovely conditions after that southerly blew through this morning. Here's a full ball, and it's driven square of the wicket for 1, and the reason I think probably for the applause is that Folkes will be on strike. The overs come to an end. 273 for 8. So again, poor cricket from the West Indies. They could have brought the field up, tried to prevent the single. The field's exactly the same.
Well, sarcastically, it might have been for a delivery that was pitched up at the stumps. Maybe someone looked at that and thought, why aren't they doing that? And there was one, and it was sort of an outside half of the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. 273 for 8. It is, and lots of interesting messages coming in. Thank you for them. Keep them coming in. The SMS number is 3388, as you know. Latham out for 11, Williamson 37, Ravindra 5, Conway 60, Mitchell 25, and Hay in his first test match innings scoring 61. He hit 9 fours and a 6. It was a very good contribution by him. Phillips making 18. And Duffy, as we see Folkes go into the offside, and he's going to run 2, is he? Yes, he is. Is very slow, ambling around there. Is Campbell, I think, out on the boundary at, in fact, it is OJ Shields. Gosh, he was slow getting to the ball, Smithy.
Well, he's bowling at the other end. I suppose he might be running low on gas, but yes, the idea, if you're out there, is to perhaps just give one to Folkes so you can bowl at the lesser player, but unable to achieve it there. Identical field to the plan from the other end, actually.
Folkes on strike again. He's on 22. It's 275 for 8. So the lead is 70. And this time he's going to back his partner Ray and allow him on to strike as he turns the ball to Chase at mid-on.
Well, for Seals, who's bowling from the RA Vance stand end here. He dearly loves something in the wicket column. He's bowled 17.2 overs, got none for 70, so he needs to join the party. To do that, he's got to bowl with a bit of, and he does. Most of the time, he bowls with real purpose. He's got a great attitude, and he gets disappointed when things don't go his way. He was disappointed earlier when he got taken off. They're good signs, actually.
Yeah, they are.
But and now he's going to get a slip. He's going to get an orthodox gully, and maybe he's just going to try and bowl him out as opposed to bounce him out.
Well, he's got a short leg there as well. See if he can get Ray onto the front foot. He bowls, and no, he's not going to with that ball. He's short, and Ray's gone onto the back foot and pulled it in front of square. It's fielded there nicely by Athanase, who's on the field. So a good shot from Ray on that occasion, going onto the back foot. He's got no fear of playing the pull shot. 88.33 is the number, not 33.88. So I've sent you, steered you down the wrong alley. 88.33, thanks.
So out goes slip after one ball.
Yeah, and Campbell is going to go back onto the boundary at mid-wicket, or about 20 metres in. So Athanase, the substitute fieldsman's behind square, about 5 metres in. Roach at long leg. And here's the next delivery, which is full, and has bowled him. Gosh, a miracle, a full delivery, which brings the wicket. We've been asking for a full delivery, and finally they get it. 278 for 9. Ray out bowled, and the New Zealand innings comes to an end. They lead by 73 runs on the first innings, and the players jogging off. The New Zealand openers running off the West Indies openers rather running off the field, and they'll have an awkward period of about 45 minutes to negotiate through two stumps. I've given you the scoreboard, 278 for 9 it is. Ray was out for 13. The bowling figures for the West Indies: Kemar Roach 2 for 43, Jaden Seals 1 for 72 from 17 overs and 4 balls, OJ Shields 14 overs 1 for 50, Anderson Phillip 3 for 70, the most successful of them, and taking his best figures in Test cricket. Justin Graves 12 overs 1 for 28, and Roston Chase at 2 overs 1 for 9. The heavy roller coming out, and again looking at the West Indian bowlers, Smithy, just a chance to reflect on them. I think the best of them again, Kemar Roach, 2 for 43 from 16 overs.
He's the most demanding, he's the smartest, most experienced by a country mile as well, so no coincidence there. But there were good signs, and then I think at the end they just lost their way a wee bit, as probably younger bowlers tend to do, along with the tactics of their captain asking them to bowl a different kind of length all of a sudden. It's a good pitch. It's a very good pitch if you bowl halfway down it. And New Zealand, for their side of things, yes, they've got a lead of 73. They would have wanted more than that when the day dawned, and it looked like for all sorts of reasons they were going to do that, but they haven't managed to prosper to the extent that they wanted. So advantage New Zealand, no doubt about it. 73 in the bank, but the next 45 to 50 minutes will be quite enthralling, actually. We'll go through to 6:30. New Zealand will probably bowl, I'd say, 10 overs max, 5 from each end. And what they can do is go a long way to winning this game by picking up a couple of wickets with the West Indies still in debt. If they could manage, to pick up the opening combination and maybe get even to the point where they get Shea Hope in that time, they're firmly on top for my money. So the West Indies were a little bit lackadaisical in the last 20 minutes or so, and let's hope that that's the bowling side of it. Let's hope the batting side is not in that mood.
Well, we'll find out those thoughts from Ian Smith. 278 for 9. So New Zealand all out really with Blair Tickner not batting. They lead by 73, and we'll be getting underway here in about 7 minutes' time with the West Indies seeking to chip away at that first innings lead. Back soon.
When it comes to New Zealand sports turf, nobody knows it better than PGG Wrights and Turf. They've been in the industry for over 40 years, proudly supplying customers right across the country. From stadiums to golf courses, bowling greens to landscaping, even through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team are well equipped in every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. So, for your next turf project, talk to New Zealand's experts. PGGWrightsandTurf.com.
Catch inside the ring, what a catch! You're listening to live coverage of the Black Caps on Sport Nation.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to night and day, of course. And here's why. Every Tuesday in December, you can get hell of a chicken for just $4. Enjoy a tender, boneless chicken thigh fillet coated to crispy perfection. Head to nightandday.co.nz to find your local. With over 50 stores nationwide, your Tuesday $4 hell of a chicken is never far away.
Night and day. Sport Nation.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on.
R18, bet responsibly. Go Harvey Norman for huge deals on big screen TVs. The biggest brands, best range, latest technology, and screens up to a massive 100 inches. Huge TV deals at Harvey Norman now. The action's better on the big screen.
Sport Nation.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce here. Dry paddocks, low troughs. If your lifestyle block's struggling for water, we can help. At Waterforce, we design water systems to perfectly suit your lifestyle property and tailored to suit your lifestyle, whether it's irrigation, stock water, or garden sprinklers. Our solutions are smart, efficient, sustainable, and built to last, so your water needs are covered now and well into the future.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled!
This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation.
The Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. We're in the third session on day number 2. The third session, thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. We're at the halfway stage of this test match. First innings officially in the book, and it's rather interestingly poised. New Zealand have a slender lead of 73 runs, helped out by... what's that, a 21-run partnership for the last wicket. Folks remain unbeaten on 23. And it was Michael Raygun, getting 13 off 11 balls. 278 New Zealand's first innings total. Disappointing, you'd have to say, considering 24 without loss. Of course, New Zealand's innings over. Only 9 down technically, but that's because of the injury to Blair Tickner. That was confirmed prior to the start of the day's play. He will not take any further part as far as bowling and fielding. You can never eliminate the batting element to it. You just never know what happens in the fourth innings, if it's tied, if there's a few runs or a few minutes, more likely the first, right? He might come out and bravely fight. That is well down the road. Today, let's give you the full scorecards. New Zealand resumed at 24 without loss, with Conway on 16, Latham on 7. Latham was the first to go, but bowled by Roach. Good bowling, beating the defences into the stumps. 36 for the loss of 1. Kane Williamson and Devon Conway put on a pretty bright and breezy innings and partnership for the second wicket before Kane Williamson too undone by a good bit of bowling from Anderson. Phillip back into the side, of course, and very good ball straightening down the line, and Williamson squared up, played the wrong line. He was bowled for 37, 103 for the loss of 2. New Zealand win in at lunch. 112 for the loss of 2. Conway was 55, Ravindra 5. Rachin Ravindra out first ball he faced after lunch, trying to drive as is his wont, and getting a edge through to Imlach off the bowling of Kemar Roach, and soon after, next over in fact, Devon Conway playing outside Zyline and down the leg side, getting a reasonably large edge, and it was a very good diving take from Imlach as Conway departed for 60, 117 for 4. Daryl Mitchell arrived, and he and Mitch Hay took the score through to 190 before Daryl Mitchell also caught down the leg side. A feather edge had to be reviewed. It was a really good one from the West Indies. Imlach again taking the catch, and Phillip had another. Hay played some nice strokes on his debut, getting through to 61 of 93 balls before he took on the short pitch bowling one too many times. He had threatened to haul out to the deep. He did so, picking out Roach at long leg, and the pro, as the West Indies call him. What a pro. Cool, calm, collected. Took the catch, didn't run in to celebrate with his teammates. No, just turned around, walked over the boundary and went back to signing autographs. It really was a cool moment. He is pretty cool, Kemar Roach. Hay gone for 61, 213 for 6. Phillips, first over he faced from Chase, tried to hit him out over the mid-wicket boundary, hit high on the bat, and Phillip in the deep took a very easy catch. Glenn Phillips gone for 18, 233 for the loss of 7. Jacob Duffy played a couple of strokes before he was also caught in the deep off the bowling of Phillip for 11. And Michael Ray, the last to go, bowled by Jaden Seals finally. Jaden Seals getting in on the act as far as wickets in this test match. So the lead, 73 runs. And the full bowling figures after New Zealand dismissed in their first innings, 278. Kemar Roach, 16 overs, 6 maidens, 2 wickets for 43. Jaden Seals, 17.4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 72. OJ Shields, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 50. Anderson Phillip, and who entered the test with about 4 matches to his name, and average of 90. A good day for him. Expensive he was, there to bowl aggressively, and he was rewarded after the breakthrough of Williamson for 2 more, finishing with 13 overs, no maidens, 3 for 70. Justin Graves, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28. And Roston Chase, the skipper, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. Right, the time is 5:45. We've got 45 minutes through to 6:30. The over rate today has been very, very sorry from the West Indies. I think they went at 12 an hour throughout the 74.4 overs New Zealand face, are well behind the over rate. So minimum 25 overs left according to the main scoreboard, just in front of Adelaide Road. I doubt we will get anywhere near that. So maybe 10, 11 overs for the West Indian pair. Actually did a very good job in the first innings, putting on 66 in 16.5 overs before Brandon King was the first to go. But of course, let's not forget New Zealand are down a bowler. No Blair Tickner. So once more, a lot will be asked of the new ball pairing. Zach Folkes and Jacob Duffy. Michael Ray on debut. Glenn Phillips, the frontline spinner. Rachin Ravindra. Maybe Daryl Mitchell, but of course he's coming back from a leg injury. So they don't want to overexert him. Really, really interesting test match on the cards if the West Indies continue to show great fight as they did in Christchurch. Thought today in particular after lunch they were very good with the ball. They had a plan, they stuck to it, and it brought about plenty of rewards. So it will be Duffy from the Government House. He looks like he's going to bowl the first over. Lovely late afternoon conditions, some high cloud about, but no threat. The sun wander away to the west. Shadows will start to creep across the venue too over this last 45-minute period. Jacob Duffy with the southerly breeze at his back. Well, he'll have to push up into the breeze as he did in the first innings on a windy afternoon as Ian Smith providing expert commentary with Mighty Mobile plans on sale now. Not quite a second innings shootout, thanks to the tail wagging somewhat, but the West Indies right in this.
Well, they are, but they've got to start well, otherwise they're not. I mean, that's what we come down to. Very interesting 3/4 of an hour.
Here is Duffy, first ball of the innings, right on middle stump, full of length. Defending is Campbell.
A lot of noise from New Zealand. They realise just how important this little period of play is. They can get 2 wickets now, possibly even 3. If they get 2 and there's 20 minutes to go and the night watchman comes out, perhaps to protect Shea Hope, then you've got an end open to bowl at tonight and tomorrow morning. So crucial for the West Indies that they don't have to score a heck of a lot here, but they just can't afford to lose a wicket or 2.
Duffy with 3 slips of gully appointment off mid-on and square leg, left alone by Campbell as he leans forward, gets the hands high and out of the way. The West Indies will be thrilled. Bowling New Zealand out inside 80 overs as Evie texts in, because the West Indies dismiss New Zealand in less than 80 overs, they don't get penalised for slow over rate, ? The oddities of the rules.
Well, they should do, because the whole idea of it is to speed the game up and entertain the crowd, the patrons that have paid their hard-earned to get in and watch, and those that pay television fees.
Still a decent crowd in as Duffy nice and close to the stumps, angling across. No real sign of swing early as another leave outside of off stump. Good carry through to Hay. Mitchell at first, Latham at second, Williamson at third, Phillips in the gully, Ravindra at point, Bracewell on for the injured Tickner. He's at mid-off. Pretty handy substitute fielder, can field in the cordon. Ray at mid-on. Square leg is Devon Conway. And folks down at long leg. Full of this time. Ending back into the left-hander out of the middle of Campbell's bat.
That's the line and that's the length. Just keep probing away there. The space and reserve pitch is towards the end of the second day, but it will still give a little bit of assistance if you get it right in that particular corridor there. Commit them to play. West Indies don't probably want to play too many deliveries in the next 45 minutes. If they can leave the majority alone, they'll be very happy. New Zealand, the onus is on them not to let them do that.
Duffy past umpire rifle, now standing at the Government House ends. A late decision to leave, keeping the cordon interested. The speeds this over 135, 136, 136, 135, 134. That's pretty consistent. Our stats with Fern Energy. Fern Energy, your bulk fuel supplier.
That was very fine judgment. They say it's a good leave, or that was a good leave. There's nothing happened, but it almost wasn't.
A little bit of swing back into the left-hander, but great judge of where his off-stump is. He sees Duffy arriving, bowling in towards middle and leg. He can push it to the right of Michael Ray. The Ray guns it into the non-strikers. He doesn't hit the stumps. First runs of the innings. It's 1 without loss after Duffy's first over. Third session, thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. And throughout this, 39 minutes, Smithy, runs mean nothing to the West Indies. It's just the wickets column.
Well, wickets are paramount, but runs, they can get, if they get 30 or 30 or 40 run a minute with attacking fields, they're going a long way to getting themselves back on an even keel. So yes, runs are important, and they're important to the individuals out there as well. You get 15 not out, 20 not out tonight. You come to the ground tomorrow morning, you start with a start. 3 slips of gully, man just behind point, just Devon Conway, Michael Bracewell at mid-off, Ray at mid-on again, so pretty much an identical field, but folks might get it to swing away from the left-hander.
Watch with eagle eyes as he goes past the outside edge of Campbell. He got him first ball in Christchurch from around the wicket. This goes past the outside edge.
I think this was a ripping delivery. Started in, seamed away, bounced a wee bit. You've got to play it that line. To be honest, it's coming in towards the stumps and then it just goes away. It was beautifully bowled.
Campbell almost made a little movement down trying to negate that seam, but at the seam at perfect angle, went away. Pay attention in the cordon. Folks, full of this time. Not as much movement as Campbell. Happy to be shoulder arms.
He's a good all-round cricketer, isn't he, Zach, folks? He looked good with the bat. Didn't give it away. Played cricket shots. And obviously he's a very good swing bowler, so a real talent New Zealand have got to work with here. He could turn into a pretty classy all-rounder.
23 or 43. He was not out in New Zealand's total of 278. West Indies trailing by 73 runs after the first innings. Fuller allowing it to swing away, but only at 124k, and Campbell can wait and play late as he pushes to mid-off.
What was he getting in Christchurch? What speeds?
He was low 130s.
Was he? He's not rapid, is he? He's a swing bowler, a line and length type bowler, but you'd want more than 124, I would imagine. You want things to, if they're going to happen, you want them to happen quite quickly.
Latham has gone with long spells generally with his new ball pair. Fallen off stump, and Campbell comes forward, pushing to point. Around to his left is Conway, no run.
Bowling's good because the bowling's making the batsman play, and that's what you must do in this difficult time, is to make them play deliveries, and folks is on the money here in that regard.
Certainly more on the money than Coney.
That's all right.
We'll remember.
You're not going to remember that when Jerry speaks, it's quality.
Yeah, that is very true. No stroke from Campbell. Big effort from Folks. Pushes it up to 126. He's just pushing into this southerly breeze. Well, Jim's latched onto our nickname. Jim Tamuga, give the new ball to Raygun. Energy Plus.
Certainly got that. I wouldn't say that he won't bowl tonight, but they'll give these two, and if nothing happens, pretty sure Tom Latham might give him 1 or 2 overs. Saw Daryl Mitchell actually bowling in warm-ups as well, because the Tickner factor is gone.
Shorter of length, no movement as Campbell right across outside of off-stump defence. No run. He's faced all 12 balls, Campbell. He's won. King yet to face a ball, and after 2 overs, it's 1 without loss on the Harvey Norman scoreboard, and the deficit is 72 runs.
The Mayor of Bombay's at it again. We told him not to text.
We did warn him.
Richard, Garth, if you want to shut Smithy up, ask him to show you his search history. The Mayor of Bombay. Guys, he got on him for me.
Yes, hasn't he? I think my favourite moment in the first test was when Coney figured out you could delete your search history. It's like deer in headlights. It's like, what? 3 slips in a gully. First chance for Duffy to move the ball away from the right-hander. King's first ball. 3rd over of the West Indian second innings, and a confident little forward press and push. He didn't go too hard. He finds mid-off is quite short there and almost in line with the stumps at the non-striker's end. Bracewell, the only man forward of square on the offside. How do you rate that New Zealand effort with the bat?
Oh, I think it's about a 7, 6.5 to 7. Not great. I think they'll be disappointed they're not still batting and into tomorrow.
Jacob Duffy especially, heavy workload. We know all about that. He's not going to entice a stroke off King, who leaves alone, but good pace, 137.
Now you look down the scoreboard, Latham 11, well, sort of a start. Conway definitely. Williamson definitely, not for Ravindra. Mitchell a start. Hay a start. Phillips a start. You know, they always say turn a start into a decent score, a big score. So a lot of them will be disappointed in that regard.
If you look at the top 7s, what's that, 12 scores over 10, but top score 61. Shuffling across the stumps and playing with the straight batters. King, no run. Just a sign that I'm still a little bit in the surface. Bowlers are allowed to bowl well. I thought the West Indies stuck to a good plan after lunch, didn't they? So the variation, played the waiting game at times.
Oh, yeah, they did. I thought the West Indies were honest until the end, and they got a bit carried away trying to dismiss the tail. And then when they finally bowled a full and straight one, what happened?
Hit the stumps, bowled. Late decision to leave outside of off stump. niggly partnership, certainly not as bad as you will remember this well. Cam Green, Josh Hazelwood.
Oh, my goodness me, what a marathon that was.
It was sort of similar score to where the West Indies were 8 down, New Zealand were 8 down. That was incredible over, would have gone for more than two hours, right? 100 plus. Cost New Zealand dearly. King yet to get off the mark on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Slightly open stance. He waits and chips back to the bowler who can't quite take it. I'm not sure if he's got a hand on it. King will get off the mark. Plenty of bottom hand came through there. It's 2 without loss.
Yeah, it did. Bottom hand came into play. 2 things came into play here. The caught and bowled and the one that ricochets back onto the stumps of a batsman backing up too far. He definitely got a hand on it and it just went past the stumps. We can't believe it, Duffy. It really didn't miss by too much at all. Caught and bowled was on. A fingertip to it just there. And only 2 to 3 inches away from being run out. He was well out. He knew it. He threw his hand on top of his helmet.
He did. Campbell survives. King survives. Campbell now onto the front foot. He turns it to the left of the on-rushing Ray. And a single to end an eventful over. 3 without loss. Cody's back in the box. Loitering.
He's poised. He's poised. But he's not ready to come in yet, which is fine. I think Jerry...
Has he broken his glasses?
Has he?
Yes, too. He's broken his glasses. He's turned into a 31-year-old John Bracewell too. Take off the glasses, just leave the thing. You look like Commandant Clink. Yeah. I know nothing. Here is folks starting a new over. Short pulled away at that pace. Can't bowl that length. The first big barrel boundary of the innings. Bigger range, bigger deals. It's 7 without loss.
128, so he's still under 130, Zach Folks, and that was one that he'd want back. That was just short, and I mean, even if you're trying to bat the clock a wee bit, you've got to latch onto those because they're free. Absolute free runs, and he'll be very happy about that, John Campbell.
A third session coverage with Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. Mandra gets back into position in that wicket. Folks, very full. Nicely played though, confident push. Campbell's actually looked good in this test match, making 44 in the first innings. And round into a bit of form. 4.5 out of 10 for me. Disappointing, right, Sean? Disagreement?
4.5, okay.
He's a stern judge.
Yeah.
4.5 from the Russian judge.
Can you ask Mockers to say that Campbell or King will get a century? Dave, just for you, I think these two are looking so good. They've both got 300s written against their name, 200s maybe.
Folks, very full. And here's a nice drive on his way to 300. Campbell gets his second 4 with a really nice stroke through cover, 11 without loss.
Yes, Dave, that was a gorgeous cover drive. Ominously so. So one short, which was whipped away behind square with ease, and a glorious cover drive to a 130k half volley outside off stump.
Gentle half volley.
It was very much in the slot.
Deficit trimmed to 62 runs on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. Folks persisting around the wicket. It's the length better, the line. Poor, and Campbell not interested.
Just keeping an eye on umpire Peliquet at the centre. Zach Folks just looks to me to be getting in quite tight to that danger area, and off spin might be a factor in the last innings if New Zealand have to go after a couple of 100 plus. West Indies play really well. Roston Chase might be a factor, so to get off that danger area.
Folks short, and this is pulled away. Backward a square this time. And that's another boundary. Swivelling on a pull stroke. Campbell to 14. It's 15 without loss.
He's a different player,
isn't he?
Base and reserve to what he was at Hagley. That's easy. Absolutely done with ease. Push forward press initially with that right foot, and then he just waited and whipped it behind square. I mean, That's so easy.
Left-hander, bat raised high as he looks confident even with his leaving. Thrusts forward, leaves alone. The end of the over, Campbell 14, King 1 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. It's 15 without loss. More from Ian Smith. And Tom Bartlett's going to join you, Smithy.
Yeah, it might be time for a bit of Michael Ray. Hasn't worked, and when you've got a short, sharp burst to have at a side, then you have limited opportunities to let it just drift along. So at the moment, that was 3 boundaries in the over, and he may well be tempted, Tom Latham, to have a crack with Michael Ray at this, the RA Vance stand-in end, and hope that he can pick up 1 or 2 tonight.
So Jacob Duffy to continue from the Government House end. The right-handed King's on strike. He's into him. He's playing a cracking-looking cover drive, but he picks out Michael Bracewell, who's in that very short mid-off, and no runs scored. 15 without loss, the deficit 58.
Don't mind that fielding position. Actually, a lot of people would say, why are you so close? Well, he's there for the missed-time drive. And certainly got the opportunity to drive there. Michael Ray warming up at mid-on, so maybe Tom Latham's on the same wavelength as if to say, get him in with this short time to bowl tonight.
King waits as Duffy is into him. This time he's off the back foot, defending to the short mid-wicket Ravindra. And there is no run.
Disappointing thing, there was a little bit of swing there for Zach Fox, and it's not going to be there forever. He just couldn't get his line or length right. So when he went short, it was just too easy to resist. And when he went full, it was just a genuine half volley with a bit of swing attached, but not effective. So what do you do in that situation if you're Tom Latham?
Duffy into King. This one is on the hip, and he's able just to help it on its way down to Folks at fine leg. Takes a single, 16 without loss.
The difficult thing I find with a player like Folks, who's I think got some talent, good talent, but he's not quite quick enough to open the bowling, but has to open the bowling in order to get his swing. So he's being used for a few overs there. If it's not working and he doesn't get his line, is what you're talking about there, Smithy, is he has to be moved aside. Someone else has got to have a crack.
Next delivery goes past the outside edge of John Campbell's bat on the angle from Duffy.
Maybe the future is he's got to be an all-rounder. Maybe the future is he's going to bowl fewer overs later on in the innings, because after the ball loses a bit of shine, where does Folks fit into the bowling lineup? And so I just think that may be where he's got to improve his batting in terms of staying in the national side, or develop an outswinger as well as already as useful in-swinger.
Duffy over the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, and he's safe. Big appeal from New Zealand. There's a leave from Campbell, but up they went.
Well, they're looking to Devon Conway, who is dead on square, and asking about height here. And on the other side, Rachin Ravindra, who's dead square at point, is saying he was batting outside his crease, which he is. It did flick the top of the pad. That's the first point of contact. There was no shot, so that doesn't help. But there was enough doubt to resist.
Campbell 14 as he waits for Duffy into him again. No shot off it. This one shorter in length and comfortably left alone. That ends the over. Duffy's 3 have cost him 4 runs. And the West Indies 16 without loss. They trail by 57. And we've got about 23 minutes of play left on day number 2. Just joining us, New Zealand 278 for 9 declaring with Blair Tickner not batting in the first innings. He may bat in the second if he's required. New Zealand with a lead there of 73, and now it's 57.
We talked about the rare occasion that a player gets off the mark in Test cricket on his debut with a 5. And we sort of challenged statisticians around the world. Laurie Colliver from Fox Television in Australia, Adelaide man, he's a sacker. I questioned Marcus Craig, and he said, well, Mark Craig actually hit a 6.
Folks, starts a new over. First delivery to King outside the off stump.
Yeah, he hit Suleiman Ben. Remember big Suleiman Ben? He hit him for 6. First ball he faced ever in Test in Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica, back in 2014. And Mark Craig actually was also man of the match with 4 wickets in each innings. So that's not a bad debut, but it wasn't a 5.
But not a 5,
That's
exactly.
correct.
It hasn't answered the question, really.
No, the midnight oil. What do they call it? Midnight oil. They'll be burning it. By goodness.
Leg slip in place now for Folks. He's into the right-hander, catches the outside edge of the bat of King. It's flowing down to the vacant third-man boundary for 4. Big barrel boundary, bigger range, bigger deals. And convincing, though, from King. 20 without loss, the West Indies now.
Better length. Just did nothing off the pitch, really. It was just dead gun barrel straight. And his hands were soft enough to absorb a lot of the contact and make sure it went along the ground. A little bit worried, Tom Latham. 2 slips in the gully, although he does have a leg slip as well.
Folks, in again to King. This is on the pads, and he's just flicked it through mid-wicket and timed it to perfection. Back-to-back boundaries from King. He's 10 and 24 without loss.
And the 5th in 2 overs of Zach Folks, who has now gone for 20 off 2.5 overs, and that hard work of trying to get a decent lead is being whittled away here very quickly if they're not careful.
Back-to-back big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. The West Indies, the deficit now down to 49. Folks struggling from the R. Vance stand in. This time he goes past the outside edge, luring the right-hander forward. Campbell 14, King 10. Drew the bat very late on that one, King, so genuine play and miss. Better from Zach Folks, who's in again to King, and King's defending back to the bowler. And that ends Folks' 3rd over. 24 without loss, the West Indies. 1 ball left, rather. Threw the ball back to the wicketkeeper and threw me off. No wicket for 20 as figures, Folks. Boundaries galore, 5 of them, as Ian Smith referred to. Still the 2 slips in the gully and the leg slip. This is down the leg side. He's tried to swing it away. King hasn't made any contact. Through to Hay, and that ends the over. 6th of the innings. West Indies 24 without loss on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Harvey Norman TV deals. They trail by 49.
Hasn't found the groove, has he? Really, unfortunately for Folks. Hasn't found it. When he's tossed it up, it's been just a little full, looking for swing, of course. And it hasn't swung much in the entirety of this match, really. So that's disappointing because he relies on it quite a lot. And if he's going to bowl between 125 and 130, which is where he's operating from at the moment, he needs it to swing. That's where his danger comes from. So, and then, of course, he tries to go a little shorter, and then it does sort of go down the leg side. And so I really think that it's timed almost to swap Duffy round the ends and then bring Ray in, which we can see at the moment. So I think that's a good decision.
So Ray's coming round the wicket. First delivery moves away from the left-handed Campbell into the gloves of Hay.
And somewhere we need one of the 3 bowlers to turn it on, because otherwise batting won't be too difficult.
That's a good point, Jerry. And this is when you also see the newness of an attack. An old experienced attack who'd been around a while would be demanding more in terms of playing, in terms of line and length. Maybe they're just a little bit over keen here because they're new and they're fresh and they're exuberant.
Ray into the left-handed Campbell, taps this one on the onside, won't score though.
But they just haven't, at this point, bowled enough deliveries in the right area for the situation.
Yep, bring them forward. Always try to bring the batsman forward, and then occasionally the short pitch ball when they're still thinking it's going to be of a length that you've got to go forward, and then it surprises you. And then any movement you can possibly get is a bonus, but you've got to find that length to make them defend on the front foot.
Ray, round the wicket again. This one's down the leg side, and Hay has to move to his right to collect it.
Radar completely and utterly off at the moment here. Jerry, interesting point here. I gave the batting performance 6.5 out of 7 for New Zealand, and I'm starting to think I might have been a wee bit generous. Sean has come in and said 4.5 out of 10 for him. Very disappointing.
Well, does he sort of build around that, or is it just a sort of a number?
No, he just says.
Well, I'd like to know who was it again? Sean, was it? Yeah, Sean might just send us another.
Here's the next delivery from Ray to Campbell. Taps again on the onside. Won't score as Conway's in to collect.
Yeah, just how he's come to that number. Is it because the top order did such and such, so and so was beaten there, so and so was, let us down there, all that sort of stuff, or partnerships in this part of the innings. If he could just give us a bit more information, we can't just really think there's a number.
There you go, Sean. 8833. We need some more information about how you came up with your number of 4.5 out of 10. Michael Ray round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. And bowling! Left and alone, and Michael Ray hit the stumps. He has New Zealand's first wicket. The West Indies lose their first, 24 for 1.
It's a better area, clearly. It's a top of off. But it's a bad piece of judgment. Really bad piece of judgment from John Campbell to leave his off stump exposed round the wicket. So he should have known that he's going to come and angle the ball back in towards off stump, which means you've got to be super careful when leaving it on a tight line. He made a very big mistake there, and he brought New Zealand's mood back into this little period of play, and he set his team back very, very badly and exposed someone else with a difficult time to go to stumps. It's 24 for 1. Who's going to be coming out? Are we going to see a batsman, a specialist batsman, or shall we be seeing a night watchman? And I'm looking at the number. It's 48. It's a night watchman. Anderson Phillips' number has come out of the hat.
It has. There might have been a few numbers in there, but they wouldn't have been guys that would be batting above 6, I don't think. So out he comes. All right, this is your chance where you say, let's take the guy out if we can. If they're not going to bring someone like that out, a good, decent batsman, let's get him out. And then you're asking the question, will they select a second night watchman? Because that's happened before as well.
Didn't work for New Zealand in 1978.
No, it didn't. Not at Lord's. No, you're right.
Bracewell and Bock.
Yes.
Both dismissed?
Yes.
What happened? Didn't go for 3.
Lost the test, no.
No, didn't go for 3 though, did you?
No, they didn't. No, it wasn't me. Don't did I?
Congo.
It wasn't.
Congo.
It was Congo.
It's Congo's decision. Actually, and on the statistical thing too, Big Loz, if you're listening, I think he said it's 34 in Adelaide, so he's heading to the pub. But we've come up with Ben Hilfenhaus against South Africa as a player that scored 5. Grant Elliott just tapped me on the shoulder with that. So maybe Hilfy. And Loz, I'm surprised if you didn't know it was an Australian.
Right, here's Ray into the night watchman. It's a short lifting delivery outside the edge of Anderson Phillips' bat. A successful over for Michael Ray comes to an end. West Indies after 7, 24 for 1, deficit 49.
Yeah, well, a successful over. That's what New Zealand wanted. They need a couple, 2 or 3 would be ideal. But they've got the first one, and it is Duffy who's going to be replacing folks from the northern end, the Spartan stand end. You see if he can get a little bit of swing away. Would be nice. A little bit of bounce would be nice with it. So 3 slips in a gully. You don't want any third man at this stage of the game. We're not worried about that. You're looking for wickets. And let's just see if New Zealand can get the ball, bringing the man forward and bringing the outside edge into play.
Right, here's Duffy over the wicket from the RA Vance stand in. Bowls to Brandon King, and he's driving forcefully up to Michael Bracewell, who's fielding close at mid-off.
Yeah, well, he's on for Tickner, I'm assuming, at this stage. So that's not a bad length. Just pull it back just a tad. King is he's in the middle order. He's a middle order player. He likes to play his shots, which is fine. But it gives you a chance if he likes the drive.
Here he is again. Duffy into King. Does pull his length back. He turns it to mid-wicket and will take a single. As the fielding is done by Folks. 25 for 1. And down to face the music comes Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, well, that's why you just want the single, don't you? You want to keep it to that. And now let's see if the fielders can prevent the single from here on and keep Phillip down that other end. And see if they can just get the ball on the stumps and really test him. The odd short one, Duffy's not frightened of that.
Man's gone under the helmet at short leg. So the 3 slips, the gully. Michael Bracewell's almost at a backward point, and the short leg as Duffy is into Anderson. Phillip goes past the outside edge. He was squared up the night watchman. Heads off for a little jink just side of the pitch. Evening, Grant.
Yeah, good evening. I don't know. I've never been a fan of the night watchman. I played in a game and Jeetan Patel was sent in as night watchman against Otago, and he played one of the most expensive cover drives that he nicked I've ever seen. Was never asked again. But even if the night watchman is there tomorrow, I think it's sort of, I don't know, it stunts the game a bit.
Here's Duffy again. That's so got the outside edge. They've gone up again. No movement from the umpire.
That feels so good. His leg side, I see the stump. Right, you happy? I can see your stump.
Now they are going to go up and have a look.
He's on this.
You can hear the conversation. They were very animated, the New Zealand team, and they have sent it up for a review.
We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on when ready, please?
Well, listening to Jacob Duffy on the mic, he said, I can see off stump, so that means not outside the line. And then they asked, Latham asked for height.
Close to the bat there. Can we go to ultra when ready, please?
Well, I reckon if that's missed the edge of the bat, you can certainly see off stump, depending on the angle of the camera.
May have hit the stumps.
Yeah, let's just go back, please, and
that's
then back
true.
Forward.
We're seeing now on the replay that it's hit the back pad, just the flap of the back pad.
Yeah, play it through, please. No bats involved. Go to ball tracking, ready, please.
So here comes ball tracking. Outside off.
Pitching outside off.
Hitting wickets.
Halle, get you to reverse your decision. It's out, your on-screen signal
A
now.
great decision to review from New Zealand. They get the second wicket. It's the night watchman who's gone, and it's 25 for 2.
Well, the night watchman's lasted 3 balls. Anderson Phillip, he was good with the ball himself today, but unfortunately he's gone back, got stuck on the crease to a delivery where Jacob Duffy has found the length on this pitch. He has bowled an immaculate spell so far, both to John Campbell and now to the night watchman. All 3 reds means Anderson Phillip goes. He goes for naught. And now the West Indies, well, they're 2 down. And it looks like the light there. I don't know what you think about the light, Tom. I won't ask you because you just got one lens in, Jerry, at the moment. So
yeah, I know, but I can close the other eye.
The
it's
light.
okay.
The wrong person to ask.
Well, out to bat is the usual number 3, or the 3 selected in the team, Kevin Hodge. So he was the one being protected. And not so good.
Well, don't forget.
And on a pair.
And on a pair, yes. So the night watchman was sent out, and now comes in your number 4 batter on a pair. 3 batter, sorry.
And he was LBW and walked. Basically, it was the closest to walking you'd see for an LBW.
He wasn't sticking
around. On the back pad. So New Zealand making some inroads. It's what they need to do. Keep really concentrating hard. There's now 4 slips and a gully in. See if they can get the outside edge. See if he can get it to swing a little bit. Hasn't seen a lot from Duffy in this match. He can swing the ball away from the right-hander.
This little session just before stumps. New Zealand, they would have taken two. How they dearly love 3. 5 slips in place for Hodge as Duffy into him. No shot off it. He's gone back. It was quite high. Angled back towards him. New Zealand were interested.
Oh dear. That is some leave. He wasn't going to play with his bat, was he? I mean, he just let that go, and it's because of the bounce, the length of the ball. He's let it go, and it's hit him high. Yep, that's quite right. But my word, that's brave when you're on a pair.
Hodge waits again as Duffy's into him. It's full. This time he's tapped it. He wants a single, but Gamble's sent back. And fielding's done by Ray. That's the end of the over. 25 for 2. Certainly time for at least one more, if not 2 more overs. A bit more from Grant Elliott, and then we'll have Garth Galloway to take us to stumps.
A family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. The Penrite Convoy range offers comprehensive solutions for your tractors and earth-moving equipment. From the latest fully synthetic, semi-synthetic and premium mineral oils to classic monograde oils for older 2-stroke diesel engines. Penrite covers all applications on the farm and maximises performance and prolongs life in your tractors and machinery. 100 years Aussie-owned and made right here on Aussie dirt. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven.
This is the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. Thanks to Prosper, make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. A defensive shot played by Brandon King to the first ball of Michael Ray's over in the third session of play thanks to Blue Bubble. Stay safe with New Zealand's own Blue Bubble taxis. 25 for 2.
Let's talk about the real positive stuff happening for New Zealand here, because they've got a player in the West Indies team that's just walked to the crease who's on a pair after the night watchman has just got out, and it's the first time in this test match that Jacob Duffy's got to 140 k's an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Ray from the Government House in bowls, and onto the back foot is King. Gee, he looks a good player sometimes. He's just played a most beautiful back foot drive, just short of a length on off stump, and he's given himself a little bit of room, a good stride back, and an immaculate, sharp back foot drive.
Yep, just a little punch off the back foot because it's a bit short. Ray's got to get that length right, and if he can get it up another foot or so from there, then you're getting in amongst the pads, and does he play it or not, and so on. So, or plays an expansive shot, brings the slips into play.
Big barrel boundaries, bigger range, bigger deals. Here's Michael Ray bowling down the leg side, and he steps inside that. So, Jerry, have you talked? Presumably your glasses have been discussed, have they, on air? Not really.
No, most people look past that.
No,
but you haven't, obviously.
Well, no, I walked in. I thought you had a long hair coming out of your nose, but it's the frame of your.
It holds the glass in. That's what's broken.
Well, so you sat on them, did you?
Yes, I did, Garth.
Played into the onside.
Yes, I did.
Bit of a mess with that. Anyway, we can.
It's the left side of my face.
It is the left side.
The bandage and then the eye.
Surgery, and now. Is there a chance of a replacement overnight, do you think we can?
I think it's just a wee bit of nylon. It's easy to fix.
Oh, so the glass is intact?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Well, you'll have tape on your glasses and tape on your face?
No, I'll get it fixed.
All right. Look forward to that. If I can help, let me know. Here's Ray bowling, and King pushes into the offside.
I'm sure there's an OPSM you could drop into, Garth, and on the way to the test match to help Jerry out. And
Jerry and I help each other out. We don't worry about going to the professionals. I was a doctor today, and I can be an optometrist for you tomorrow, Coney.
It's a very similar spot of the body, so that's good. You've obviously getting used to that.
Yeah, that's right. Turn my hand to anything, really, except mowing the lawns and gardening and things. 29 for 2. Ray bowls. Good lead from King. And the end of the over. So we'll have one more to go. And New Zealand, they've made a couple of inroads. 29 for 2. They've picked up the wicket of Campbell and the night watchman, Phillip.
Happy
Yeah, just probing away. That's what we've got to get from New Zealand, these bowlers. Probe away, but from a decent length that challenges the stumps. That's what you want to do. These are the overs that are, difficult to bat. You don't really want to be out there. It's just like we saw with Latham and with Conway yesterday. It's not easy. Make a mistake. There's plenty of slips in there as well if he gets an edge to the ball.
5 slips as Duffy runs in bowling to Hodge outside the off stump, and Hodge will be very pleased to see that fly past. So Mitchell at first, Latham at second, Williamson, Bracewell, and Phillips.
It's quite a nice time to bowl as a bowler because you know you've got a short burst and you can put your feet up at the end of the day, get refreshed for the day ahead, but you know it's going to be a short burst, and I think Duffy's bowled so well in the spell. He's hit the right length.
He's found his legs again, runs in now and bowls full ball, and really good ball, and well played by Hodge, who gets a good stride in and just negates any movement.
He hasn't missed his length from the first over. You can see the difference between him and Folkes. Folkes was really struggling to find his length. He was short, he was full. Duffy's been on that length. Ian Bishop was talking about a 6-metre length the whole day, and he's found that top of the stump length, the exact delivery that got the night watchman Phillip out.
Cloud cover in Wellington now as the day draws to a close. Here's the next ball down the leg side, and Hodge will get off the mark as he turns the ball square of the wicket. Ravindra from under the helmet is chasing, and it's going to be just going to cross over. Mitchell's chased from first slip as well, and he may have made a very good diving save down there at long leg to save 1 run. Hodge, importantly for him, is off the mark, 3.
Well, that's not a bad effort to chase there, isn't it? He's had problems in not playing the last match. Off he went at first slip. No one else went, other than Ravindra, who was always lagging behind at second. I don't think there was ever any money on that.
32 for 2. 3 balls remaining, and Duffy bowls full delivery, played nicely by King this time, driven, and it's Folkes fielding from extra cover. It's been another enthralling day's Test cricket here in Wellington. We're well through the game. New Zealand lead by 73 on the first innings. The West Indies have chipped away 32 of those, so 41 the gap between the teams. King is on 15, Hodge is on 3. 2 balls remaining in the day's play. Good delivery outside the off stump and well read by King, letting it through to Hay, who made a very good debut with the bat for New Zealand. 61, top scoring in New Zealand's first innings, and Conway scoring 60.
Love to hear what Smithy had to say about his glove work, because I'm not very qualified to
good in the first innings. Thought his got his inside glove.
His feet. He said he's got his feet. Likes to see a keeper stay on his feet, and he said he was doing some good work there. Even if you go down the leg side, you take it with the right hand, the inside hand.
Here's Duffy with a bit of support from the crowd bowling, and it's a let go by King. So the day comes to an end. The umpires will remove the bails and the players will depart. It's been, as I said earlier, a very good day of Test cricket, and it remains to be seen what follows. But the New Zealand have, they've had the better of the day, but I think they will feel with that first innings score of 278 that they haven't scored as many runs as they would like to. Latham was out for 11, Williamson 37, Conway made 60, Ravindra 5, Mitchell 25, Hay 61, Phillips 18, Duffy 11, Ray was out for 13, and Folkes made 23 not out. Tickner absent, hurt, and New Zealand all out for 278. Kemo Roach 2 for 43 from 16, Jaden Seal deals, 17 overs and 4 balls, 1 for 72. It's OJ Shields, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 50. Anderson Phillip, 13 overs, no maidens, 3 for 70. Justin Graves, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28. And Roston Chase, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. And then with the West Indies seeking to chip away at the deficit, they lost John Campbell, bowled by Ray, letting a ball go, and it clipped the top of off stump, out for 14. And Anderson Phillip, the night watchman, out without scoring. LBW to Duffy on a review by the New Zealand captain Tom Latham. Hodge is 3 not out. King is 15 not out. And the New Zealand bowlers, Duffy 5 overs, 1 for 8. Folks 3 overs, none for 20. And Ray 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4. So we're set for an interesting day tomorrow, Grant. And I guess as you look at it, New Zealand on top. The West Indies are going to have to show a lot more resolve than we saw in the first innings if they're to be competitive.
Yeah, I think that New Zealand are on top. The thing that worries me, I think tomorrow's first session is going to be crucial. What worries me is the way folks turned up in the second innings. I felt that maybe there's a lot of tiredness. He's still a young bowler. He's still trying to get those overs in his legs. And that was evident in the second innings. But what worries me is folks and Tickner, hopefully he can refresh himself and find what Duffy found today. But Duffy's a seasoned campaigner. He's been playing for over a decade. He's played a lot of 4-day cricket. Suddenly he got his pace up to 140 after bowling 60 overs in Christchurch. So that looked promising. But, he's going to have to bowl another 20 overs tomorrow, Duffy. So can this New Zealand bowling attack string partnerships together? Will someone like Phillips become a crucial part and actually bowl a decent enough spell to put pressure on, but maybe also get wickets? Because that's what we need. I think that we need a Phillips or a Rachin Ravindra, one of those, to actually have a blinder of a day to actually get this West Indies team out. It's looking good now, but one of those wickets is a night watchman as well, so let's remember that. So I think the game is still in the balance. I think tomorrow, the first session, will probably set the tone for the rest of the test match.
Those thoughts from Grant. Elliott will take a break now with play having finished here in Wellington. 32 for 2, the West Indies at stumps. They trail by 41.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
What's bigger than a weekend with your besties singing along with all the best bops? Big Barrel. Big range, bigger deals. And when you join the Big Barrel Mates Club, there's even bigger exclusive deals. Because that's what friends are for, right? Don't miss all the exclusive deals in-store and online. Join the Big Barrel Mates Club today.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
Lawnmower struggling to make the cut? Turn to New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower, a Massport. Massport have been making lawnmowers since the 1940s and have built mowers to last, to suit our great Kiwi lawns and conditions. There's a reason Massport have been voted New Zealand's most trusted lawnmower brand for the last 8 years. The Massport mower range is packed full of innovative features to deliver superior performance for your lawn. Visit massport.co.nz to find your next mower.
Are you a business owner looking for a cash boost? For fast, flexible business funding, turn to Prosper. Apply online in less than 10 minutes and get the funds you need in hours. Visit prosper.co.nz today. T's and C's and standard credit criteria apply.
Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to night and day, of course. And here's why. Every Tuesday in December, you can get halibut chicken for just $4. Enjoy a tender, boneless chicken thigh fillet coated to crispy perfection. Head to nightandday.co.nz to find your local. With over 50 stores nationwide, your Tuesday $4 halibut chicken is never far away.
Night and day.
It's the roar that rattles your chest, followed by the deepest of breaths.
The The chants, the chaos, the noise. You feel it deep inside. Every fan, every seat, every voice. All as one.
The Hungry Jacks NBL 26 season is here. Fast, fearless, unmissable.
Watch every game live on ESPN.
Hungry Jacks NBL. Play it loud.
At Waterforce, we understand the stress of water compliance on your farm. Our metering, measuring and monitoring products paired with expert knowledge take the hassle out of meeting regulations. Let us handle compliance while you focus on the farming. Track water usage precisely with our advanced systems, telemetry, backflow prevention testing and drinking water quality. At Waterforce, we do it all.
When it comes to water, the choice is clear. Waterforce. Visit waterforce.co.nz and be wise with water.
TAB's safer betting tools make it easy to pause, limit and reflect on your betting. Set deposit limits, lock out days and choose the markets you can access. Know when not to get your bet on. R18, bet responsibly.
Flat rugby moments to avoid this season. The turnstile.
Mate meets mate at the stadium. The tickets are on the mobile. Lining up to scan through. Oh no! His phone's flat. He can't access the tickets. What a disaster!
Stay charged with a Signet power bank. Compact and lightweight, it fits in your pocket and you'll never be flat when it's time to tap and go. Signet power banks. Find them in-store at JB Hi-Fi or Harvey Norman.
Struggling with headaches, migraines, or concussion symptoms that just won't go away? At the Headache Clinic, we help you get answers and results. Our experienced team uses proven assessment and treatment methods to get you back to work, sport, and life faster. Don't let pain hold you back. Book now at headacheclinic.co.nz or call 0800 Headache. That's headacheclinic.co.nz or 0800 Headache. The Headache Clinic. Accurate diagnosis, faster recovery, lasting relief.
Make business happen with fast access to funds. Visit prosper.co.nz. Welcome back to the summer of cricket on Sport Nation. You're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series on Sport Nation.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve, where it is stumps on day 2. The West Indies 32 for 2 in their second innings. They still trail New Zealand by 41 runs. New Zealand 278 for 9 declared today. Top scorer was Mitch Hay. He's on the ground with our Daniel McHardy.
Thank you very much, Tom. Mitch Hay indeed is with us. He's put the gloves down, the pads off. He's had a busy day. He's been out there. Let's talk the state of the game. Do you feel you're just ahead?
Yeah, I think I'd say we're ahead in the game. Obviously a decent lead, fighting effort with the bat, and to have them 2 down overnight is always nice. So, yeah, I think just ahead in the game, but big work to do tomorrow.
2 wickets, of course, is probably the target. I know one's night watchman, but does that give a lift to the side heading into stumps?
Yeah, sort of 2 was the target, and it was nice to get that. Obviously, 1 being a 90. But no, we're happy. I think we sort of hit our areas nicely and, got some good reward, which was good.
But like the West Indies, they toiled away. How did you find it out there?
Yeah, I found the wicket still had a little bit in it when they found their length, and runs did come at times, which was pleasing, but when there was energy on the ball and a good length, it was still testing and nibbling around a bit, which I think is a good sign going into our bowling innings here. Yeah,
I look at the top 7s across both teams. I think there's 12 scores of 10 plus, so you never feel quite in?
Yeah, never felt quite in. I just felt like there was just enough lateral movement on a good length today, and that bounce as well, which I think made it a little bit challenging. But yeah, again, I think, it's sort of the nature of this ground. There's good balls that are, they keep you honest, but then runs can also flow quickly at times too. So it's just finding that balance between those two, like attack and defence, I guess.
Half century on debut, special, especially that 6 early in the innings. Is it sent down Cambridge Terrace? That feel good?
Yeah, just really nice to, first of all get off the mark and then get into my work, and just, it was really nice to be out there for a period of time and build a good partnership with Daryl. I think that was quite a key moment in the game to build that partnership, so that was really pleasing. And then, to get in front of their score was good. So to play, to contribute to that was really good.
Yeah, that small sample we saw, it's obviously a strength of yours. It's brought about your downfall too. It's important to embrace that risk with that shot, you think?
Yeah, definitely a strength of mine, and I play it, a lot, so naturally it's going to get me out occasionally, but also brings me a lot of runs as well. So, one of those things you can live with if you're playing to your strengths. So, take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, cursing the Wellington Southerly, maybe holding it.
Yeah, should have set it up, but nah, it was, one of those things.
What's the talk about being a bowler down? I guess avoiding pressing and trying to get as many early. What is the chat? Because it's quite remarkable, the injuries that this team has suffered.
Yeah, it's incredibly unfortunate, but look, the group's really, really tight, and we really back the seamers we've got, and we've also got Glenn, who probably play a bigger part this innings if required. Everyone just really feels for Blair, and it was pretty awful to see yesterday, but good to see him around the group today, and in good spirits, which was pleasing.
Yeah, so a fuller length still you think is the best course of action early tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. I think that sort of good length, I think that's where you can get that little bit of lift, a little bit of bounce, and maybe some lateral movement. So I think more of the same of what we did this evening. And I think we'll be in a good place, hopefully keep extracting the lateral movement that is in the surface.
Yeah, lastly, pretty cool to be a Test cricketer.
Awesome, yeah, I loved it. I loved the first 2 days, and I'm looking forward to the next few. So
brilliant. Thanks so much for your time. Go rest up. Big couple of days ahead.
Thank you very much.
It's McHardy, New Zealand's top scorer with 61, joining us here on Sport Nation. As he says, New Zealand just in front. This is a strange old game, Test cricket. 32 for the loss of 2. Odds 3, King 15.
Very good. That's Daniel McHardy down on the ground with Mitch A. And as Daniel explained there, the deficit for the West Indies, 41 runs, New Zealand leading. And the West Indies will resume tomorrow at 11 o'clock. 32 for 2. Just recapping, New Zealand started the day 24 without loss in reply to the West Indies 205 all out. 278 for 9 declaring, of course, because of the injury to Blair Tickner suffered on day 1. And then in reply, in their second innings, the West Indies 32 for 2 at stumps. It's now time for the Headache Clinic Player of the Day, the Headache Clinic Migraine and Concussion experts. Jeremy Coney is alongside me. Jerry, the Headache Clinic Player of the Day in your eyes.
In my eye.
Eye, singular.
Yes. Basically, I think there's Conway, who got 60, saw off the new ball. Played a little better, I felt, today defensively, and always plays his attacking shots pretty well. And then the other one was the gentleman we were just speaking to now on debut, getting 60 as well. So that's 61. You know what I mean? So there's that, and of course Hay came in at about 117 for 4 or something like that. And so then had a partnership with Daryl Mitchell, and that was an important partnership to keep that going. If he had gone out quite quickly at that stage, that could have been costly for New Zealand, and they might have even been behind the West Indies. So I think, and the way that he played in the first 35, 40, 45 runs, I thought Mitchell Hay I'm going to give it to him a little bit because he's on debut, and a little bit because the way he played quite aggressively. He didn't allow the West Indies bowlers to settle in that way. So he's the one that I'm going to give the player of the day to. Kept quite nicely at the end as well. So that's basically the person I think. But it is very even, this game. I think that's the first thing to say just as a general comment. Tomorrow, Duffy and Ray, I think, with only 4 bowlers, they've got to find 2 seamers who are really on song tomorrow and really towards their best if they are going to sort of keep chipping away. And there have been 2 wickets kind of falling most sessions throughout this match so far. So only 4 bowlers. Obviously, Folkes relies on movement a lot more than the other 2 who are more straight and direct bowlers, if you like. But certainly Folkes is going to have to play his part. If swing is there, then he's got to find that swing and be very good with that and accurate with it. The lengths are going to be important. And Phillips, when he bowls, he's going to have to be tested on what is essentially a seamer's pitch, really. It's a wee bit nipping still for the batsman, so not too leg side. Watch for that. He can't get down leg side too much. So I think the game is nicely poised.
32 for 2. The West Indies will resume tomorrow morning. Mitch Hay, the Headache Clinic Player of the Day, thanks to the Headache Clinic. This is the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation thanks to Prosper. Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. We will take another short break here on Sport Nation, and when we come back, Daniel McHardy to wrap day 2 and look forward to day 3 here at the Basin Reserve.
Need funds for your business? Visit prospa.co.nz today. You're listening to the Summer of Cricket on Sport Nation. This is the Black Caps against the West Indies, the Test Series. Live from the Cello Basin Reserve in Wellington on Sport Nation.
Big